Journey into the heart of the Amazon, where mystery and danger await. Welcome to Black Flame Amazon, the riveting radio adventure series brought to you by rumble.com/c/GAR and Lost in Brazil. Join world-famous explorer Harold Noice and his daring companions as they trek through the dense jungles of South America, facing wild animals, cunning foes, and unexplored lands. Alongside Harold, you'll meet his loyal guide, Keto, fearless friends Jim and Jean Brady, steadfast aide Pedro, and daring pilot Pat Donovan. Together they plunge into the heart-stopping adventures, solve the mysteries, and fight for survival under the jungle canopy, with the thrill of true expedition and the danger of the unknown. Black Flame Amazon is sure to leave you on the edge of your seat. Brought to you by rumble.com/c/GAR and Lost in Brazil. Visit g3pl.com for database support.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. At the head of a party, Mr. Noice is pushing up country toward the sources of the Amazon River into the wild jungle lands of faraway Brazil. Quite accidentally, he runs across two young children who are in trouble. They have been searching for their father, a scientist who is on the hunt for a fabled treasure of the Incas. This scientist has been taken prisoner and held in a remote Indian village at the instigation of a renegade white man named Butch Grogan. This Grogan is a villain, having stolen a treasure map and a valuable paper on which is a secret code by which the map may be translated. Not yet satisfied, Grogan kidnaps the little girl, Miss Jean Brady, meaning to use her as a method by which he can compel her father, James Brady, to lead the way to the treasure. Mr. Noice learns where Miss Jean has been hidden, and with the aid of an amphibian aeroplane, goes to the rescue, succeeds in getting the little girl aboard just as the Indian warriors come yelling to the river's edge. At this moment, the cabin hatch on the plane has been closed, and Mr. Noice has just told Pat Donovan to get into the air as quickly as possible. But the river, a little stream flowing into the Amazon, is narrow and tropical trees hang out over the water. It's a tense moment.
On your way, Donovan. Quick, get out of here. Take it up now. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Noice. Now, it ain't going to be easy. This ship is loaded. Haven't got much of a run for the takeoff, you know.
Go ahead and try it. We've got to get out of here.
Well, then hold everything. Now, just give me a second to warm her up a bit. No use getting up over the trees and then stalling. Just give me a little bit to warm her up.
All right.
We should be headed downstream. Why, sure. Look, there's the bend in the river right ahead of us.
Well, why can't we turn her around? Gosh, we've got lots of room for a takeoff then.
Yes, Jimmy, if. But we had to just guess at it when we set her down here. We didn't have time enough to do anything else.
Donovan, if we don't get out now, we may never get out. Now, it's up to you.
I know it, Mr. Noice, and we might as well try it, I guess. But if I get a wingtip caught in the big lianas hanging along the shoreline, well, you fellas better get down on the floor of the cabin and hang on tight. Here goes. Gosh, she's heavy, all right. If we just had a little more headwind. But in this jungle, you can't...
Look out, Pat! Look out! Up ahead! The canoe coming out the middle of the river.
Oh, nuts, we'll hit them. The pontoons, we can't leave the surface before we're on them.
It's a trick, by Jove. Cut the switch, Donovan. Hurry, man, we can't run that canoe down.
Okay.
Don't you see? It contains children, just little children.
A trick, Mr. Noice? What do you mean?
See? Mr. Grogan again pulled a fast one. Notice that canoe has no paddles at all. Someone put the Indian children into that dugout and pushed it out into the stream. Grogan did that. He knew we wouldn't run them down.
Gee whiz, Mr. Noice. He uses little children to stop us. He knew this ship couldn't rise off the surface of the river until it got a good run.
Yes, the canoe with the children. If we wanted to get into the air, we'd have to run into that canoe.
Yes, sir. And you know what would have happened. Oh, well, Mr. Noice, I guess Gene and me, we'd just as soon do anything than use little children like that to save our lives.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Jimmy. We seem to agree on a lot of things. Hurting, maiming, or drowning even little savage Indian kiddies.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Noice. That's out. But now what do we do?
I don't exactly know, but we might as well get prepared to put up a fight. It's the only way we can deal with Grogan.
Yes, but where is Grogan? He isn't showing his face. Look over there among the bushes, eh? In behind every tree, a wild, woolly Indian, but no Grogan.
Grogan knows better than to show his face.
That bird is yellow, Mr. Noice. Pure yellow.
He certainly is. Anybody that would pull a stunt like that, shove a canoe load of helpless little Indian children out in front of whirling propellers, he's a yellow coward, all right.
Gosh, Mr. Noice, if we could only turn this bus around, head her downstream, why then we could make it.
Say, I got an idea. We've got a rope in the cabin here. Listen, there's a little eye bolt on the roof of the ship.
You mean that little round thing they used when they were loading this ship and unloading it from the steamer?
That's the one.
Oh.
And we could tie the rope through that iron thing, and then we could get the other end tied to a tree on the shore.
Well, now say, that would do it. If we could get the rope fastened, then I could swing my rudders away over, give her the gun, and between our own power and the current of the stream here, well, maybe we could do it.
Gee, that's swell. Gene, open the cabin hatch.
Okay.
Now, here's where I do some swell things for my country. I'm going to get that rope on a tree or know the reason why.
Jimmy, you're staying inside this cabin. No argument now. I know how you feel, and it's well of you to volunteer. But you mustn't go. Pedro, stand by. I'm going.
I beg the pardon, Senor Noice. Pedro, she was the one what was going. I am the better climbing person, just like the capuchin monkey. And I have the much more experience with the aeroplane.
Listen, Pedro, it's a dangerous job. Grogan is very likely hiding on the riverbank with a gun.
Ah, that is so, senor. But I am the better swimmer in this ship. Yes, no?
Admitted, you are a wonderful swimmer, Pedro.
Then it is what you call it. It is all honky-dory. I take the rope. I dive. No. I do not dive, but I slip into the water. Yes, very, very quietly. And I swim like everything to the riverbank under the water, you see? Then I tie the rope and bring the other end back, and then
Yes, I see. It's a dandy idea, Pedro. But it won't work. Too late.
Too late. But I can go now, quick like everything.
Oh, Mr. Noice, look. Canoes. Dozens of them coming up the stream.
I know, Miss Jean. Just saw them a moment ago. That's why I just told Pedro it was too late.
Ah, si, senor. And now, even if we do turn those other way, we cannot get past these canoes. Well, senor, look. These canoes, senor. They do not have the little children. It is warriors, senor. We are fighting warriors. What matter how we fight?
Oh, it's not the fight I'm thinking about. I don't want this plane damaged. Donovan understands.
Yes, sir. Now, if we try to get past those dugouts, we may strike one with the propeller blades. They'll snap just like a broken match. Propellers don't stand much rough work, you know.
Wait. I'd sort of expected this. Here comes a messenger from Grogan.
An Indian warrior, and he's carrying a stick with a white handkerchief tied to it.
Yes, he's Grogan's messenger. Indians, as a rule, don't use white handkerchiefs, so you can figure Grogan is in on this.
There he goes into the water. Gee, He didn't dive in. He just sort of waited and then he slid in.
He's got something white in his teeth, too.
It's probably a written message from Grogan. We'll soon know what Grogan has in his mind, and he no doubt has plenty.
Say, I know. Let's grab this Indian messenger when he gets here.
What good would that do, Jimmy? Listen, son. You don't double-cross the flag of truth. A true white man never does. A white flag always gets protection. Understand?
Oh, heck, Mr. Noice. Excuse me. I knew that well enough, but, well, I guess I just got excited.
I know it. All right, Jimmy. Now open the hatch, and Pedro, you reach out and get that message. I'll just keep this rifle trained on the riverbank, just in case Grogan tries to get in some more dirty work.
Oh, say, Mr. Noice.
Yeah?
The ship is drifting with the current and edging toward the bank. Now we'll get our wings or pontoon stuck at any moment.
Yes, and so much the better. But listen, Donovan, is there anything you can do to disable this ship?
You mean put it out of commission for good? Well, sure, we can set fire to it, but what...
No. We need this amphibian. We don't dare destroy it. But can it be disabled temporarily?
Oh, sure, Mr. Noice. A lot of ways to do that.
Well, then get busy and fix it so that Grogan can't get her away from here. Fix it so the damage doesn't show on the outside. You see what I mean?
Oh, yes, I get you. I'll just take out a couple of little gadgets.
Yes, and be sure to hide them where you can find them easily at a moment's notice.
Well, now, you just leave that to me. You know, I haven't been around these ships for all these years for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll fix her so that the only person who ever gets her perking again will be Pat Donovan in person.
That's the stuff.
Senor, here is the little love letter, senor. Look, the Indian, he's amscrade back home. Very much afraid of this aeroplane.
Yeah, let me have it, Pedro.
Oh, Mr. Noice.
Yeah?
Now, here. Hold this flashlight so as I can see to cut this wire to the magneto.
Okay, that's most important. Here, Jimmy, you take that message and read it out loud and hurry.
Well, let's see here. Gosh, he doesn't say very much. Listen to this. He says here, Noice, you're licked, and you know it. Better give up quietly and get everybody ashore. Form that ship right away. And you, he spells that word in capitals, Mr. Noice.
Yeah.
And you come last, and no monkey business. Now, we've got you covered. Leave your guns in the cabin and get a move on.
Mm-hmm.
That's all of it, Mr. Noice, and he signs it Grogan.
Yeah, he didn't even have to do that. I'd recognize that kind of letter without a signature.
Well, okay, Mr. Noice. Look,
Yeah?
I got here just 2 little pieces of wire.
Uh-huh.
Now, if anyone finds out where they were cut from, well, then I'm crazy.
Splendid. This will put a damper on Grogan's spirits.
Now, look, I'm just going to bend these wires into a thing just like a hairpin and stick it in my hair. Even though they search me, they'll never find this wire.
Mm-hmm. All set, then. We might as well get ashore, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Noice, couldn't we sort of put up a scrap? We still got the ship and the guns.
A man who is wise to the jungle quickly recognizes when the cards are stacked against him. The scrap, as you call it, would be the most dangerous thing we could do. We're outnumbered at least 100 to 1.
Yes, Jimmy, we'd better do exactly as Mr. Noice says. He knows best.
Si, senorita. And the senor will get the wiggle on and fool the Grogan man. So don't worry. We will get out of these messes all right, okay? You betcha my life.
Well, Mr. Pedro, if you can smile through this, guess it won't hurt me to try it.
That's the stuff, Jane. But come on now. Get your guns out of the holsters. Oh, better yet, leave holsters and all. Jimmy and Jean, you two go first, together, and we'll watch.
Okay. No time like now, I guess.
Well, we're on our way, Mr. Noice. Come on, Gene. Let's jump.
So long, Mr. Noice. We'll be seeing you.
With a brave smile and a cheery, I'll be seeing you, off they go. Ahead of them is Grogan and a band of howling Indians. At last, Grogan has the upper hand. But what's in store for Gene and Jim? And what happens to Mr. Noice and Pedro? Does Pat Donovan succeed in really fooling Grogan about the ship being disabled? Has Mr. Noice a plan in mind? Or is it the children who pull a fast one? You will learn more about this enthralling adventure when you tune in next time. Don't miss a single episode. of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. In the preceding chapter, at a word of command from Mr. Noice, Pat Donovan attempts to lift the aeroplane into the air and away. But the river is narrow, the banks a tangled mass of lianas and mangroves. They might have gotten away safely if Butch Grogan hadn't pulled a cruel, dirty trick. As the big amphibian taxis upstream in a takeoff, suddenly a native canoe darts out into the river, right ahead of the whirling airplane propellers. And believe it or not, the canoe was filled with little Indian children. Grogan knew that Noice and his party wouldn't take the risk of running into that canoe, even to save their own lives. The plane shuts off its motors and comes to a standstill. The canoe is safe. Grogan then sends an Indian messenger out to the ship with a message ordering all aboard to come ashore at once. Mr. Noice decides that it is best to do as ordered. And now, in the meantime, in a little hut at the far end of the village, sits Grogan and his rat-faced partner, Limey Scroggins, a Cockney Englishman, as big a rogue as Grogan ever hoped to be. They are studying the secret code.
All right, Limey. No use arguing. It's right here, ain't it?
Yeah, but blimey, Boots, you can't get no head or tail out of that map and the bloomin' secret code. That's a laugh, it is. A secret. Well, we can't make no sense out of it.
I know. What are you shooting your mouth off about? Ain't I doing the next best thing? I got Noice here.
But why bring that blighter here? Exploring Noice and his outfit. They're going to get us, you and me, into trouble, and mind what I'm telling you.
Oh, crawfishing, huh? Afraid of your neck. Why, you little squirt, for 2 cents I'd not...
Oh, you would you? I don't think so. Grogan, you don't scare me, not one little bit, you don't see. I'm the blighter that knows where old man Bridie's hidden, and don't you be forgetting it. It was me that arranged it with the Indians.
Yeah, I should have handled that myself.
But you didn't, did you? No. It was a dirty piece of work, and you thought better to leave it to me. So without me, Butch, you can't ever find that Inca temple. You can't even find the Black Flame, but I can.
All right. Well, skip it. You get in my hair. Always so sure of yourself.
Here, listen, Butch. I'm your partner, ain't I? We goes even on this treasure 50-50 like partners shoot. But I'm warning you, no good will come out of this here stunt you're pulling with that Noice fella. The Brazilian authorities knows him. He comes up country here with their permission.
I know. They watch out for him because he works in cooperation with the Brazilian government.
Oh, yes, and if he passes out of the picture, we'll have a flock of Brazilian soldiers up here nosing around looking for him. And if they finds us, the game's up. It bloomin' well is, I told you.
Okay. Then what's on your mind, big shot?
No rough stuff with Noice, see? Get him and his party back down the river out of the way because we don't want no trouble with them.
You're as dumb as they make 'em. Look, what happens if we send Noice back down the river? Why, he warns the Brazilians right away and comes back up here with 'em, leading them personal, I tell you.
All right, what about it? We got the bloomin' treasure in the airship, ain't we? We can get back in the coast before the Brazilians ever get anywhere near the Inca ruins.
Now, that's what you think. But that treasure ain't just sitting there waiting on us. The main thing is this map here.
Now, tell me, does that mean anything to us?
Of course it don't. It's a ruddy monkey's puzzle, that's what it is.
Yeah, and this secret code. It looks like a child picture drawing with funny marks. Yeah, and a lot of dizzy signs printed on it. And, can you read it?
Now, I tells you, I can't read it. But the old man Brady can. And if we was to up off and get old Brady, well, don't you see?
Listen, you...
Yeah, now, none of that, Boots. I said about enough of your lip. And I'm in on this racket, see, and I'm staying in. And Mr. Boots Grogan is going to like it or to lump it.
All right, then. But I'm going to handle this in my own way. You may know where Jim Brady is hidden and all that, but I can easy find out without you.
Oh, you means then that we split partners now? Suits me, Grogan. Suits me all to pieces. You go your way, and I'll go mine. But I'll get to the Inca ruins first, and I won't have no Brazilian authorities tramping on me heels.
Pipe down and let me get a word in. Look now, it takes both of us for this, and we need them 2 kids. Old Brady is stubborn as a mule, and he won't do a thing about guiding us to the treasure. Yeah, he die first.
Yes. But a little of the old Indian stuff, you know, Boots. The antill medicine. That usually makes him speak up.
No. Not Brady. I know him too well. Now, our only hope is to get them 2 kids. Once we have them, old man Brady'll do anything. 'Cause he thinks the world of them 2 kids.
Yes, and speaking about kids, look yonder. A girl and a boy just coming up from the river into the village street. The old witch doctors are bringing them.
Yeah. And Noice and that man of his, Pedro. Hey, look, Limey.
Yeah?
I'm handing that part over to you. Mm-hmm. It's up to you to see that they're kept out of my way, see?
Oh, I get you, but no dirty work, but at least not until we get our hands on the actual treasure.
Yeah, okay, that suits me. That'll be soon enough. Now then, I'm gonna try and bluff the kids and the pilot Donovan, see? Yeah, especially the kids. If they're as stubborn and bullheaded as their father, we gotta use kid gloves, see?
Yes, and you're the one that can do it, Boots. Look, partner, I'm bloomin' sorry I got the wind up. I just lost my temper. No hard feelings,
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Now then, listen, leave the kids to me.
Oh, I won't interfere, Governor. Have me hands full with Noice. But don't worry, I'll get him out of the way, both Noice and his man Friday.
That's the stuff. Now, you head down the street.
Yes?
And when the Indians bring Noice and Pedro, get them put into the big malacca.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the big hut down the street there, and you stick right with them. And you better have a few Indians help you keep guard. All right, now get going.
Okay,
Get going.
I'll be back after I get Noice all fixed. Here they come. Look at that young lad, Butch. You're going to have a handful, all right. I'll be seeing you, Butch.
Jimmy, there goes Scroggins now.
Yeah. Now, if that's his partner, Butch's taste must be all in his mouth.
He's cruel looking. Even more so than the witch doctor here.
Come on in, you 2. Why keep me waiting so long? Huh. A nice way to treat a man who's trying to help you. Tisai hupa hatwa. More tisa hupa. Imani kai bak tuan. Go on, get going.
Hupa hatwa. Pita pane, imane panika. Hupa hatwa.
Why send the witch doctor away? Fact is, maybe Gene and me, we sort of prefer him rather than you. At least he's a savage and doesn't pretend to be a white man.
There you go, blowing steam off again. Listen, kids, I'm trying to help you. I've known your father for a long time.
That's the worst part of it. You were supposed to be his friend. And look what you did. Stole his treasure map and made him a prisoner.
I had a reason for that. I was part of that expedition, wasn't I? I had a right to a share of that treasure. But no. Yeah, your father spoke up and said there'd be no share.
But how could Dad share with you? Dad was trying to get the Inca gold relics for the museums, so people all over the world could learn more about the Inca people.
What do we care about what other people learn in the jungle? We go after gold and for what gold is worth, to put us on easy street.
Well, not all the white men who come in here are that way. Mr. Noice, for instance. He doesn't want the gold to make him rich.
Now, that's what you think. But look now. I know this Noice fella better than you do. I'm honest about it, and I want a share of that gold treasure, but only my rightful share. Maybe Noice hasn't said so, but he'll want his, too. That is, if I let him. But I ain't.
And what do you mean to do with Mr. Noice and Pedro and Pat Donovan?
Now, Donovan's a pilot, and he's going with us. We need him to handle the ship.
Okay. But about Mr. Noice and Pedro.
That Noice, he's nothing but a meddling busybody, and he's sticking his nose into things that don't concern him at all, and this time he went too far. I'll say he did too far.
Listen, Mr. Grogan, you don't mean...
You leave all that to me, young fella. I said I'd take care of everything, and just to show you that I'm on the level, here. Here's a secret code. I admit I can't understand it. I need your help. But to show you that I mean to be on your side, here, you take it.
Well, okay. But now what do I do with it? It isn't any good to Gene and me as long as you have us prisoners.
I'm glad you understand things. You're right. That secret code ain't much use to you unless I say so. But now, let's get together and look at these marks in the middle of the page. You know, I don't get them.
Well, only Jimmy and me understand them. We wrote them, and even our daddy couldn't read them.
Good. Now, what do you say? I got a pencil and paper here, and you read what it says there, huh? Tell me so's I understand. And then I'll write it down here, and we can get going.
But wait, Mr. Grogan. We just can't read this right off.
All right. No great rush. Take your time and just start studying right now. I see they're bringing Donovan up the street. But you two go ahead and study. When I get back, I'll expect you to tell me everything. You get me? Yeah. Snap into it. I won't take very long.
Oh, gosh, Jimmy, we're up against it. Do you think Grogan means that he'll share with Daddy?
Well, not Grogan. He wants to find out about the map, just how to read the junk we wrote here. And when he does find out, well, we're just out of luck.
And we can't escape. Look out there. There are 2 Indian guards in the street. Oh, gosh, Jimmy, think of something quick before Grogan gets back. Just can't find out how to read that secret code now.
Well, I know it, Gene, but what can we do?
Oh, well, I tell you what. Let's tear the code into little pieces, huh?
Well, yeah, but what good would that do, Gene? There's no fire, so we can't burn them, and there's no place to hide them. Well, he'd just put the pieces together again, and then where would we be?
Oh, well, maybe it's best to tell Grogan, and maybe we can bargain with him about Mr. Noice and Pedro.
Say, Gene, I think you got something there. Look, I've got a swell idea if it works. And Mr. Noice and Pedro will be sitting pretty.
Yeah?
Look, Gene, you're hungry, aren't you?
Oh, I sure am, Jimmy.
Well, that's part of my plan. Now, listen.
A plan, eh? So Jimmy has a plan. But what has Jean got to do with it? Why did he ask her if she was very hungry? Butch Grogan is out of the hut for the moment, and when he returns, he expects the children to explain all the secret writing on the code. But will Grogan be disappointed? And if he is, can you guess just how disappointed he'll be? If you listen in at this same hour next time, you won't be disappointed, for there's surprises in store, lots of them. So don't miss it. The Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. In the last chapter, you heard the story unfold how Mr. Noice, endeavoring to befriend two children who were stranded in the Brazilian jungle, finds himself in the clutches of an infamous white renegade named Butch Grogan. The two youngsters, Gene and Jimmy Brady, and their aeroplane are captured by Grogan. Not, however, until Pat Donovan, the pilot, succeeds in disabling the ship. In the meantime, the white renegade, aided by a tribe of Indians, gets the prisoners ashore and places Mr. Noice and Pedro in a hut by themselves. Little Gene and Jimmy he takes to his own hut and tries to bluff them into believing that he wants to be their friend, even to handing the secret code back to the children, asking them to hold it in good faith, but to study it and be able to read it. Then he leaves the hut for a few minutes. That's where he made a big mistake, for right now the two children are doing some fast thinking.
Gene, go to the door and look out. See if you can get a line out of Grogan. Hurry.
Okay. Say, I see him. He's away down at the end of the village street. Donovan's there, too. A couple of Indians have him a prisoner.
Hey, what's Grogan doing? Keep watching while I get things fixed here.
Well, Grogan's still standing there. Donovan's pointing to the river. They must be talking about the airplane, I guess. Oh, there they go. They go into the little hut. The Indians are standing outside the door. Oh, Grogan and Donovan just went inside, too.
Swell. But come here, Gene.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. But look, now, about our secret code. It's written on kind of heavy paper. We can't hide this very well.
Well, I know it, but there isn't a place safe enough. But I got two swell ideas, I think.
I hope you have. They got to be good and swell to fool Grogan.
Don't worry, Gene. We'll fool him all right.
Well, you got to show me.
Okay. Now, look then. Here. You see right here on the secret code, right in the middle of the paper?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's where most of the important marks and signs are, right in the middle of it.
Yes, but what of it?
Well, like this.
All right. It's torn. You tore it, but you still can't hide the torn part.
Well, that's what you think. But look here on the table. What's that?
Tobacco. Why, Grogan left his tobacco here.
Yeah, and now what's fastened to the tobacco package?
Oh, those little papers, you mean?
Yeah, Grogan cigarette papers. And look, I'll take one out. Look at that, will you? Thin paper and as thin as can be.
Ooh, you mean you're going to make a copy of the marks from the secret code on this thin cigarette paper? Oh, I get it.
That's right. But come on. Now, just in case things may go haywire, let you and me study this torn piece. We can try to remember it, at least as much of it as we can.
Sure we can, Jimmy. We may forget some of it, but maybe we both won't forget the same parts of it, see?
Sure. But there's a lot to remember. Wait, I want to see if Grogan is coming back. No sign of him yet. Well, I guess we got lots of time to do what we got to do.
But what you going to write with, Jimmy?
Pencil. I got a little stub. I always have one. I like pencil stubs. They don't take up much room when a fellow's exploring in these jungles.
But listen, Jimmy. I don't see how you're going to get rid of the little piece of paper you tore off. Grogan will find it no matter where you put it.
Oh, no, he won't. But just you keep watch at the door while I do some writing on this cigarette paper.
Oh, okay. But I can stand right here at this table and watch the street, and you too. Go ahead. No one's coming. Just the 2 guards outside our door.
All right, Gene. I'm just about finished. Now you can help. While I'm folding this up in a little ball, you see that thing over there on the wall there?
Oh, you mean this thing here? It looks like a piece of a fish pole.
Oh, fish pole my eye. That thing is a dangerous weapon.
Oh, boy. You could slam anyone over the head with that, Dooflicky, and it wouldn't hurt much.
Oh, that's just like a girl. Say, you don't slam people over the dome with that dooflinky. No, ma'am, that's a blowgun.
A blowgun that blows the poison darts?
A blowgun that shoots poison darts. And right above your head there's a bundle of things. You see them? Well, those are the darts.
Those little things? Say, just little splinters of bone or wood or something.
Well, sure. Now bring that bundle over here to the table, Gene. Hurry up, we need them.
No, sir. Now listen, Jimmy. We aren't going to puff any poison darts at anybody. Not even Grogan.
Who said anything about puffing darts at anybody? Get them, Gene. Hurry. I've got this paper about ready.
Okay. But I'm going to lift that bundle down at the end of the fish pole. I mean blowgun. Wait. I got them. Look out. Here they come. Gosh, Jimmy, don't get too near them.
Drop them on the table, Gene.
Oh, no, Jimmy. Don't touch those ugly things. You might get poisoned.
Oh, no, I won't. I'm not touching the sharp end. Now, here, Gene. You hold the paper. I'm going to tear out some of this cotton stuff on the thick end of this dart.
Is this all a part of the 2 swell ideas you had? Well, if this is the first one, it sure looks phony to me. Why are you tearing out the little cotton stuff?
Well, here. Give me that little folded cigarette paper, and I'll show you. Thanks. Now, watch. I'm going to stuff this little ball of paper into the cotton. Just like this, see? Mm-hmm. And then the smooth cotton like this. I'll pull out about as much cotton as the size of the paper we put in. There now. How's that?
Swell. But what is it?
Oh, boy, it's the bee's knees. This is where we fooled Grogan. The blowpipe, Gene. Give me. All right. And now look and see if Grogan's coming back. Hurry.
No, nobody, Jim. The coast's clear. They're still in the hut, I guess.
All right. Here goes. Now, Mr. Noice explained to me the way to handle a blowgun. Here's the little blow dart. Our secret code is right inside the cotton tuft.
I saw all that. So what?
All right. Now, look out that little window. Now, you see that big tree over there?
Uh-huh.
With big, thick branches way up on the trunk?
Yes.
Well, now, watch this. I sure hope it works.
Oh, you're going to blow that thing into the tree?
I'm sure going to try. Cross your fingers, Gene. You better cross them good, too. The little dart goes in this end. Now, this is the mouthpiece. Then we lay the other end of the gun on the ledge, like this. We aim up at the branch there. And then I take a big, deep breath.
Go ahead. I guess maybe I'm just a little dumb. You better take 2 breaths. It doesn't cost any more.
All right. Razz me all you want, but you just watch this.
Oh, you hit it, Jimmy. You hit it. The little dart is sticking in the branches up there. You see it?
I see it. Say, it wasn't me that put it there. And Grogan will never think to look up there.
I still think we should have tried to memorize it better.
Oh, we've memorized it enough.
But you asked me some time ago, just after Grogan went out of the hut, you asked me if I was very hungry. Why did you ask me that?
Because you're going to get a swell feed. Maybe a little tough and all that, but you're going to eat it.
Swell feed?
Yes. That little piece of paper out of the secret code, right in your hand. That's got to be eaten.
So, I'm the one who's to eat the paper, huh?
Oh, don't worry. I'll help. I'll eat my share all right, and like it, too. About through with that thing, Gene?
Oh, I guess I can remember quite a lot of it, all right.
All right, then give me. Hurry. I just saw Butch Grogan come out of the hut, and he's bringing Donovan with him. Now, here, Gene. Bite into this. Chew it up quickly and swallow. Here goes my half.
Too fast, Jimmy. You hadn't much time. Gosh, I never knew paper was so tough. Oh, it would taste bad, too, doesn't it?
Bad or not bad, never mind the taste. Now, listen, Gene. Grogan's going to have a bad taste in his mouth when he finds out what we've done.
What's going to happen to us? Tell me that.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, he's got to take good care of us. We got the principal part of the secret code. Without Grogan, he'll never get us into the Black Flame country.
Then that's what you meant about bargaining with about Mr. Noice and Pedro?
Sure. If Mr. Noice and Peter don't go with us, then we tell them nothing about the secret code.
Oh, I get you, Jimmy. Well, here goes. Maybe I can swallow it now. I'll try anyway.
Well, Gene, if you made it, there's no harm in me trying. But I did have the biggest piece. Here goes.
Say, if we don't have a couple of swell tummy aches from this feed, then you name it.
You just got rid of it in time. Here comes the big bad wolf in person. Let me do the talking, Gene. Fold the secret coat up, what's left of it, so he can't see the hole torn in it.
All right. All right, inside, Donovan. I want you to talk more civil to me. Getting hard-boiled won't get you nothing, see?
You got my hands tied behind my back, Grogan.
Yeah.
Just cut me loose and see what happens. When I get through with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
Ah, shut up, Donovan. I ain't taking no chances. I got you here, and here you stay till I tell you to move. And that'll be when we're all set to move out of here in that ship of yours. The kids here are going to explain how to read that secret code. All right. How about it, you two? You studied it good? Know what that thing says?
I'll say we have, Mr. Grogan. We got almost every word of it.
Jimmy's right, Mr. Grogan. We've both just about stuffed with knowledge, or whatever you call it.
Well, all right, you, Donovan. Sit down on the floor with your back to that wall. Go on. Go ahead. Yeah, that's the idea. Now then, kids, give me that secret code and we'll get down to business.
All right. Here you are, Mr. Grogan.
Say, what's the idea? Who tore this paper?
I did, Mr. Grogan.
Oh, you did, huh? Thought you'd get away with something, huh? Them guards didn't let you out of this hut. So the piece of paper you tore is right in here. Right in this hut somewhere. All right. Start finding it. Go on. You hear me?
Say, Mr. Grogan, did you ever hear of George Washington?
What's George Washington got to do with this? Produce that paper. Come on. Snap into it.
Well, we can't, Mr. Grogan. Me and Gene, we're just like Mr. Washington. We cannot tell a lie. We ate and swallowed the paper.
What? Ate the paper? The main part of it? Are you...
Eating a tough piece of paper isn't so very delightful, but little Gene and Jim at least have put some more trouble and delay in the path of the hateful Butch Grogan. If only Grogan knew that right outside, sticking in the tree branch, high up above the hut, there's a copy of that precious code. Well, will he find out? And what happens now? Grogan is furious, almost choking. Tune in to our next program. More thrills, more smiles, more laughs, more adventure. Don't miss a single episode of The Black Flame of the Amazon. Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Far up the mighty Amazon River, two youngsters, while searching for their father, a famous archaeologist, become stranded in a remote part of the Brazilian wilds, owing to an accident to their amphibian plane which carried the party. Mr. Noice, the famous explorer, comes to the rescue of the children, but inadvertently becomes involved in an Indian uprising, aggravated through the wiles of a pair of white renegades, Butch Grogan and his partner, Limey Scroggin. Mr. Noice, Pedro, the two children, and Pat Donovan, the pilot of the plane, are taken prisoners. A valuable map showing the way to a fabled Inca treasure of hidden gold and a secret code belonging to the Brady family are stolen by Grogan. The children, however, manage to gain access to the secret code and destroy it. Grogan is furious, and in order to compel the children to make a new code from memory, he threatens torture, anthill torture. Right now, the children are with Mr. Noice in a little Indian village prison hut.
But he wouldn't dare, Mr. Noice. You weren't to blame because we, Jim and me, tore the secret code and ate it.
Tell me, just what did Grogan say when he found out that the secret code was destroyed?
Gosh, Mr. Noice, he hardly said anything. That is, at first. He was just so mad he couldn't talk.
I'll say, his face was as red as fire, and he just sort of sputtered. But after he did get some control of himself, well, that was when he promised vengeance on you.
He thinks it was you, Mr. Noice, who put it up to us. He thinks you told us to destroy the code.
Uh-huh. And then he decided to make use of the anthill, eh? Yes, that's Mr. Grogan, all right.
But what is this anthill thing, Mr. Noice? Must be terribly awful or something.
Just as I said, it is perhaps one of the most cruel forms of torture known today. An old South American Indian custom.
Have you ever seen it, Mr. Noice?
No. That is, the actual procedure of torture. But I have seen the dismal picture of what was left after the torture party. But let's not talk about it.
But you can tell us what happens. Why do they have to torture people?
It's practiced, or has been practiced, in nearly every country. Even in our own country, we had several forms of it. You know how they burned witches at the stake back in the old days?
Oh, yes, sir. And wasn't that awful? Gosh, how could they burn a witch when there isn't such a thing, and never was?
That was ignorance, Miss Jean. Our forefathers didn't know any better. They thought they were doing the right thing. It's the same right here in the jungle in Brazil.
You mean it's just ignorance among the Indians?
That's all. Even the North American Indians practiced all kinds of torture until they learned differently. Civilization brought on the change for the better.
But this Grogan, he's a white man. He ought to know better. Can't be just ignorance with him.
With Grogan, it's greed. Even among the white races, there are men who get so greedy for gold that they stop at nothing. Grogan is a white man who has slipped back in the scheme of things.
I'll say he slipped so far back that he's worse than any savage in the jungle.
Just the same, Grogan may think twice before he tries any dirty work.
Well, I still don't know what is meant by an anthill torture.
All right, Jean, I'll tell you. This jungle is just full of ants. Countless billions of them. All sorts, all colors, too, and all sizes.
But do they attack human beings?
Certain species do. The soldier ants, for instance, they're carnivorous.
But why are they called soldier ants? Because they're fierce and because they're fighters?
That's exactly the reason. The soldier ants are divided into two distinct classes, the officers and the common soldiers. The soldiers are about 1/3 of an inch long, but the officers are larger, about half an inch long.
Half an inch long? Gosh, those are ants what are ants. No wonder they're called soldiers.
Perhaps the main reason that they're so named is because of the way they travel. When migrating or changing location, they march like soldiers in a long column. The soldiers in endless rows, about 20 abreast.
Do you mean, then, that they actually march?
March, yes. In beautiful formation, too. And, strange to say, the officer ants are in single file alongside the main column, but about 4 or 5 inches to one side.
Why, just like regular soldiers in a regular army.
Just the same. And one more feature that distinguishes an officer ant, he has an enormous head with a vicious pair of strong pincers, just like wire cutters.
Gee whiz. It must be an awful sight to see an army of soldier ants on the march, isn't it? A long string of them, maybe hundreds of yards long, too.
Jimmy, 100 yards isn't anything. Why, there are records of soldier ants in columns up to 3 or 4 miles long.
Jumping Jerusalem. 3 or 4 miles long? And millions of them? Gosh, excuse me, but I don't want to see anything like that even.
No, it's a good thing to keep as far away as possible, for they stop at nothing. They will attack animals and men without any provocation, eat anything in sight. They'll enter a village and eat everything in the form of flesh that cannot escape. Vermin, snakes, mice, everything.
And nothing stops them, I suppose.
Nothing. Let me say that the strangest, almost unbelievable thing happened right in my own camp, up in the Wapis country. Pedro here was the first one to bring warning that we were in the path of the soldier ants. You remember that, Pedro?
Si, senor. Pedro, she would not forget that. No, never. Pedro, she was even see soldier ants in the sleep. She was dream of ants. She was have the what you call the night horse. No, night horse. No, that is not the word. Not the night horse.
Maybe you mean nightmare, Pedro.
That is him, isn't it? The nightmare. Pedro, she was get up in the middle of the black night and holler like the very Sam Hill. These soldier ants, they are the very bad ones.
But the strange thing you saw, Mr. Noice, what was it?
Well, to make a long story short, we had just finished the evening meal, getting the dishes cleaned up, when Pedro came bursting through the undergrowth into the little clearing. He was hollering, "Ants, formigos, soldados, plenty much ants, senor."
And I suppose you am straight away from that place.
We certainly did. We took all our duffel out of the harm's way and then came back to watch. Our campfire was just a nice rosy red, bright embers. And the fire was directly in the path of the ants, and they never swerved an inch.
You mean they went right through that hot fire?
Right through it, row after row after row. On they came, right into those red-hot embers burning to cinders, until the little charred corpses piled up so high they smothered the fire. And then the countless millions in that vast army that followed crossed over in perfect safety. The fire had been put out by ants.
For the love of Mike. And these are the ants that they used in this anthill torture stuff? Insects without fear?
That's right, Jimmy. The savages take the victim who is to be tortured, carry him to an anthill, dig a big hole in it, and put the victim in the hole, usually leaving his head out above the ground.
And the angry ants, I suppose, just swarm all over the victim's head.
Yes, biting and stinging, until finally the sufferer reaches the limit of endurance.
Oh, and that's what Grogan has in mind. Oh, Mr. Noice, I just hate that terrible man. I just hate him.
Oh, there now, Miss Jean. Just take it easy.
I can't, Mr. Noice. Grogan said he was going to give you some anthill medicine. Had it in for you, because you've interfered with his plan.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, Miss Jean. And while there's life, there's hope, you know.
Senor, listen. Grogan, she's coming back. I hear him. Wait, I will look.
Yes, it's Grogan, all right. He doesn't sound very happy. There's something wrong.
He is coming to this place, senor. He walked very quick, too.
They think they can get away with this. They're crazy.
Pedro, is Pat Donovan with Grogan?
No, here he come. Just Grogan. He is alone.
Yeah, I'll fix him. Now listen, Noice. Who do you think you are? You're forgetting that you're 2,000 miles from nowhere. Anything can happen here. You get me?
The way you're blowing off steam, something must have happened.
It has. A lot more's gonna happen if you don't get a wiggle on and cut out this double crossing.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, no? I suppose you don't know nothing about that airplane. I don't suppose you had a thing to do with jimmying up the works. That bird Donovan pipes up and tells me the ship's on the bum, out of commission.
Well, Grogan, what am I supposed to do about it? This is your worry, isn't it?
No, it's yours. You hear me? It's yours. That ship belongs to me now. That's the boss that's taken me and Limey Scroggins to the Black Flame country. It's bringing us back with the gold, see?
Well, Mr. Grogan, you don't mean to say the ship's disabled.
Cut it out. Don't try to kid the goldfish, young fella. I'm through pulling. You two kids rowing the secret code because Noice told you to. And somebody's put the aeroplane on the bum. You did that, Noice.
And what if I did?
What if you did? I'll tell you what. You're going to see that it's fixed up, and you're going to do it now. Butch Grogan says so. You hear me?
Mr. Grogan, that plane belongs to us, to Jimmy and me, and you've done enough damage.
You darn tootin'. And if Jim and me want to keep you from getting away from that ship, that's our business.
Now listen, all of you. I'm running this racket, see? And if you keep rubbing me the wrong way, it's just going to be too bad. You get that?
Well, the Brazilian authorities...
The Brazilian authorities. That. The spiggies. Now listen to me. I got to have a copy of that secret code. And that aeroplane has got to be put back in running order, and it's got to be done now.
But why, Mr. Grogan? It doesn't belong to you.
I'll tell you why. Because if they ain't, that anthill party gets going. Did you tell Mr. Noice about it? I hope you did. How would you like to see him sitting up to his neck in ants?
Oh.
Don't pay any attention to him, children. Grogan has always been a loudmouth person. Does a lot of talking. Don't let him fool you. Give him no information about the secret code.
All right. Have it your way. But don't blame me for what happens. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes to make up your mind. 10 minutes. That's all. Me, I'm just going to go hunt up a nice anthill. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll see what we'll do.
Grogan means business this time. He means to get hold of a new secret code no matter who has to suffer. And he's going to get that plane fixed up or else. In 10 minutes, he will be back. Will it be the anthill or does... But wait. Tune in on our next broadcast for another thrilling chapter of this great drama of the jungle lands in the Amazon country.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You remember in the last chapter, little Jean and Jim Brady, just using a little good old ingenuity, managed to outwit the Indian guard that Grogan had placed to watch the plane in which Pat Donovan, the pilot, was imprisoned, bound, and gagged. It was a brave thing to do. But boys and girls of today are willing to try almost anything, no matter how difficult, just so they can be of help. And they often can help. Mr. Noice doesn't know yet about the stunt they pulled. Neither does that scoundrel Grogan, but he will, don't you worry. He's going down to that airplane before long, and he's in for about the biggest surprise he ever had in his whole life. Jimmy and Jean are with Donovan now, all three of them hurrying to pull the water-soaked Indian into the cabin of the plane. And then for more plans. Plans that may make Grogan squirm and wish he had never entered the jungle. But let's listen.
You know, Pat, about all I've done since I came into this terrible country is get soaking wet. Gosh, I've been in and out of rivers so often, I'm beginning to feel like a sardine.
Well, it certainly was a mighty fine stunt you two pulled. Begorry, I could hardly believe my own eyes when I saw Jean here come into the cabin. And I'll never be forgetting that.
But didn't you hear us? Didn't you sort of suspicion that something was up? Gosh, it seemed like Jean and I made a whole lot of noise down there in the water.
Well, maybe you thought so because you were so tense your nerves were on edge. And no wonder. Every little sound must have listened like a big noise. No, I never heard the sound until that Indian yelled.
And did he yell, though? I was listening for Jimmy to give me the high sign, but I didn't hear him at all, just the Indian.
Well, I wanted to yell, too. But the dirty cloth that Grogan had over my mouth, well, it just wouldn't let me.
For one thing, Pat, you sure didn't lose much time getting out into the water after you did get free.
I'll say. Why, Pat, you still had cords of rope around you when you dived.
Yes, but not enough to hinder me, though. And I knew that Jimmy needed me help.
I'll say I did. That Indian just wouldn't quit struggling, remember?
Yes, yes. Well, now, it seems to me that the first thing we do is put some more rope around this gazebo here. We got his wrists and feet tied, but it isn't enough. You know, them Indians are slippery customers, and don't you be forgetting it.
Well, here's some pieces of rope. Too bad I had to cut it up so badly when I set you free.
Oh, never mind that, Miss Jean. So we'll just use a few more pieces here and put them where they'll do the most good.
Then let's all get to work. We'll all tie some knots.
Well, now, Miss Jean, I wondered if you'd leave that to Jimmy and me here. We need someone to keep watch out there. Could you be getting up to the little cabin window now and watch the riverbank?
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm thinking Grogan will be paying us a visit pretty soon.
Yeah, and when that happens, we got to be all set to welcome him and make him sort of feel at home. And how?
All right. Just leave the window watching to me. I'm swell at that. I had a lot of experience lately. But, gee, I sure do wish I had some dry clothes, though.
Say, Pat, how about you taking care of this Indian? I mean, you can do all the tying yourself.
Well, Begorian, it's the one thing I'm good at. But what do you want to do?
Well, I got some little important things to do here. First, I want to get our spare guns and ammunition from the locker. Say, will you look at this? The locker's empty. Not a gun, not even a cartridge left.
Yes, I could have told you that. I lay here flat on my back, all tied up, helpless, while Grogan went through the locker and took every gun and bullet.
Well, what did he do with them? Surely he didn't throw them to the river, Pat.
No, he handed them out the door to Indians in a canoe. And you know, I'm thinking maybe they're up in the village somewhere.
Oh, gosh, Jimmy. That about ruins all our plans. Mr. Noice needs a gun, and so does Pedro.
Well, and so do I. But we'll have to do the next best thing. I don't know what that's going to be at all.
Oh, I guess we're licked. Licked good and proper.
Oh, no, we're not. And don't say it, Gene. We're not licked yet. Not by a long shot.
Now, Jimmy, look. Where is this Scroggins man, Grogan's partner? Have you seen him?
I'll say we saw him. Mr. Noice laid a swell trap for him, and he fell for it, too. He fell like a load of bricks. But that guy's dumb as they make him, Pat.
Maybe Scroggins is, but not Grogan. No, sir, Pat. Grogan was behind the hut listening to Mr. Noice fix things up with Scroggins. And Grogan didn't waste any time.
You mean Grogan heard Scroggins trying to put over a double cross?
Yes, sir.
He sure did. And what happened to Scroggins? Well, we don't exactly know, but when Scroggins went out of the door of the hut, it happened.
To Scroggins? Something happened to Scroggins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Grogan had it already arranged before he came into the hut. Oh, he must have had a flock of big Indians waiting outside there.
Oh, so that's how the land lays. Grogan had his Indians pounce on Scroggins, eh?
I'll say they did. You should have heard Scroggins yell, too. It didn't sound so good, either.
Well, then Scroggins must be a prisoner in the village somewhere. Anyone else but Grogan would have used a gun or a spear, but that method is too swift for Grogan. He likes to see his enemies suffer.
And I suppose it's the anthills for Scroggins, too. Well, Mr. Noice and Pedro are going to have company, it seems.
Oh, no, they're not. Not if we can do anything about it, Gene. And it's certainly up to us, too.
Well, now, if you two have any plans, no matter how impossible they may appear, let me hear them. I'm with you to the finish. You know, I still got me 2 fists, and I can use them.
Well, that's one of the reasons we swam out to this plain and got you loose, Pat. We can't do much without you.
We got one chance, Pat, and it's just one. Scroggins hid his automatic under his bedroll in his hut. That's certain, because we saw him hide it there.
Yes?
He came out with his holster empty.
Oh, then you think we could maybe sneak into the village and get hold of that gun?
Well, maybe we can, Pat, but it isn't going to be so easy. You see, Gene and I already tried it. We found some Indians there, though.
Oh, yes, Pat, and they hollered at us. I guess they were telling us to get out and stay out. It sounded like it.
Yes. Well, then Scroggins is a prisoner in his own hut. That's why the Indians were there. And whereabouts is this hut where Mr. Noice and Pedro are being kept?
Well, it's almost directly across the street. We sat in the hut with Mr. Noice and watched Scroggins when he went to hide his gun. That's why we know that it's almost directly across, see?
Well, how about coming up behind the hut, then, from among the trees?
But that's the only way it can be done. But Grogan warned Jimmy and me that he had Indian guards all over the place.
Oh, guards, eh? Well, now, that makes it more difficult. But for them, we could make it. Uh-oh. Them Indian drums are making more noise up there in the village than I ever heard before.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the celebration, Pat. Grogan explained it, and so did Mr. Noice. The anthill stuff is supposed to take place tomorrow, and tonight they celebrate the occasion.
Well, then look now. If the Indians get going on this celebration, they get all hot and bothered, maybe the guards will let down a little.
You mean that we might be able to do something when the dance is going full blast?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe with all the noise and the drums and the shouting and the yelling, we can slip in quietly, even though we have to dress up like Indians to fool them.
Well, count me in on that, Pat.
I guess that goes for me, too.
Well, very good. Now, this big red man here, I guess we got him nicely taken care of. He isn't going to get out of these ropes, and he won't be able to yell through all that bunch of rags.
Oh, gosh, If Grogan should come down here now, maybe we could grab him. Oh, say, I just noticed something out there. A little canoe, a kind of dugout almost hidden in the bushes, right across from here.
Where? Oh, yes. Oh, that's the canoe that Grogan used to bring me out here. Now, if he comes back, he'll paddle out. I don't think he likes to swim so very well.
Well, now listen, Pat, and you too, Jimmy. How about trying the stunt Mr. Noice advised?
What stunt? Oh, you mean the one about trying to swing the ship around?
Yes, why not? We got a swell chance now.
Swing the old bus around? You mean and get ready to take off again?
Sure. Mr. Noice advised us to do that, to get into the air as quickly as possible, head down the river, and warn the Brazilian authorities.
But listen, Pat, we can't do it. We can't leave here without Mr. Noice and Pedro.
Well, I'm thinking you're right, Jimmy, my boy. But while there's life, there's hope, and we still got a good kick or two left in us. But now listen. Maybe we should turn the nose of the plane around. Have her ready just in case we do succeed, eh?
But what if Grogan comes back down here and sees the plane turned around? He'll be on his guard. He'll know that something's fishy.
Say, that's right. Gosh, I hadn't thought of that.
Miss Jean, we leave the ship sitting right where she is. Plenty of time to get it twisted around when we get Grogan where we want him.
Well, but what about when Grogan gets down here and finds his Indian guard has disappeared? Isn't he going to be kind of suspicious?
Well, I thought of that too, Miss Jean, but we'll just have to chance it. You know, he may think that the Indian has left his post to join in the festivities in the village. Well, at least we hope he'll think so.
Say, Pat, could you handle Grogan alone? Or maybe if Jean stayed with you, the two of you?
Oh, but what about you, Jimmy? Where do you think you're going?
I'm going up to the village. Look, Jean, you remember that box of stuff I brought with me? That stuff that Uncle said was just excess baggage?
Oh, you mean all the doohickeys, the tricks and things?
Sure. Well, how about me going up to the Indian ceremonial, and when the old witch doctor starts strutting his stuff, I'll get going too. But I can make his hair stand on end.
Oh, no, that's too risky to do it alone, Jimmy. Now, if I went along with you and Miss Jean, well, I'd be all for it, but...
Say, Pat, if I once got going good, that bunch of superstitious Indians would be more scared than I would. What do you say? Okay, would you?
Well, I don't know. You know, I feel kind of responsible for the two of you until Mr. Noice gets free. But what about the things you mentioned? What are the stunts you want to pull?
Oh, just little tricks. But if I can fool the kids back home with them, think what can be done with that bunch of Indians. Say, when I get through, they'll have nightmares. And every night in the week, too. They'll be so scared they won't even go out of doors.
Well, it sounds kind of good to me.
Wait, hold everything. Somebody's coming.
Grogan, I'll bet. Gosh, we're in luck, Pat. And it's just getting dark enough, too. Maybe we can fool him.
Look, you see him? Coming down the trail from the village.
Yeah.
Just one man. Wait till he gets nearer. That clump of trees, the big ones to the left. Do you see him now?
Come on, Pat. Let's get to our battle station. Things are going to pop in a big way, and soon, too.
Things are going to pop. Is it Butch Grogan coming down the path? Will he cross in the little canoe? What will Donovan and the children do without a weapon, and will the coming darkness cover their actions? Big things will happen in the next episode of The Black Flame of the Amazon. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You remember how Grogan, a white renegade of the jungle, imprisoned a celebrated scientist named James Brady. Then, when his little son and daughter, heading a rescue party by amphibian aeroplane, reached the jungles, they fell foul of Grogan. He stole their secret code, the key to the mystery of the treasure map. About this time, Mr. Noice, the famous explorer, happens on the scene and goes to the aid of the children. Harboring an old grudge against Mr. Noice, Grogan plans and succeeds in capturing Mr. Noice and his assistant, Pedro. The latter two are to be tortured in the old Indian fashion, buried alive in an anthill. The children, however, pluckily regain possession of their commandeered aeroplane, and with the help of the pilot, Pat Donovan, they await the arrival of Grogan, who is expected at any moment. The plan is to rescue Mr. Noice and Pedro before morning, when the anthill torture is timed to begin. Donovan and Little Jean and Jim Brady are now in the cabin of the aeroplane. The Indian guard is all tied and gagged. Away in the distance, coming through the dim, steaming jungle, they see a man approaching. It may be Grogan. Let's listen.
Now, if this is Grogan, it will be better for you two kids to get down flat on the cabin floor. Get in behind where the Indian is lying.
Oh, but what for, Pat? We want to help. Why can't we?
Now, it's too dangerous. I'd be too worried. I couldn't give my best attention to our visitor. And on the floor, you'll be safer in behind that Indian there.
Okay.
He's all tied up and he can't hurt you.
We know that, Donovan, but heck, how can we see what's going on if we're hiding behind an Indian? Listen, we don't have to hide behind anything, not even a savage Indian.
I know. But if Grogan has a pistol or a rifle, he may start bombarding us from the shoreline. And he's a good shot. In behind that Indian, well, any bullets coming in here, that Indian would be some protection, you see?
Well, listen, Pat, we were told to always obey our elders, but listen, please. We're in this thing up to our necks, and it's our fault.
Please, Pat. Please. We'll feel so much better if we get in on this shindig. We just don't know how much we can help.
Oh, but you're all wrong, Miss Jean. I do know. Look, I'd still be a prisoner, all trussed up with rope and a filthy rag in my mouth if you two hadn't come to my rescue. You swam and dived in that dirty black river, and I'm not forgetting that. Never.
Well, what do we do, Pat? Do we go on
Oh, now, and it isn't me that's after stopping you. Maybe I'll be mighty thankful that you did insist on being on deck.
Okay, then. You're the boss, Pat.
Now, wait. Where is that man now? I can't see him.
Huh? I've lost him too, Pat. Well, just sort of slipped out of sight. He certainly was headed down the river right here.
Say, I'll bet that was Grogan. I bet he noticed the Indian was missing, and now he is suspicious.
I think you've got the answer, Jimmy. Very likely he's creeping through the bush now, edging closer. Well, we'll soon know.
We'll let him edge. That's what we want, isn't it?
Yes, and here's what we do then. I'm laying down on the cabin floor again. There's some rope, little pieces, lots of them. Now, when I get on the floor, Jimmy, you just tuck the ends of the rope in around me.
Oh, you mean to make it look like you're still tied up?
Yes, to make it look like I'm still a prisoner. Then, just before he comes out in the little dugout, you two hide. One of you under the bunk where you can be near to lend a hand. Now, Jimmy, that'll be you.
Okay, Pat.
Well, say, what about me? I'm still here, you know.
I'm not forgetting you, Miss Jean. You've got a big job ahead of you, too. Just this. As soon as we get Grogan in here, first thing he'll do is to bend over.
He sure will.
Now, I'll jump up and grab him before he can reach for his gun. Jimmy will tackle him around the legs or, well, anywhere.
Yes, sir.
Now, there'll be a scrap, all right.
I'll say there will. You know, Grogan is a big bruiser, all right, and he's strong as an ox, too.
While the battle is on, Jean, you get out the cabin door, take his dugout, and get ashore. You understand?
All right. I got it so far. I get ashore, then what?
You hot-foot it up to the village. Now, with Grogan out of the way, maybe Mr. Noice and Pedro can bluff their way out of the place and get down here in a hurry. Now, how does that sound?
Okay by me, Pat, and just leave it at that. I'll take care of my end of things.
I know you will. And now we might as well get going. I'm getting down on my back again. Making a good job of it now, Jimmy. Come on.
Oh, but listen, Pat. We forgot something. That Indian here. If Grogan comes in, he'll see the Indian the first thing.
By George, Jean, that's right. That's noticing things.
I'll say it is. That's good stuff, Gene. That's using the old bean, all right.
Well, come on, Jimmy. We got to get this big fellow back into the rear compartment out of the way. Jean, you keep watch at the cabin window there, but be careful to stay well out of sight.
Oh, they won't see me, Pat. You go ahead. Let me do the watching.
All right. Now, all set, Jimmy. You grab this fellow's big feet.
I'll
take him by the shoulders. He's going to be a load, so we've got to hide him. Load or no load. Up.
Oh.
Now, come on. Boots together.
Holy mackerel. They must feed Indians on iron bolts or something.
Hold it. It isn't Grogan at all. It's another Indian.
Oh, heck. And after we got this bird lifted off the floor, too.
Just an Indian, eh? Okay, Jimmy. Let this one down. Come on. Easy. There. I've got an idea. We're going to have another Indian in here.
Well, this one out on the bank, he's got a blowgun. He's looking across at the ship. Listen.
Say, he's looking for his pal. I bet that's the new guard. Grogan is likely to send him down and relieve this one we captured, don't you think?
So I suspicion. And we're in a bigger muddle now than if that had been Grogan himself. If that fellow over there gets suspicious, the first thing he'll do is to go back and tell Grogan.
Yes, he'll spill the beans, all right. Gosh, Pat, don't we have the rottenest luck, though?
Say, I'll bet he thinks the Indian is inside the cabin, all right. Gosh, Pat, can't you speak Indian? Can't you call back to him or something?
Devil a word, my lad. Irish is about all I'm good at.
He's still standing there. Hurry, folks. Think of something.
Say, I got it, Pat. Let's give that bird out there a good look at the Indian on the floor. I mean, if that Indian out there could see this one, maybe he'd come on over.
But how? We can't unloose the prisoner. He'd take courage knowing his pal is out on the bank. He'd yell and maybe push his fist through the window.
All right, Pat. Are you game to try something?
What?
Let's get our prisoner over to the cabin window.
Are you meaning to boost him up to the window, then?
Sure, why not? We can keep him all tied up. We can sort of steady him. Let's go, Pat. You take the gag out of his mouth, and I'll get the big axe over there, the big machete.
All right. I'll unloosen the gag. Go ahead, Jimmy. Hurry.
I got it. You got the gag off, Pat?
Now, in a jiffy. Wait. Just one more knot. There. There she is.
Okie dokie. And now it's my turn. Let me talk to him.
Very well, but how? You don't know any more of the Indian lingo than I do.
Well, I guess I can make him understand, all right. Watch this. Look, Mr. Savage. Well, look now. You know what I mean when I put my fingers to my lip like this and do this?
Shh. Seems like he understands. I think he nodded his head.
Yeah. Now, remember, Mr. Indian, we want a whole lot of shh, or else off comes your coconut. Like that, see?
He understands, I guess. Begolly, I would, too, with somebody standing over me with a big, sharp, overgrown hatchet like that. Oh, yes.
Well, let's go then, Pat. Gene, is the other one still there?
Yes, still waiting. He doesn't seem to be afraid of anything. He just seems puzzled.
Then here we go, Jimmy. Come up.
Okay.
Up, sit there, easy. Up. We got to get this fella on his feet. All his legs around to the cabin wall. Now then, when we boost him up to his feet, he'll be at the window. Come on.
Up we go. Remember now, Red Man, use your head. Shh. No speak 'em. No open 'em up your mouth, not at all. Plenty no speak, savvy?
Let's try it.
We can sort of steer this fellow. Have him bend over a little till his face is at the cabin window. Easy now. There.
I'm going to rap on the window.
Okay.
Swell, Jimmy. He sees. He's looking right across at us.
Let's go then, Jimmy. That was all that was needed. Down with this one again. Now, hurry. And you, wait. Let's drag him over to the back there. Now then, Jimmy, you fix that gag again. I'm going to get ready for Cousin Willie when he arrives. How is it, Jean?
Well, he's getting ready to dive, I think. Yeah, here he comes.
Okay, I've got this one all fixed again.
All right, now. Better stand a little clear of the cabin hatchway, though. Give me lots of room to work. This one won't be half drowned, you know. He'll be as lively as an eel.
But can't we help?
Yes. As soon as I get a good hold on him, I'll shout. Then, Jean, there's 2 more little pieces of rope on the floor. You take care of them.
Okay.
We're going to need them in a hurry.
All right.
Listen, he's here.
All right, now. I'll be in the shadow by the hatchway when he opens up. Now, I'm grabbing him by the neck or the best grabbing place I see. Easy now. Shh. Quiet.
Mondo, Your Honor. Mondo.
I got him. I got him.
Hang on, Pat. Hang on.
For the love of Mike, and what is it you think I'm doing? Playing tag with him? Grab him by the hair, Jimmy. He's got lots of it. Come on, hurry.
I got him. Tight, Jimmy.
Here. Down on the... There. Now, maybe that'll stop you from waking up the neighborhood. You would yell and holler, you long-haired heathen, eh?
Watch out he doesn't bite your hand off, Pat.
Well, I got to keep him quiet. We can't have him giving the alarm. How about it, Jean?
I got his feet tied, okay. Here, Jimmy, grab. You fix his hands.
Turn him over on his tummy, Pat. We'll get his hands behind his back. It's safer that way. We haven't got any too much rope either.
Okay, help yourself.
Ooh. You folks mind if I sit down? Whew, I'm about all in. Suffering shrimps. We got 2 Indians now. Oh, gosh, maybe we'll have to stick around for a week. Get them one at a time, huh?
Oh, no, we won't. Listen, as long as Grogan sent this new guard, then he isn't figuring on coming in person. So Mr. Noice is still in a bad fix, and I'm going to do something about that.
But what, Jimmy?
Well, there you are, Pat. You can let go now. He's all fixed. But it's up to you to keep him quiet. Me, I'm getting back to my little box of dooflickies, and I'm heading for the village.
And I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm going alone, and I'm going now.
Well, that's making up one's mind in a hurry. Jimmy doesn't waste any time. What success will he have with his box of dooflickies, his magic tricks? Well, boys and girls, we will just have to be patient until our next program to find out what Jimmy does. There will be plenty of excitement, though. Jimmy alone with a band of savages, and just some magic tricks for a weapon. the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Remember, out in the cabin of their amphibian, Jim and Jean Brady, the two children with the pilot of their ship, Pat Donovan, have succeeded in capturing 2 Indians, big savage men with blowguns and poison darts, who have been appointed guards to see that no one takes the planes. These guards are in the employ of a cruel-hearted white man named Butch Grogan, a ruthless rascal whose heart is greedy for gold. Mr. Noice is still a prisoner in the Indian village nearby, and Pedro is with him. The Indian village is a scene of growing activity and excitement. A celebration, a ceremonial feast and dance is about to begin in honor of Mr. Noice, who's to be tortured at sunup by the cruelest of all tortures, buried alive in an anthill, a hill of soldier ants containing millions of these fierce half-inch long insects. All this will happen, provided Mr. Noice isn't rescued by morning. But little Jim Brady has a plan, somewhat far-fetched, perhaps, but anything is worth trying now. Listen.
But look, Jimmy, always it's been you and me. Why, we've always gone together. Gosh, maybe you'll get into trouble. There's an awful scat of Indians up there.
And that's just the reason I want to go up to the village alone. One person can get by better than 2.
That's what you think. But say, there's a lot of things I can do, too. Just because I'm a girl is no reason. What do you say, Pat?
Well, now, I don't want to be getting mixed up in any family argument here, but I do think that girls should stay out of Indian villages as much as possible.
You hear that, Jane? Pat agrees with me.
Well, he doesn't agree with me, and I've got my mind made up, Jimmy. So there. Where you go, I go.
Now, can you imagine that, Pat? Gosh, a fellow can't even go places now unless his sister is tagging along. Jane, you just get in my way.
Oh, quit stalling, Jimmy. I know you better than that. You're just saying that. But I know. You think maybe I can't take it.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Jeannie. But I don't think Dad would like it very well if he knew you were getting into danger.
Okay, then. But how about you? Would he think it would be okay for you? Like fun, he would.
Jimmy, it seems to me you're losing out in the argument. And after all, you know, as I understand it, Grogan isn't meaning to harm either one of you, nor me for that fact. I'm the pilot of this ship, and it's useless to him if I don't tag along.
Well, I know that, Pat. But Jean and me, we're quite safe. Grogan needs us to explain the secret code.
Sure, for that treasure map is just a lot of meaningless lines and things without the secret code.
Well, now, that's just what I've been saying. So Jean won't be running into a great deal of danger. And another thing, it'll be company for you, Jimmy. You know, I'd like to go with you, but I just got to stick to this ship. If Grogan should come down here, I want to get my hands on him.
But listen, Pat, I'm not thinking about us. It's Mr. Noice and Pedro.
Well, sure, and don't I know it? But I can't for the life of me see just how we can do very much about it at all.
And that's the tough part of it, too. If it wasn't for the Indians, we'd have half a chance.
Well, very likely Mr. Noice and Pedro could handle Grogan.
Maybe, but not with several hundred Indians against them.
And that's exactly what I was trying to do. figure out some plan to get the Indians out of the way.
And you think the box of dooflickies might do it, Jimmy?
Well, now, wait here. Now, that box there, it contains dooflickies. That's what you call them. Well, I don't remember ever seeing a dooflicky. What is a dooflicky?
Oh, Pat, listen, I guess I should have explained dooflickies. It's just a word. It sort of fits in, see? It can mean lots of things. But wait, Pat, here's what I had in mind. Look in there.
Well, now, say, what is this to be? A fireworks celebration or something?
Well, you're almost right. Pat, that's what this stuff is supposed to be for, celebrating.
Oh, well, these big firecracker things, what are you going to do with them? And where did you get them?
Oh, that stuff. Well, Jimmy and me, we got a big armful last year. And we were going to shoot them off and celebrate, but it rained and stormed that night. And the fireworks stuff was all off.
Yeah, and it was the very next day that we got a letter saying that Dad was in trouble. So we sort of had other things to think about than shoot off rockets and things.
Yes, and so you brought them along. Well, I'd say they were excess baggage, all right, when there's so many other things needed.
But you don't understand, Pat. Listen, what would you do if you lost your daddy and then you found him again? Wouldn't you sort of celebrate, too?
Well, sure now. And that is about the one thing I'd be after doing, Ginny.
Okay, that's what Gene and me had in mind when we packed these fireworks in the plane.
Sure. We meant to have a swell celebration when we rescued Daddy and discovered the black flame and the Inca gold.
Well, it's a mighty swell idea, all right. Now, if I was you, I'd just put him away for a time, until we find your dad. I don't see how fireworks can help much in this shindig anyway.
Well, neither did I until just a little while ago. Mr. Noice told us that the element of surprise was the best thing when dealing with hostile natives.
And just how will fireworks fit into the picture?
Well, gosh, I don't exactly know yet, but they might. Maybe if we all get our heads together, we might think up something.
Listen, Jimmy, if these fireworks are going to do us any good, we first have to get near the ceremonial fire.
And I've got an idea. How about us making our faces brown like the Indians?
And maybe dress up like the Indians. There's that little Indian drum hanging on the cabin wall. I could thump that.
Sure. We'll take that little tom-tom and go join the Indian dance.
Oh, swell. If they get as excited about their ceremonial as Mr. Noice says they do, why, maybe they'll never notice us.
Yeah, and we can get a chance to pull something.
Well, but where did the tom-tom come from? I don't remember ever noticing it before.
Well, the night you went away for assistance down at the swamp, we fixed up the hoot nanny again. The loudspeaker in the trees, remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and it works well, too. The Indian flew the coop, and in the morning, Gene and I, we found that little tom-tom quite near the plane.
Oh, well, most likely an Indian must have dropped it when he went scrambling for home.
Oh, gosh, if we only had that loudspeaker now, maybe we could make enough noise to scare them again.
But we haven't. It's still hanging up there in the trees. But say, I got an idea for making some real weird noises. Pat, you remember the roars we used to make back home?
The roarers? No, I don't think I ever heard of them. What are they?
You mean the little things we used to make out of the round breakfast food cartons?
That's what I mean, Gene. Look, Pat, maybe we can make some swell roars.
Well, now, if such a thing could be done, well, I'm all for it.
All right. Gene, get that little tom-tom off the wall.
Okay.
Pat, have you got a tube of cement, the kind you patch the wings with?
Well, sure, and you bet I have. Waterproof stuff dries almost immediately. Do you want it?
And how? Wait, I got a long piece of twine in my pocket somewhere. I had it. Yeah, here it is. Give me the tom-tom, Gene.
Jimmy, here's the cement.
Open the tube, Pat, and squeeze it all out. Hurry.
You want me to squeeze it here, right here, in the center of the skin on this tom-tom?
Yeah, right there. That's well. And now then, I'm going to stick this end of the twine right on the glue, like this, and then let it dry for a while.
I guess it must be all right, but it certainly doesn't look like anything that's going to scare Indians very badly.
Oh, no? Well, you just wait until you hear it. Here, Gene, you hold it. Don't jiggle it. Let the cement dry.
Okay.
I've got some powdered rosin in the medical kit. I'll get some.
Well, now, what do we do with the powdered rosin now? I thought they just used it to play fiddles with.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the rosin on the violin bow that makes the sound come from the violin.
Oh, it's the rosin on the string that makes the big noise on a roar. Okay, I've got it, Pat. Now, while Gene holds the tom-tom steady, you hold out the piece of twine. Now, don't yank it loose from the cement, though.
Well, I'll try not to. But look here. Aren't we sort of wasting time? This isn't getting us anywhere about helping Mr. Noice and Pedro, you know.
Well, maybe not yet, but it will. Hold it tight, Pat. That's it. I want to rub some of this powdered rosin on the twine. Gosh, Pat, I hope this does what I think it will.
Well, I'm hoping the same thing. I don't know what it is or what it does, but I'm hoping just the same.
Well, just hold your horses. Let me have the tom-tom now, Gene. How's the cement? Gosh, it looks dry as can be.
Oh, that's quick stuff to dry, all right, Jimmy.
Well, listen, I'm going to try this. Not loud, see, just a little bit. Just in case the cement isn't quite dry yet. Listen, I just hold the rosin twine and pull my thumb and finger along it. Listen.
Say, that is something, Jimmy. But is that all the loudness?
Well, you wait for just a little while, Gene, until I think it's sure the twine is good and dry. Then I'll let you hear some real noise. I'll hold the string tighter when it's slipping through my fingers.
Well, now that it's all made up, just what do you intend doing with it?
Like this, Pat. You're going to stay right here with the ship. Be ready to help us when we get back. Or maybe we'll have Mr. Noice and Pedro with us.
Well, that's understood, but what about this here contraption now?
Well, I was coming to that. Gene wants to go along with me. All right, that suits me now. Look, Gene, you and I, we're going up to the village now.
Okay.
And I'm carrying the fireworks, the whole box of them.
And me? I'll take the tom-tom, I suppose.
Right. And now then, when we get to the edge of the village, we stop among the trees. You stick there. Hang on to the roar and wait till you get the signal. And then give this thing the works.
And what is the signal? Are you going to be up in the village?
You darn tootin'. I've got to try to do something with these fireworks.
You know, Jimmy, something seems to tell me this is going to work, and I'm for hoping so.
So do I. But let's check up on the supply. Here's some firecrackers. Here's a bundle of big Roman candles. 6 of them. And here's a big skyrocket.
Ooh, sure. And when it starts climbing, it sure hisses a mess of sparks.
And, Pat, here's something you can do. When you hear the drum stop, use this.
But what is it?
It's a floral bomb, just like a rocket. Only when it's way up in the air, it explodes, and a great mass of colored balls of fire just hang in the air, way up high.
Oh, yes. Well, now, look here. You say I got to set this off when the ceremonial drums stop beating. But now, how will we know?
We won't. But if the drums don't quit, well, then I'm crazy. Say, let's try this roar again and see if it works. Hang on to your seat, folks. Okay, I'm all ready. Let's go, Gene.
Okay, Jimmy.
And remember, Pat, when the drums quit, shoot off that floral bomb. Come on, Gene. So long, Pat.
And good luck to you, Jimmy, my boy.
Well, it appears like we're going to have a fireworks celebration in the jungle. And Jimmy seems to think the drums are going to quit all of a sudden. Wonder just what he has in mind. Say, there's going to be some excitement in that Indian village, and Jimmy says if it works, Mr. Noice and Pedro will be set free from the clutches of Grogan. Gosh, it's going to be difficult to wait until the next broadcast to find out just what happens. But I guess we'll have to. So remember, you and I, we have a date to listen to the next chapter. I'll be seeing you. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Jimmy and Jean Brady, obeying the orders of Mr. Noice, deliberately cut Limey Scroggins loose and arranged that he go over to the hut where Pedro is guarding Butch Grogan. Limey Scroggins, you recall, is a very unreliable scoundrel. He professes friendship with Mr. Noice's party and is swearing revenge on Grogan, his ex-partner in crime. Mr. Noice suspects Scroggins and his grave promises and means to make a test. Jimmy and Jean are told to get behind Grogan's hut and listen to the conversation when these two renegades get together. Jimmy and Jean are stealthily approaching from the back of the hut, trying to keep out of sight from the savage Indians who are now swinging into their wild ceremonial dance around the newly kindled fire.
We made it, Jimmy. Gosh, we made it.
Nothing to it, Jean. Those Indians are too busy dancing and yelling to notice us.
Oh, yes, and all because there's to be a big show tomorrow at dawn, an anthill torture party. You know, Jimmy, I kind of thought that maybe Grogan was just fooling.
Don't kid yourself, Jean. Grogan's skin may be white, but that is as far as it goes. He got the Indians here to help him capture us, and he had to promise those Indians some sort of a reward.
And this is part of it. Gosh, isn't it going to be swell, though? Mr. Noice gets Grogan back downriver and thrown in jail. Gee, I guess I just won't ever sleep sound again until that does happen.
Come on, Jean. Let's toddle. It's 2 huts down from here.
Okay.
We might as well get hidden good before Limey Scroggins gets here. We don't want to miss a word. Mr. Noice wants us to know everything.
But listen, Jimmy. Wait. I guess I'm just a little dumb. I don't get the idea. Why doesn't Mr. Noice send both Scroggins and Grogan back downriver?
You mean turn them both over to the Brazilian authorities?
Why, sure. Wouldn't that be the easiest way? They'd both be out of the way, and we wouldn't have any more trouble.
But don't you remember when we were first captured here? Remember it was Scroggins who boasted that he knew where our dad was being held, knew the Indian village, and knew everything about it.
Of course I remember. Gosh, how I hated him after that. That's why I want to see him shut up in the hoosegow, too.
But listen, Jean. Mr. Noice knows all the answers in this country. Look now. This Limey Scroggins seems to be the only one who knows exactly where Dad is right now. He could lead us there in a hurry. Otherwise...
I get it. Otherwise, we might travel miles and miles all over the jungle.
Yes, and maybe even then we may never find Dad at all, you see. We really need Scroggins. But if he's a double-crosser, as Mr. Noice suspects, he'd be a very dangerous man to have in our party.
Then why are we taking this chance on him? Why don't we...
Wait now, Jean. Listen. Mr. Noice has suspicions.
Yeah?
He means to find out if Scroggins is really on our side, see? If he is, well, he goes with us and Grogan goes to jail.
Oh, I guess I'm beginning to get it now. If Scroggins is the kind of double-crosser Mr. Noice thinks he is, then Scroggins will make some kind of a deal with Grogan, and it'll be the two of them against us.
That's it exactly.
But Hector's pup, think how dangerous it is. Mr. Noice instructed Pedro to turn over the automatic pistol to Scroggins, and leave Scroggins in the hut with Grogan.
And we're here to listen to what goes on as soon as Pedro leaves the hut.
Yeah, but Scroggins is armed by then. He has his own automatic pistol. What if he shoots Mr. Noice and maybe captures us all again?
Well, I thought of that, too. But I'm betting on Mr. Noice. He knows exactly what he's doing.
I know it, Jimmy. I know it. Oh, I guess we haven't got very much to worry about.
Yeah, only those Indians at the campfire. Gee whiz. When those Roman candles and things get popping, there's going to be an awful riot. Gene, I'm kind of scared about it myself.
Oh, so am I. But I guess if we keep hidden in behind the huts here, we may never be noticed. Say, how long before the fuses on the fireworks start, Jimmy?
I don't know, Gene. I stuck them away down deep among the firewood. There isn't much wind blowing, and the fire is burning kind of slowly. It might be several minutes yet, but when once they do start shooting, boy.
Look, Jimmy, let's go around to the front and go in and see Pedro. Maybe we should tell him that Scroggins will be along soon.
Say, that's an idea, but no use both of us going. Gene, you go around and I'll stick right here. And if Scroggins starts coming, I'll warn you in time to get out. I'll make a sound like an owl, like this.
Okay, I'll be listening, and I'll bluff as much as I can. Well, I guess I better get going. I'll be right back and meet you behind Grogan's hut then.
Why doesn't Scroggins get a move on? He must still be in that hut across the clearing. Maybe he's scared to come out with the Indians all hooping it up like that.
Pedro! Pedro! It's Jean!
Ah, it is the senorita. Senorita, come into my spider, said the little parlor to the little fly. Come in, come in. Look, senorita, this thing on the floor here. It is not the bundle of rubbishes for the pile of junk. No, no. It is the pretty Mr. Grogan.
Miss Jean, cut me loose, will you? Take that gun away from Pedro. Cut me loose, and you and me'll be friends. What do you say? What do you say?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Grogan, but I can't do it at all. I have my instructions from Mr. Noice.
Instructions from Noice? What instructions? What's he going to do with me? Ship me back downriver and throw me in that rotten Brazilian jail again? Well, we'll
Hey,
What?
Shut up, Grogan. Or maybe I start biting those big ears of yours now. Senorita, you have the message from Mr. Noice? Yes, no?
I sure have, Pedro. It's just this. Jimmy and me, we cut Limey Scroggins loose. We came over here, sneaked up to the end of the street, and crossed over and came down behind the hut.
See, where is Jimmy now?
Oh, he has other duties to attend to right now. I'm to meet him later.
Oh, Scroggins, he is coming here then?
Yes, Pedro. That's Mr. Noice's orders. Scroggins is to come here, and you're to hand over that automatic to him. Scroggins is going to relieve you. Scroggins will stand guard over Grogan here, and keep him here till Mr. Noice returns.
What's that? Say that again. Scroggins is coming here to stand guard over me till Noice comes back?
That's right, Mr. Grogan. Have you any objection?
Oh, but that Limey. No, don't let him in here. Don't give him that gun. He's got it in for me. Why, this is just one of Noice's tricks. Listen, little Gale, are you going to allow this?
Grogan, he is speak different now, senorita. He is not whoop it up no more. He is gentle like the little sheep, like the lamb. Ah, senorita, this Grogan, he is break my heart in the little parts of pieces. See.
Listen, Pedro. Limey Scroggins should be along any time now, and you're to go find Mr. Noice. Leave Limey right here. Whatever happens is going to happen.
Don't do it, Miss Jean. Don't. Please don't. I'm not asking you to set me free. No, I'm not. Let me lay here, tied up. I won't mind if only you'll stay here when Limey arrives.
Listen, Pedro. Maybe you and me should talk this over. Maybe we shouldn't leave Grogan here alone with Limey. Limey isn't forgetting that Grogan gave him a dirty deal.
Pedro, yeah. Go ahead and talk it over. Hurry, will you, Pedro? Oh, Miss Jean, see if you can't convince Pedro to listen to reason. Go ahead, will you, please?
Come on to the doorway, Pedro. Let's talk it over. What do you say?
Well, if you wish it so, senorita, but we must hurry.
Listen, Pedro. Grogan can't hear us now. Now, listen. I wanted you out here to the door so that Grogan wouldn't hear what we were saying. Mr. Noice wants you to hurry down to the big Maloka.
And the Senor Noice, he is getting the guns?
Yes, that's right. He wants you to hurry down there and lend a hand just as soon as Limey Scroggins gets there with him. Both of us are to hide and listen to what takes place when Scroggins is alone with Grogan.
Ah, see, senorita. You know, it is the plan of Mr. Noice to find out what is which between these bad men.
But listen, Pedro, what if Limey Scroggins is mad at Grogan?
Well, it will be just not so good for Grogan. Senorita, these men, they are the bad ones.
You hear that, Pedro?
See.
That was Jimmy. That was his signal that Scroggins has left his hut and is on his way here now.
Oh.
Well, I've got to go. I'll be seeing you,
What's
Pedro.
it to be? Pedro, you talked it over. Oh, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Are you going to go through with this? Is Scroggins to be left alone with me with a gun?
Well, I'm regretted so very much, Mr. Grogan. That is what will happen, and nothing else but. And you will have to be the very good boy while I'm going away. Too bad, Mr. Grogan,
no.
too bad.
No, Pedro. But you can't do it. You can't, I tell you.
Mr. Senor But Grogan, that is where you make the one big mistake. Very big mistake. I can do it. See, I'm do it now. And here comes Mr. Limey Scroggins.
Listen, Pedro, listen to me. At least, cut me loose. Cut me loose. Anyway, cut my feet loose so as I can get a half a chance to scram out of here. Say, Pedro, you can't leave me helpless like this. You can't do it.
Well, I am not argue with you, Grogan. I am not argue. But I'm just look and see that this little automatic pistol, she is full of the lovely little bullets. I'll just give him the look. There is 5 here. And look, 1 more in the chamber. I just put these lovely little bullets back in the crib like this. And when your friend Scroggins is come here, I'm hand over this beautiful gun to him in the very fine, good condition. Mr. Grogan, I feel so sorry for you.
Don't do it, Pedro, please, Mr. Pedro. I'm asking you like a friend. Don't leave me here alone with Scroggins. Don't give him that gun. My life ain't worth 10 cents.
Mr. Grogan, you are all wrong. See, but you are all wrong. Your life, she ain't worth maybe 1 nickel. I hope, anyway. Scroggins is coming now. And maybe I think he's going to cook your geese. Well, goodbye.
Well, what did that sound like to you? Limey Scroggins is at last to have an opportunity for revenge. He's alone in that little hut with his ex-partner, Butch Grogan, and Butch is helpless, trussed up like a Christmas turkey. But Jimmy and Jean are out behind the hut listening. What do they hear? Are Mr. Noice's suspicions justified? What happens next? Be sure and listen to the next episode in the lives of Jimmy and Jean in the country of the Black Flame of the Amazon.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Leaving Donovan to guard the plane, Gene and Jimmy Brady cautiously made their way toward the Indian village. Passing quietly behind the native huts, they located Mr. Noice bound and gagged in the doctor's dwelling. It was while Miss Jean was liberating the captive that Jimmy Brady was busy with his big box of firecrackers and skyrockets. At the far end of the village street stood a great pile of firewood. When kindled, it would be the ceremonial fire around which the natives would perform the dance of death. Quickly but carefully, Jimmy buried the fireworks deep among the dry wood, then hurried back to join his sister and Noice. None too soon either, for suddenly the frenzied Indians came rushing with torches. The ceremonial fire was kindled and the dancing began. Anxiously, our three friends awaited developments. Then suddenly came a great sizzling sound, a loud bang, a red ball of light shot high in the air. The tom-toms stopped suddenly. The dancers stood thunderstruck. What great magic is this? It is a tense and dangerous moment. The fireworks display is just starting.
All right, we'll sit down to the doorway here, back in the shadow. We can see all that goes on. If the other two Roman candles work as good as that one, we're all right.
Well, say, Mr. Noice, where's Jimmy? Where'd he go?
Why, he was... Good heavens, I thought he was... Well, I wonder what...
Okay, folks. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, but I just had to get this.
Oh, say again, I forgot about it. Jimmy, you'd better hang on to that roarer. You've got stronger hands than I have, and you should make it roar louder, so you handle it.
Jimmy, I didn't like that. You take things on your own shoulders too much. It was a dangerous thing to do, going around there for that noisemaker.
But, Mr. Noice, we need this thing. We need it. What if the old witch doctor should decide to come into his hut for safety? Why, a blast from this thing and his teeth will curl. We need this bull roar right about now, I hope.
True enough, Jimmy. But I insist that you stop taking so many rash chances. I mean to deliver you and Jean to your dad up in the Black Flame country. Deliver you well and healthy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Noice, but gosh, when we kids think about something important like this bull roar, we just got to get going, that's all.
Well, anyway, it turned out all right. Better get my permission the next time you feel the urge to get into danger, though. Those Indians out there right now, they're dynamite.
They sure look it, Mr. Noice. Not a sound out of them. They look as if they want to run like everything.
Yeah, they all got their spears and machetes, and blowguns, too, holding them ready.
Yes, and the guardian angel protect anyone that gets in their way right now.
Gee whiz, is it as bad as all that?
Look at that burp, will you? I didn't fall on my job, Mr. Noice. I didn't. Look at that. There's fireworks for you.
Yeah, it's a dandy display, Jimmy. Something the Indians never saw before. Something they'll never forget.
Hey, look at them. They're like a bunch of sheep all dashing here and there, tramping all over each other. And Say, look at that big fellow there. Looks like he's doing handspring.
Hamstrings me, aye. He's got his big feet all tangled up in that bow and arrow of his. They're scattering, Mr. Noice. They're hot-footing it all right.
Well, he's fine. Scout. They just don't know what's happened. It's magic to them, bad magic.
Oh, gosh, danger or no danger. That's funny. These fireballs from the Roman candles, they're shooting all over everything. I just saw one land smack on a big Indian's neck.
Yes, sir.
That's skyrocket. Wow. Why, some of these warriors aren't going to stop running till they come to the Panama Canal.
Yes, I'll bet Grogan and Scroggins are shivering in their boots right now.
Hear that, Mr. Noice? Pistol shot. That came from the hut where Grogan and Scroggins are now. What happened?
Oh, maybe Scroggins just lost his head, scared to death. Those two men knew the danger of the moment.
Look, Mr. Noice. Look, here comes an Indian, and he's heading right for us. Say, it's the witch doctor.
The bull roar, Jimmy. Hurry, hurry.
Hold everything, then.
Well done, Jimmy. There he goes. Oh, that was too much for his constitution. He won't be back in a hurry.
Say, how about going out into the street and giving them some more of that blood-curdling music? Well, what do you say about it, Mr. Noice?
Go ahead, Jimmy. Just outside the door. Keep in the shadow. I'll keep watch. Now hurry. Give them a few more blasts. Just put the finishing touches on it.
That's me, and here goes. Hang on to your seat, folks.
Oh, gosh, Mr. North. You heard that, folks? That's enough to scare anyone. My, those poor Indians.
Yes, at that I do feel rather sorry for them. Ignorant savages, brave as lions, face any danger they can see. But the unknown, the unseen, it's too much for them.
I'll bet it'll be a long time before they come back here. But what about the women, the mother Indians, and the children and the babies? Where are they? Haven't seen anything of them around.
This dance they were doing, ceremonial dance, the women and children are not allowed to take part at all, not even allowed to witness it. The women and children are all out in the jungle, far enough away.
You mean the warriors send their families out into the jungle unprotected?
Well, no. The older men, beyond the age of being useful warriors, they go with the women and children as protectors, build little temporary grass huts and shelters.
Hey, Jimmy, that's about enough. Come on back in here.
Oh, there you go. Just a wet blanket, Gene. Yeah, just having a swell time chasing savage Indians. And you got to butt in and spoil my whole evening. Say, Gene, was that a swell war, or was it?
Well, what now, Mr. North? I suppose Grogan and Scroggins are next on the program?
Yes, they come next. But we still have to be careful. There may be an old warrior hanging around, scared and hiding.
Oh, gosh, I hope none of the fleeing Indians happen to take the trail down to the river.
Oh, we won't worry about that yet. Mr. Irish Donovan will be able to hold his own. I'm pretty sure of that, all right.
Well, Mr. Noice, what did you make of the gunshot that came from the direction of Grogan's hut? You think maybe some Indians busted in on them?
I don't know. I doubt it. If they did, and that was Scroggins shooting, then the Indians didn't stay long.
Or maybe that was Scroggins using the gun on Grogan. Maybe they had a battle, just the two of them.
I doubt it. And all that noise, with the wild warrior so frantic and everything, both Grogan and Scroggins knew that the best thing was to keep perfectly still.
I don't hear a sound now. Quiet as can be.
And Grogan and Scroggins have it all figured out. They know that we set off those fireworks.
Yes, even before they exploded.
Gosh, some of them still look like they're going to explode.
Oh, yes, but I mean Scroggins had suspicions. I was to blame for that, and I nearly told him what was going to happen.
Yeah, but I butted in and stopped you before you spilled the beans.
Well, it all worked out splendidly. Better than expected. I'm glad the show was delayed as it was. Who knows? If the fireworks had exploded any sooner, it might have caught us rather unprepared.
Well, it sure gave us a chance to. It gave you a chance to get the guns and ammunition back to the plane. I wonder what Pedro thinks about it. I wonder if he met any scurrying Indians.
Well, Pedro just doesn't meet Indians that way. He knows enough to keep out of the way until he's needed.
Mr. Noice, don't you think the coast is quite clear now? Gee whiz, I'm anxious to get back into the cabin of the plane.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to get out of this part of the jungle.
Ooh, you and me both, Jimmy.
Yes, I guess we all are. And I suppose we might as well go ahead and gather in our two beloved friends, Mr. Butch Grogan and his lordship, Limey Scroggins. But first, we must have Grogan take us to the place where he hid the treasure map.
Oh, say, we almost forgot, Jimmy. Mr. North, We know where the map is.
Yeah?
Well, sure we do, Mr. Noice. We heard the whole thing when we were listening to Grogan and Limey.
Well, then let's go and get it now.
Oh, but we can't. Well, that is, we have to get it from Grogan and his partner. You see, they have it.
But it was supposed to be hidden. Surely they aren't running around with that valuable paper in their pockets, are they?
Now they are, Mr. Noice. And Pockets is right.
Huh?
Grogan had it hidden right here in this hut. We heard him tell Scroggins.
Yeah?
Told him it was hidden in a skull hanging over the doorway.
Ooh, look up there, Jimmy. There's the skull, all right. That's where it was hidden. Gosh, I don't believe I want to touch that map. Not after it's been hidden in that gruesome-looking skull. Ooh, no sir.
Oh, yeah? Well, skull or no skull, you just let me get my hands on that map once more. I'll show you.
And Scroggins has the map now, you say?
Oh, no, Mr. Norris. He only has half of it. Limey took Grogan's advice and tore the map into 2 halves. So they each took a half.
Birds of a feather, eh? Both suspicious. So they aim to keep each other honest by each taking half of the map. Then it means that we must be sure to watch both men now. One will be even more dangerous than the other if he gets an opportunity.
But then Grogan goes down to the river to the jail. That'll be one less we'll have to watch.
I wish I knew exactly what to do in this case. I'd like to see Limey Scroggins put safely away for a year or so, too. He certainly deserves it. He's a bad hombre if there ever was one.
But why not both of them? Why not give the both of them to the Brazilian authorities?
I'd like to. But Limey Scroggins seems to be the only man who knows exactly where your dad is at the moment. To see you arranged with some Indian tribe up near the Colombian border to hold your dad.
I guess we just have to let Limey go along with us. But, Mr. Noice, please, just give me the job of keeping an eye on him. That's all I ask. Say, he'd never get a chance to try any monkey business. What do you say, Mr. Noice?
Please say yes, Mr. Norris, but let me in on it, too. Between Jimmy and me, Scroggins will be peaceful as a lamb. We promise.
Well, I'll withhold my decision for a little while, if you don't mind. I'm going to have a long talk with Limey once we get him back in the cabin of the plane.
Well, let's start now. We haven't heard a sound for several minutes. Indians seem to have vanished for good.
I guess it's safe enough now, all right. I'll get your gun. Yes, and we'll just step around and gather up our 2 bandits. Jimmy and Eugene.
Yes, sir?
Just stand back a little when we reach the door. They may attempt to make a break for it. They seem to know I don't fancy shooting a man.
Okay, Mr. Noice. Over here, Gene. Okay, give them lots of room.
All right, Grogan. You too, Scroggins. Come on out now. We're going on a little journey. Snap into it.
No answer, Mr. Norris.
Say, those shots we heard, maybe the Indians got into that hut. Maybe... Wait, Mr. Noice, you cover the door. Let me take a look. Well, say, what do you know about this? They're gone. They're gone, Mr. Noice. The hut's empty.
Well, what do you know about that? Grogan and Limey Scroggins are missing. What happened? Can it be possible that the fleeing Indians grabbed them and took them away into the jungle? Perhaps it would be a good riddance. But what if they have escaped? That would be bad. I'm afraid we haven't heard the last of Grogan and Scroggins, not by a long chalk. Maybe in our next broadcast, we'll learn what has happened to them. of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You remember in our last broadcast how the fireworks plan worked to perfection. After quite a wait, the Roman candles, the floral bomb, and the skyrocket all went bluey at the same time. The Indians, scared to death, or nearly so, dashed madly into the jungle, anywhere to reach safety from this terrible magic of lights. But then came the big disappointment. The main part of the plan fell through. Mr. Noice, Jimmy, and Gene Brady went to the hut to get Scroggins and Grogan to ship them downriver to the Brazilian jail for their crimes. They found the little hut empty. Grogan and Scroggins are among the missing. Mr. Noice, Jim, and Gene are at the door of the hut now. 3 very disappointed persons.
Well, this is something we didn't expect, Jimmy. May have been the Indians that rushed this hut during the scramble when the fireworks were at their best.
Say, we were lucky, though. Lucky they didn't think of coming into the hut next door.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Indians that rushed in here figured that they were getting us, Pedro and me.
Gosh, you think so? And they got Grogan and Scroggins instead. Well, that's something.
Those pistol shots we heard, that must have been what was happening.
And poor old Limey Scroggins was trying to shoot wild Indians with blank cartridges. That's another laugh. I'll bet his face was red.
Jimmy, seems to me you're getting quite bloodthirsty.
And how? But only when I think of Scroggins and Grogan. Say, I didn't wish them any bad luck, but I hope the Indians show them a swell time. Maybe they'll get the old anthill. You never can tell.
Have you two noticed something else wrong here? Remember, we had 2 Indian prisoners. Pedro and I tied them up. They were over in that corner.
Well, they aren't here now, but I'm kind of glad they escaped.
Now, come on, children. There isn't much more we can do here now, and the sooner we get away, the better I like it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Noice.
Now's the time, then. Let's go. You sure you got your guns?
Right here, Mr. Noice. A gun in one hand and the bull roarer in the other. Say, Gene, will you hold my gun of mine just a second? Here.
Okay, but what for? What's the big idea now?
Oh, just in case we got some customers who came in late. We might as well let them know that we got about a bushel of bad magic that we haven't used yet. Here goes.
Ooh, that is scary. I almost feel like running myself.
Well, that's a mighty handy contraption, Jimmy. We're going to see that thing well taken care of. They come in handy more often than we think.
Oh, if it's junk like that you need up here in these jungles, well, just leave it to Jimmy. He can think up more crazy stunts.
Noisemakers like that, well, you'd be surprised the effect they have on the savage mind. Some of the Indians make a strange sound effect of their own. It's made with a shin bone, human shin bone, you know, the flat frontal bone just below the knee. They tie a cord to it and whirl it around in the air.
Does it make as swell a racket as the bull roarer we got?
Professional jealousy, Jimmy? No, not quite. In fact, not half so good. No, the boomer makes a sound something like this. Of course, the sound doesn't carry so very far, but it is mysterious, all right.
Mr. Noice, I was just thinking, what would happen if we were to creep up on some Indian village where everyone was sleeping and let go with the bull roarer.
But you can't just creep up into any Indian village. That's out of the question. They have guards as a rule, and always plenty of dogs that yelp at the least strange sound.
Well, if all the dogs howl like that one a little while ago when I stepped on his neck, they're good burglar alarms, all right.
But I was thinking about the Indian village where our daddy is held a prisoner. Maybe we can scare the daylights out of that gang, too. We still have some more fireworks, remember?
Well, we may be able to work out something like that. But I have a hunch that if I can find that village and have a talk with the chief, the witch doctors, and the council of elders in the village, maybe we won't have any trouble.
Well, anyway, it ought to be a whole lot easier now that Grogan and Scroggins are out of the way.
But how about the trained jaguars, Mr. Noice? In his letter, Daddy mentioned trained jaguars. Will a thing like the bull roar scare things like that? I haven't seen any jaguars yet.
And I doubt if you ever will see any.
But I always thought the jungles were just crammed full of danger.
Well, what do you call this if it isn't danger? Say, danger is about all we've had. Nothing else but ever since we landed.
But I mean like big snakes, anacondas, and man-eating trees, and cannibal fish, and wild animals.
The jungle is full of all these things, Jimmy. But they are just as much afraid of us as we are of them. I'll bet if you were to sit down on this trail right here and just wait, say, an hour or so, you'd be surprised how many animals you would see. But you'd have to be awfully quiet about it.
Then what is the most dangerous part of the jungle travel, Mr. Noice? You ought to know. You've been here for years.
I doubt if I could tell you just what is the most dangerous part of jungle exploration. There are caiman in the river swamps. They are the largest crocodiles, you know. They will, at times, attack a human.
Oh.
The peccaries, they're the jungle pigs. They've been known to attack a village.
It seems to me it's the snakes I'm most afraid of, the big ones.
Large or small, it makes very little difference, Jimmy. They usually get out of the way long before you see them.
You mean that everything just naturally gets into hiding before a human being gets too near?
Well, not everything. We have the ants, for instance. They're afraid of nothing. And then there are the vampire bats, nocturnal brutes. Come into the open only after dark.
Well, is it true that they bite you in the throat and bleed you to death, Mr. Noice?
Not at all, Jimmy. Not necessarily the throat. Vampires, as a rule, prefer the big toe or the heel of the human foot best.
Oh, gosh. I'd hate to wake up and find a vampire bat tearing my big toe off.
Well, that's the too bad part about it. You never know when you're being attacked. Somehow, the vampire bats are able to puncture the skin without causing any pain or discomfort.
They do? Listen, folks, if you don't mind, I'm going to wear my heaviest shoes when I go to bed. Whew, I'm taking no chances.
Fair enough, Miss Jean. But don't worry about vampires. We usually know when we arrive in a locality where the vampires hang out. Oh, but here we are, on the home stretch now. There's the amphibian.
Swell. Donovan has her all lighted up like a Christmas tree. I'll bet he's worrying about us, wondering what's holding up the parade. Well, he hasn't...
Halt! Who goes there?
Uh-oh, we're being stopped. That's Donovan. He's over there at the jungle edge.
Okay, Donovan, come on out.
Well, I kind of thought it was the three of you, but I wasn't taking any chances. Begoddin, there's been about 1 million Indians dashing up and down this pathway, bumping into each other in such a hurry to be gone.
Say, Pat, did you hear the bull roar? How did it sound down here?
Sure, in Bejabers, it sounded like 20 minutes after closing time on the Judgment Day.
Hey, what have you got there? 2 guns?
Well, sure, and I have. This one is my own gun. But I took this little one out here with me just to have some good, clean fun.
Say, that's my air rifle. You can't shoot anybody with that.
Well, and I know that. But one of them little pellets can sting like the very dickens. You know, we had 2 Indian prisoners on board. Well, I set them loose, threw them in the river one at a time after the bull roaring got going. I stood in the doorway and peppered them with a little air gun. Lots of fun.
But what were you doing with it out here?
Well, now, I was down by the river bank when the Indians started coming along the trail. And just as each one was making a run for a good dive into the water to get across to the far side in safety, I let him have a little BB pellet in the seat of his pants just to give him a little encouragement.
Yeah. Well, Donovan, let's be going. Grogan and Scroggins are missing. I suspect the Indians took care of them.
Well, here's the dugout then. Now, get in, everybody, and we'll go out to the ship.
All right, Jane, in you go.
Okay, Jimmy.
Well, you're next, Jimmy. And Jimmy, you be sitting down or you'll be toppling overboard. All set, Mr. Noice?
Yes, Donovan, and I'm certainly glad you got the ship swung around. If we had needed it in a hurry, you did the right thing.
Well, thanks, Mr. Noice. But I'm sure glad we're not in that big of a hurry. And I'm just as glad them two no-goods, Grogan and Scroggins, are out of our sight. You know, we got enough to worry about without them on our hands.
I guess you're right, Donovan. But they got away with the maps. If the Indians got them, well, maybe I can come back over here tomorrow from the big river and palaver with them. We may be able to get them maps back yet.
Oh, Mr. Noice, reach up and take hold of the wing strut there. Hold the dugout steady till Jimmy and Miss Jean get aboard.
All right.
You first, Miss Jean. Jimmy, take her gun till she gets up here.
Okay. Okay, Jimmy. Hey, somebody give me a boost.
Here you are.
There. I'll make it now, Hunky Dory. All set? Hand up the rifles, Jimmy.
All right.
Yeah. Now, up you go, Jimmy. Come on. We haven't all night here, you know. Maybe some of the Indians have recovered from the strain by this time.
Don't say I'm holding up the parade. Here, give me your hand, Mr. Noice.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Up-de-daisy. There we are.
Yeah, your turn now, Pat. Just let that dugout canoe drift. You better kick it aside with your foot. I'll hold you. We don't want it in our way when we start off.
Okay. There she goes. And she's over toward the mangrove root. She won't bother us now.
Now, this rope here at the hatchway, is this the anchor?
Yes, Mr. Noice. If you'll just stand by, and when I get up to the controls, I'll give you a shout, then just cut the rope. It's a big rock on the other end, and we don't need it anymore.
Go ahead, then. And, Jimmy, you might be packing the guns and ammunition back into that locker out of the way.
Yes, sir.
And save out one for each of us. Our first stop is back in the big river. Oh, but say, listen, Pedro. Where's Pedro?
Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. I was talking to Pedro. He went across here and headed down the trail to where your gear is hidden. He said it was important.
Oh, he did. I suppose perhaps he figured that our own Indian canoemen might get scared if this village bunch swooped down on them. Okay, we'll leave that to Pedro.
Well, sure, Mr. Noice, and that's what he said you'd be doing. And he said for you to come down to the place where this river meets the big one, down to where he hid the canoes, and he'd meet us there.
And all I'm hoping is that we still have our gear where Pedro hid it. We'll need that from now on.
And another thing, Mr. Noice, have you got lots of food? Gee, I'm hungry as a soldier ant.
Plenty of good food, Jane. And very soon now. When we reach Pedro and the canoes, we'll have a nice big meal with all the trimmings. Just to sort of celebrate the occasion.
Occasion is right. Gosh, isn't it swell to be free again and all set to head up country to where Dad is and nothing to stop us now?
Nothing to stop us is right.
Mr. Noice, are you all set?
Yep.
Well, then close the cabin hatch there, will you?
Okay, Donovan. Yeah, now, give her the gun. Come on.
Hang on, everybody. Hang on tight. We're in trouble. Hang on now.
Well, what happened now? They were just skimming up from the surface of the river when that awful rattling sound came, and down they went back onto the surface with a mighty splash. What happened? What to do now? Is this some more dirty work? There's a surprise in store for you the next time you tune in. I'll be looking for you. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You will recall we left off just as the amphibian plane was making a hurried takeoff from the surface of the Little Jungle River, which flows into the Wapes, a tributary of the mighty Amazon. The plans, which originated with little Jean and Jim Brady, worked out splendidly. The big Roman candles, the fluoro bombs, and things which the children had secreted deep in the yet unkindled ceremonial fire in the savage Indian village finally caught fire. And what happened sent the scared Indians scampering into the jungle. In the ensuing noise and excitement, Mr. Noice and the two children hurried to the river, get aboard the plane, and Donovan the pilot, at a word of command from Mr. Noice, starts the motors and the seaplane gathers speed. It is just rising off the surface when there comes a cruel, grinding sound.
Hold on tight, everybody. We've got it back on the water again. Hang on, here we go.
What's up, Donovan? What's the trouble?
By George, and I can't be telling you that, but something's wrong. Listen to that. She's throttled down and still she shakes.
Yeah.
Must be something gone haywire in the motor, Pat. Must be.
Sure, and it is, but I don't know what. Maybe I better shut her off.
Hold it just a second, Donovan. Let it idle. There may be more to this than appears at first glance.
Well, I think I know what's the trouble, Mr. Noice.
Yeah?
I'll bet one of the propeller blades is broken off. You feel her shake and tremble?
Yeah.
Well, that's a sign the prop shaft is out of balance.
Maybe you hit something, Pat. Ran in the branch of a tree, maybe.
No, I didn't, Miss Jean. There were no branches in my way at all. I saw to that early in the day. We had a clear sweep ahead of us. Narrow, of course. But it was plenty of room to lift her, all right.
Gee whiz, more trouble. Gosh, will we never get out of it?
It isn't the getting out of it that worries me so much. The question at the moment is, how did this happen? The propeller blades are too high off the water to be interfered with by a crocodile or a floating log.
Oh, now, and they are that. Too high entirely.
Did you ever have any trouble like this before, Pat? I mean, did this prop ever show signs of weakness that you know of?
No, sir. And I checked her over very thoroughly this afternoon. After we captured the Indian guards, I just wanted to be sure. But you know, come to think of it now, I did hear a lot of splinters hitting against the windshield and the cabin roof.
You mean right now?
Yes, right when that awful shattering sound came.
What does that signify? Anything?
Yes, sir. You know, I'm thinking if the propeller blade had broken off because of some flaw, well, then it would very likely have been a clean break, see?
I get it. You mean there wouldn't have been any splinter sounds on the windshield and the cabin roof?
Right. It all happened so quickly. But now that I've got time to think clearly, I'm almost certain someone threw something at the whirling prop just as we were leaving the water.
That's what I've been suspicious of since it happened. Could an Indian arrow, shot from a bow, could such a little thing as that break a propeller, Donovan?
Oh, sure, and it could. Why, even hitting a bird no bigger than a pigeon or a crow has been known to shear off a blade. You know, the prop is spinning so fast, you see, that anything hitting it is bound to cause a lot of damage.
And now I suppose there's no hope of getting into the air again.
None whatsoever, Mr. Noice. But please, sir, Now, if you'll come up here and take my place in this pilot seat, I'll go out and make an inspection.
All right. We still have headway, though. We're moving.
Yes, sure. The one propeller blade left will afford us a little traction, all right. Just as long as we can keep the motor running. But the prop shaft won't stand very much. It's liable to snap any minute.
Okay. I'll take her. Dawn's breaking now. Enough light to show us where we're going without much trouble. Well, go ahead, Pat. See what you can find out.
I will. And be ready to shut off the motor if you hear me yell.
Yeah.
I'll climb out and get down on one of the pontoons. Well, we're floating all right, but we aren't moving very much faster than a man could walk.
Okay, get going, Pat. The sooner we know the truth about what's what, the better. It isn't any too safe here yet. These Indians are scattered all over these woods right now. Maybe it was an Indian. Maybe he took a pot shot at the plane when he was passing.
You mean that he struck the propeller just by accident?
I hope so. The Indians don't know that the propeller is the most vital part of the whole ship. It must have been a chance hit. Oh, Donovan, you don't happen to be carrying a spare prop, do you?
No, sir, Mr. Noice, and that's where we made a big mistake. Yes, sir, a big mistake. We seem to have plenty of extra parts for other repairs on this bus, but you know, we haven't got a spare prop.
And that means then that we might as well kiss the airplane goodbye from now on?
I guess so, Miss Jean. That is, unless we can get a spare propeller from somewhere downriver. And that means a long wait. Maybe 3 months or more.
Oh, say, will you throttle her down just a little more? I still hear the water washing at the pontoon, and I'm not wanting to take any chances. That river out there doesn't look inviting at all, at all.
Well, I don't want to throttle her down too much, Pat. She may stall on us. We can't afford that. Not in this spot. We must keep that motor running. Even with just one propeller blade, at least we can keep the ship moving ahead, and we must do that. The sooner we place this river behind us, the better.
Well, I'll be going, and it won't take me but a few minutes. I'll soon know.
Yeah.
Say, somebody, turn on all the lights. It'll help me out there.
Right you are, Pat. Here they go. How's that, Pat?
Why, that's swell, Miss Jean. Will you put on another light from the other side now?
All right.
All right, I'll get to that side now.
You hear that? Rifle shots, eh? Hey, Donovan. Donovan, get back in here. Donovan, do you hear me? Get back in here at once. Come on, man, hurry. Someone is using this ship as a target.
Well, sure, and Pat Donovan isn't wasting any time. My golly, I don't like bullets flying around, especially when you can't see where they're coming from.
And now, Mr. Noice, what is it? What's up now?
Jimmy, I'm just a little bit afraid that the Indians didn't get Grogan after all. Or it may be Limey Scroggins. Certainly it's someone who can handle a rifle. Say, Donovan, get back in the pilot seat here, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll be doing that. Now, Mr. Noice, what's the next move?
It's your job to keep this ship moving. Slide her slowly down till we reach the junction where this one feeds into the Wapes.
Yes, sir, and I think we can make it. But not much farther, though. You know, the prop shaft just won't stand all that shaking.
If we can get into the big river, then we can shut the motor off entirely. The current of the Wapes is strong. We can drift down from there.
You mean then that we're going away downriver, drift down to civilization, so as to get the ship repaired?
No, that'll take too long. But we'll just drift down to the sandbar where Pedro hid my dugouts. We'll find Pedro there when we arrive. From there on to the Black Flame country, we'll have to rely on our own canoe.
Don't hear any more rifle shots. Why aren't they shooting now?
Well, we've been swinging around bends in the river. And if this ship is making better time than a canoe, why, I think we can outdistance the enemy, whoever it is.
Mr. Noice, do you really think it's Grogan? Could have been an Indian. Remember, you told us that Grogan had been bootlegging guns and ammunition to these Indians.
Oh, it might have been an Indian. One a little more brave than his fellows, or one a little less superstitious. I'm kind of hoping so. We can cope with the Indians easier than we can with men like Grogan or Limey Scroggins.
I say, Mr. Noice, look ahead there, the big river. We're going to make it all right.
Well, that's the best news I've heard in a long time. The big river is the safest place for us right now. It's wide and deep. When we reach it, we'll swing over to the far shore, hug the far bank all the way down to the sandbar.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. And as soon as we hit the big river ahead yonder, then someone, Jimmy or Jean can do it, just sit at this little wheel here. It's a little rudder on the pontoon. Now, when we shut off the motor, these rudders will maybe help us to hold on a straight course.
Very well. Miss Jean, you can be the captain.
Okay.
Jimmy and me, our job is to be on the lookout. Jimmy,
Yes,
you
sir.
better get 2 rifles out of the locker and see that they're loaded. We may need them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, gosh, Jimmy gets to be a lookout with a gun and everything. And me, all I get is to be a captain, twist a little wheel. Seems like I miss out on all the fun.
Oh, don't get too impatient, Gene. Yeah, we're still a long way from the Inca Temple yet. If you're looking for this kind of fun, well, seems to me you may get more than your share before we reach our destination.
Well, then here we are, Mr. Noice. We're slipping into the big river now. And boy, oh boy, the water is moving down swift. Just you look at it move, eh?
Say, we'll be down at the sandbar in no time. Gee whiz. I sure hope Pedro's there waiting for us. I hope we don't have to go hunting for him. That would be a mess.
Don't worry. Pedro will be there all right. He's never failed me yet. All I'm hoping is that our crew of native canoe paddlers are still there. We need them more now than ever.
Well, now, Mr. Noice, what's to be done with the ship here? You know, as she sits now, she's positively useless. Can I shut off the motor now?
Yes, it'll be safe enough now. Go ahead, shut it off.
Okay, then. All right, Gene. You take over now.
All right,
I'm
sir.
getting out on top to take a look-see.
Yeah, do that right away, Donovan. But be careful. Don't expose yourself too much or too long.
I won't.
These Indians can shoot a poison dart a long ways.
Hey, Mr. Noice, the ship. This wheel isn't worth 2 cents. I can't steer it at all. You see that? The ship's twisting around. Oh, what'll I do? What'll I do?
There isn't much you can do, Jane. Just sit where you are. We ran into an eddy, a little whirlpool. We'll float out of it soon.
By George. Just what we thought, Mr. Noice. One of the blades is broken off. Something hit it and shattered it. You know, someone must have thrown a rock at it or something.
Well, it's got to be repaired before the ship is of any use to us, so the sooner the better. Donovan, I suggest that you take her downriver toward Toraqua.
Aye.
And tie her up securely. Then you take passage on a river launch down to Manaus.
Aye.
Make arrangements for a propeller there, and then with a new prop in place, you can come back upriver and find us.
Aye.
Hear that, Mr. Noice? Hear that? Hear that bullet whine? Gosh, I guess they're shooting at us.
Yeah, Jimmy, I know the sound of that gun, though. That's Pedro's gun.
Maybe he's trying to signal to us, Mr. Noice.
The signal is usually 3 shots fired slowly. No, Miss Jean, that was Pedro's gun, all right.
Well, maybe he's in trouble.
Maybe he's been attacked by Indians.
Donovan, hurry it up, will you? Start that motor if you can, broken prop or not. We must get moving. Let's go.
Say, it begins to look like trouble will never end. It's Pedro this time, and from what we know of Pedro, it must be serious trouble he is in right now. What can it be? Indians? Perhaps. Or it may be Grogan and Limey Scroggins up to some of their old tricks again. Who knows? But we'll soon know, just as soon as the disabled aeroplane gets downriver close to the sandbar. Will they make it in time? The next episode will tell us. of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You remember last time we left off just as the disabled seaplane had left the little tributary and entered into the swift current of the big river. The ship cabin contains Mr. Noice, Little Jean and Jim Brady, and Donovan, the pilot. The swiftly flowing river is carrying them downstream toward the sandbar, where Mr. Noice had previously hidden his dugout canoes and his equipment. It is there at the sandbar that Mr. Noice expects to find Pedro. Then, out of the gray dusk of early dawn, rifle shots are heard. Pedro's gun. There is more trouble afoot. Pedro doesn't scare easily, but in the distance his gun is heard barking furiously.
How about it, Donovan? Can you start that motor again? Even with but one blade on the propeller, we could keep her headed downstream.
Well, I'll try to, Mr. Noice, but I'm afraid of what will happen. The prop shaft just won't stand any too much now.
Well, try it anyway, and hurry, will you? Never mind, Donovan. It's no use. Come here, will you? Jimmy, get another rifle out of the locker.
And Jimmy, get one for me, too.
Okay, Mr. Noice. Here it is. Here you are, Pat, and there's a box of shells.
Where's mine, Jimmy?
Right here. You can have this one. Lots of ammunition, too.
Oh, boy, that's only a BB gun. That isn't any good.
Oh, isn't it? Say, if one of those little BB pellets wallops you right in the right place, it hurts. I know. I felt it.
But it's no good against savage Indians.
Look ahead of us, Mr. Noice. They're swinging around the bend there.
Uh-huh, I thought so.
Say, there's a whole flock of canoes. 2 big ones in the lead, and they're paddling like mad, coming upriver.
Yes, the first 2 canoes, they're mine. All the other dugouts following are Indians giving chase.
Then Pedro must be in one of the first 2.
He's in the second canoe from here. That's his rifle, the one with the staccato sound. He's trying to stand the others off.
What can we do to help, Mr. Noice? Tell me.
Open that cabin hatch, Donovan. You and I are going out on the wings. The current will have us floating down among the Indians in a few minutes. We've got to scatter the enemy.
Don't forget me and Jean. We're swell scatterers, Mr. Noice. Where do we go, and what do we do?
I just wish that Jean and you would sort of keep down on the floor out of sight. The Indians have a few guns. They are poor marksmen, but their bullets may accidentally cause damage. I don't want you two in any unnecessary danger.
But gosh, Mr. Noice, we're getting used to it now. Oh, we just gotta help. That's all there is to it.
All right, then, if you must. Jimmy, you get over to that cabin window.
Yes, sir.
And, Jean, you take this one right here.
Okay.
Open them up. Stick by your own windows. And when I give the word, start shooting. But aim in the air. Be sure now, aim in the air. But lots of noise.
Noise, huh? And me with a little BB gun. Oh, no. If I'm to make noise, then I've got to get me a gun with a wallop in it. Wait. Here we are. A double-barrel shotgun. This baby will kick up a swell racket.
Very well. But don't you do any shooting till I say so. Understand? Or I'll throw your guns in the river. You've got to obey orders this time. That's final.
Okay, Mr. Noice. Jake with me. I'll obey, and so will Jean. We'll wait until you give the word. Then we'll let them have it. But I hope you don't keep us waiting too long. These Indians have sort of got my nanny.
And that goes double with me, Jimmy.
Come on, Donovan. Outside. Now, you two stick by the open cabin windows. You can see and hear everything.
Great Scott, Mr. Noice. We're drifting into the shore now. We're going to get hung up on them overhanging branches. I'll get out on the wing and try to push her off. Keep her clear.
No, don't. No, try and get hold of a branch and hang on to it. I doubt if the Indians have seen us yet. If we can get the ship in among that tangled growth, we can almost hide until they reach us here. Pedro's away out in front with his 2 canoes.
Then you want me to get the ship into the trees growing here on the bank?
By all means, and hurry.
I'm sorry to disobey you again, Mr. Noice, but I'm helping Donovan this time. 2 of us can hang on better than 1. And, Mr. Noice, you watch the Indians and leave this to Donovan and me.
All right, Jimmy, then get ready. Uh-oh, here's a big branch right there. Grab it. Grab it, Jimmy.
I got it. Hang on, Pat. Hang on. She's swinging around. Gosh, this current is strong enough.
Yes, it is. Look out, Jimmy. Watch you don't get pulled off into the water.
I won't.
Watch out. Watch out there, Jimmy.
Say, we're making it. Here we go right into the bushes.
Pull a bit. That's it, Jimmy.
Hey, Donovan, grab some of the leonias there. Some good stout ones. Use them like rope. Take a hitch onto the wing struts. That should anchor us here secure enough.
Aye, aye, Mr. Noice. That's what we're doing now. Just about got her all fixed, too.
Okay. And as soon as you have her tied, Donovan, both you and Jimmy get back into the cabin. We'll wait inside until the canoes draw a little closer, and then we'll let them have it.
I'm coming down now, Mr. Noice.
Yeah.
Come on, Pat. We've got more work to do, it seems. I hope. Gosh, this is the first time I was ever out walking on the wings of an airplane.
Howdy with you now. Get inside. I'm right behind you. I don't want no poison darts popping into my carcass. I'll be telling you that.
Me neither. Say, where's Mr. Noice? He was out on the other
I'm inside,
side.
Jimmy. Now, come on. Snap into it. We need all the guns we have.
Here I am, then. What window do I take this time? One side, Gene. Let me take that cabin window.
Never mind the cabin window right now. I have a job for you. Gene, you come over here, too. Now, you see that rope there?
Yes, sir.
Well, get it all ready. See that there are no snarls in it.
Okay, Mr. Noice. There won't be when Gene and I get through with it. But what are we to do with it?
We'll need it when Pedro gets up here. We want him and his crew to come inside this cabin out of danger's way. But that rope, we'll use it to anchor, tie our dugouts to the pontoons. We've got a lot of expensive gear in those dugouts. Can't afford to lose it.
Leave it to Jimmy and me, Mr. Noice. We'll have it ready when the time comes.
And now, Donovan, let's get organized. You take that window there.
Aye?
But until I say so, don't do any shooting. I'll say when. I don't want to hurt anyone if I can prevent it.
Aye.
But that bunch of Indians coming up here, they don't think that way. Their one ambition in life is to hurt us.
I know it, Miss Jean. But I'm placing my shots where they will scare those Indians the most. Beneath the water line of their dugouts and just in front of the bow. I don't want to hurt any of them unless I have to, even to save Pedro.
But those canoes are solid wood. Will a bullet do any damage to them?
Oh, not much. A few well-placed shots may put a few holes in them and sort of discourage the Indians, make them jump overboard, and the swimming Indian isn't so very dangerous. Well, here goes. That big canoe over to the left, nearest to Pedro's boat. Now, watch it.
Well, now, say, look. There's at least 8 Indians in it.
The more the merrier. Now, watch this. I think I got at least 3 hits.
You did, Mr. Noice. You did. You certainly did. Look at that. Now, look. Some of them have quit paddling.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking down at their feet. Well, you know what I think? The water must be spreading up through the hold.
Yes, they've quit paddling. That will give Pedro a little better chance to get here before he's overtaken. I'd better put a few more punctures in there. Now I'm sure they're in trouble. Donovan, that smaller canoe.
You mean the one with the 4 men in it?
That's it. Now, you take care of that one. I'll be busy with the third one. But remember, below the waterline.
Aye.
Pedro still has a chance.
Aye, Mr. Noice. Here goes.
Well, the rope's all fixed, Mr. Noice. Here she is, coiled up and everything.
Yeah, then you stand by the cabin hatch. Open it up. Be ready to heave that rope to Pedro. Better take a hitch onto something inside here so the rope doesn't get pulled overboard in a hurry.
We'll tie it to this support here. This ought to be strong enough.
Okay, Gene. You do the tying. I want to watch the fun here. Gosh, I've been missing out on a lot of it. Mr. Noice, you show me a dugout you want wrecked. Just show me one, and I'll show you some plain and fancy wrecking. I've always wanted to wreck a dugout anyway.
Jimmy, you put that gun down. How would you feel if you accidentally hit Pedro or one of our own Indians?
Oh, heck, Mr. Noice. I won't hit Pedro. All I want is to have my share of the fun.
No, Jimmy, not now. Put that gun down, I say, and take care of that rope. Throw it to Pedro as soon as he gets close.
Okay, just as you say, Mr. Noice.
Jimmy, you are a bloodthirsty young man. I sure am learning a lot about you I never knew before.
Oh, Gene, you're just a wet blanket. Always putting your oar in and spoiling my fun.
Well, all I can say is, Jimmy, you better mind Mr. Noice, or else.
Or else what? Listen, Who thought up that business about the fireworks? I'd like to know.
Oh, look, Jimmy, look. Look at that other canoe. You see? You see it right there, shooting up from the bushes, right close to Pedro. They're on the other side.
Gee whiz. Mr. Noice, Mr. Noice, look over there. Look, Mr. Noice, on this side, the canoe.
Oh, Mr. Noice doesn't... He's too busy with those other Indians. Oh, what'll we do? What'll we do?
I'll show you. I just won't let that canoe head Pedro off, that's all.
Jimmy, put down that big gun. Why, it might blow you to pieces.
Sure, I know. It gives a big kick, all right. It's a shotgun. But just watch me.
Oh, phooey. You didn't come anywhere near them. They were too far away.
I know it. I was just trying to scare them. But gee whiz, my poor shoulder. That gun kicks like a bald-headed mule.
Senor! Senor! That was the one big scrap, eh? You bet my boots.
Hello there. Hello, Pedro.
Hello.
Yeah, I guess we got those Indians stopped for a little while. They didn't expect this.
See, senor, see. Look, senor. Look this way. They are doing what you call the big arm scray, eh?
Hey, Pedro. Hey, Pedro.
What?
Do you always get into trouble when we're not watching you?
Sí, senor Jim. Nothing else but. Plenty trouble, senor Jim. But caramba, just when I have plenty worry, the aeroplane she comes.
Well, we got here in time, Pedro.
See, senorita. Just like the one big Christmas present.
Yeah, but what about me? I didn't get in on the fun at all.
Oh, senorita, you call him fun. No. It is not that much fun. No. Not for poor Pedro, no. Look, senorita, when I was out there, I see Indian here, Indian there, Indians all over the place.
Oh, well. Anyway, that's that, huh?
All over but the shouting. But, Mr. Noice, will we have any more of this before we get to the Black Flame country?
We hope not, Jane. That is, well, unless...
You mean unless Grogan and Scroggins interfere again?
Then you really think, Mr. Noice, that Grogan went upriver ahead of us?
Grogan wants gold. He'll make every effort to keep ahead of us.
Then gee whiz, Mr. Noice. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's head him off. We've just got to get there first.
Don't let anything happen to our daddy, Mr. Noice. Please don't.
No, and if Mr. Noice can help it, nothing is going to happen to Jean's dad. And if Mr. Butch Grogan thinks he's going to keep ahead of them in that wild dash upriver, he's going to be badly mistaken. Little Jim and Jean Brady have been bad luck to Grogan already, and he is due for one of the biggest surprises he ever got. It won't be long till that scoundrel learns that even a little boy and girl can ruin a well-laid plan. But tune in on the next broadcast. You may be surprised, too.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GA. VeteransRadioMinistry.com/GAR. Visit VeteransRadioMinistry.com for more videos like this.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Today we find the party all together again. Mr. Noice, Pedro, Jim and Jean Brady, and Donovan the pilot. The seaplane with the broken propeller blade is back in the big river. It was floated down to the sandbar where Mr. Noice and Pedro hid their dugouts so that the necessary foods and equipment could be transferred from the cabin of the plane to the canoes. For the party must continue on upriver by canoe, and the useless aeroplane will be floated downriver to civilization for a new propeller. We now find Mr. Noice and Pedro checking over the stores, and Donovan unloading the cabin gear with Jim and Jean helping.
Well, so far so good. But we can't just sit back and enjoy things yet. We have much work to do, and not a great deal of time to do it in either.
Gosh, Mr. Noice, don't we deserve a vacation even for only a day?
We may deserve a day's vacation, all right, but we can't afford it. You see, we are still in savage territory, and who knows? That village may have quieted down, got over the big scare they got from the fireworks, but...
You mean that they might gang up on us again?
A white man may be able to do a lot of things, Miss Jean, but he can never figure out an Indian's way of doing things. If these Indians will just believe that the fireworks were magic, then we're safe. But if by now they have had a chance to reason out that it was a trick we pulled on them, well...
I suppose they'll be madder than ever, want revenge or something.
Exactly. After all, we, in a matter of speaking, turned out to be a big, big disappointment to them. Their big ceremonial dance ended up in a dash for the safety of the jungle, and the anthill torture party promised by Grogan, well, it was a complete washout, too.
Ooh, I'll say it was. Boy, oh boy, I'll never forget that grand scramble, even if I lived to be an old lady. Gosh, if it hadn't been so dangerous, it would have been funny.
Say, dangerous or not dangerous, it was funny. Well, maybe I didn't laugh at the time. I was too scared. But if you folks should happen to hear me burst out laughing for no good reason at all, well, just don't think I've gone crazy. No, sir. No, ma'am. I'm just remembering.
You mean remembering something to laugh at?
Yeah, sure, Jean. Remembering to laugh at something now that I didn't find time for earlier. See?
Clear as mud, Jimmy. Clear as mud.
All right, all right. But look now. Here's what I mean. Remember that time when the Roman candle started shooting red, white, and blue fireballs at the back of the witch doctor's neck?
Yes, I saw that. And he was so scared he just didn't know what to do. He just stood there, all sort of dizzy. Then when he did move, he moved to the wrong place, where more colored fireballs were popping.
Yeah, he ducked one and ran smack into another one.
Then the big feather in his hairband caught fire.
Yes, I saw that, too. I guess that poor witch doctor was beginning to think he was a Roman candle himself. In fact, if he had started spitting red, white, and blue fireballs, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Yes, and that big bunch of firecrackers, one that jumped and hopped all over the place. You saw that?
And heard it, too. Gee whiz, that was scary, though. Went off at just the right time, too.
It seems to me the old chief himself got the worst of that deal. He'll never forget firecrackers until the day he dies.
Say, did you see him when he tripped and fell?
Did I? And he was howling like a flock of monkeys. And just as he was getting up on his feet, the firecrackers landed right in his lap.
And before he could get rid of them, away they went again, popping all over the place.
Say, wait, there was one more firework. Wait, Pat Donovan.
Yes, Jimmy. What is it you'll be wanting?
Listen, Pat, weren't you supposed to shoot off that big floral bomb from down at the river bank?
Sure, and I was supposed to. But Mother of Moses, I never got the time. You know, I heard the shindig beginning up in the village. I saw the colored light rising up among the trees. And me, well, I was all set to light the big floral bomb, you know.
But why didn't you? It would have helped.
Well, sir, I was feeling in my pockets for matches when the first squad of wild Indians came yelling and whooping down the trail to the river. They were hot-footing it like wild men, stumbling, falling, and bumping into trees.
I'll bet they were in such a hurry to jump into the river and get across to the far side in safety that they ran right into everything.
Sure, and they did. Well, one of them was in such a big hurry, he dived before he even came to the water.
What do you mean, dive before he came to the water?
Well, sure now, ain't I just after telling you? He dived head first. I guess he misjudged the distance. Thought he was at the water's edge, but he wasn't.
But what happened? Didn't he hurt himself?
Well, now come to think of it, you know, Jimmy, it didn't seem to do him very much good at all. You know, it seemed like he landed smack on his face in the little bushes. Got all mixed up in them, like a fly having an argument with a sheet of fly paper.
But all joking aside, I'll bet the most surprised man in the whole village was Mr. Grogan himself when you pulled the gun on him, Mr. Noice.
Boy, I wish I could have seen that. I'll bet that was a sight for sore eyes. Wasn't it, Mr. Noice?
Well, I'll admit it was a terrible shock to Mr. Grogan, all right.
I suppose he shut up like a clam.
Yes, you might put it that way. And then he started in to do a lot of whining.
Oh, he's good at that, both talking loud and crawfishing.
Most men of his caliber are that way. Arrant cowards at heart, make lots of noise when they have things their own way, but start whining when things go wrong.
Oh, say, you should have heard him beg when I told him his Limey Scroggins was coming over, and that Limey was to get the automatic and stand guard.
Yes, it's a mighty bad thing when a man double-crosses his partner. A dangerous thing. But after all, both Scroggins and Grogan are double-crossers, crooks. Crookedness and double-crossing seem to go hand in hand.
Mr. Noice, wouldn't you like to know what happened to them? Where did they go?
We may never know. It certainly came as a surprise to me to find their hut empty.
But you remember those revolver shots? I mean, they certainly sounded like the automatic we gave to Scroggins.
But don't forget, Mr. Noice had already taken out the bullets and filled the gun with blank cartridges. Limey certainly didn't kill Grogan with blank cartridges.
Then why all the shooting?
Well, don't ask me. All I know is that there was plenty of it.
Oh, I imagine Limey just lost his head when the Indians got out of control. Perhaps a few warriors dashed into that hut, and Limey did the first thing he thought of, used the gun.
And you think then maybe the Indians that went into the hut, when they found out that the gun was harmless, they grabbed Grogan and Limey and hustled them away into the jungle?
Well, I sort of hope so. It'd be for the best.
Well, it sounds like you have some doubt, Mr. Noice.
Frankly, I have. No use hiding my suspicions. Danger is danger, and it has to be faced squarely. Our propeller being smashed leads me to believe that Limey Scroggins or Grogan, maybe both, are still free.
You think it was one of them that threw something into the whirling propeller blades when we were taking off?
I'm afraid so. The Indians wouldn't have thought of stopping us that way. No, it looks like Grogan may have used that stunt as a last resort to prevent us from getting away too quickly.
But we'll never be sure, will we?
Not until we run into them again, and I think we will.
But why don't they come after us now? One of them has a rifle.
That must have been Grogan or Limey who did the shooting when Donovan started out of the cabin to take a look at the damaged prop.
But what's Grogan and Limey doing now?
I wish I knew. But take it from me, if those two are still loose in this jungle, well, we haven't seen the last of them yet. Grogan isn't going to give up so easily. Gold. That's what he wants.
You know, Mr. Noice, when Grogan started talking about the Inca treasure, why, he sounded, well, you know, he talked like he was, well...
You mean he was loose in the head? Is that it, Gene?
Sure. He talked funny, wild, and loud.
Gold has walked many a brain, Gene. Plenty of men have lost their minds over gold just thinking about it. Get to brooding about it and finally become insane.
And I think that's what's happened to Grogan. He sometimes acts like he's a little touched.
Gosh, these jungles are bad enough. Plenty natural dangers without throwing in a dippy man for good measure. You know, Mr. Noice, this trip before we left home sure looked good to me. I was all for it.
But you've changed your mind now, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Noice. Jimmy has changed his mind, and so have I. Boy, oh boy, will I be glad when I'm out of this country.
All right, children. I'm mighty glad you brought up the subject. In fact, I've been wanting to mention this for some time now. Let me put it this way. The damaged seaplane here has to be fixed before it will ever fly again.
Yes, thanks to somebody who threw something into the blade.
Well, then, the ship is to be floated, be allowed to drift downstream to civilization. Why don't you two get aboard and make the trip back with Donovan?
You mean give up the search for Daddy? Oh, no, Mr. Noice. We can't go back now. It's too late for that.
But after the ship has a new propeller, Donovan can fly the two of you back upriver. You can meet us somewhere up nearer the Colombian borderline.
But, Mr. Noice, just drifting downriver to Tarquay or someplace like that, why, it'll take several weeks. And then we'd have to order a new propeller by steamer and wait some more weeks until it arrived. Gee whiz, anything can happen to Dad in that time.
Wait, Jimmy. Maybe we should think this over kind of carefully.
Say, don't tell me you're getting cold feet.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it in a different way, that's all. Maybe Mr. Noice here, well, maybe he doesn't want to be bothered with us.
Oh, now, Miss Jean, please. You know that isn't so. In fact, I prefer to have you two with me on this trip. But I'm thinking about your welfare, you see. About all the dangers ahead. For there will be plenty, rest assured of that.
I know, Mr. Noice. But so far we've come through, and it's just swell, and thanks to you.
Thank yourself, Jimmy. Jean and you, well, you acquitted yourselves splendidly. In fact, helped wonderfully. Perhaps I might even go so far as to say our escape from that Indian village rested squarely on the shoulders of both of you. You two planned it and saw it through.
Well, then you're sure we won't be in the way if we go along with you the rest of the way?
Of course you won't be in my way. I mean that.
Swell, Mr. Noice. And from now on, Jean and me will obey every command you give.
We? Where do you get that stuff from now on? Listen, Jimmy, I've obeyed every command so far. You're the one who went haywire on obeying.
Well, anyway, we'll say this much. If he did disobey me, it all turned out for the best. And now I might as well get Donovan started downriver. I'll pick two of my Indian canoemen to go with him, help him keep the ship in midstream.
Well, when do we leave for the Black Flame country, Mr. Noice?
We head for the Black Flame country and the Inca temple immediately.
And what lies ahead for this little band of explorers? What dangers and what surprises? Everything looks lovely right now, but how long before that villain Grogan appears on the scene again? What viciousness will he be up to next? As Jimmy says, the wild jungle is danger enough without throwing in a gold-crazy man for good measure. But tune in again next time at this same hour. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You remember last time, hurried preparations were being made for the party to get away from this part of the jungle where the native Indians were hostile and had caused so much trouble. What happened to Butch Grogan and his equally villainous partner as yet is not known. The disabled seaplane, useless now because of a broken propeller blade, is on its way downriver for repairs. Pat Donovan is aboard with 2 reliable Indian canoemen to assist him in keeping the ship in midstream. Mr. Noice, Pedro, Jim, and Gene Brady are now in their dugouts. In each boat, a crew of sturdy Indian paddlers, each paddle stroke taking them just a little nearer to the Black Flame country.
Gosh, Mr. Noice, I never thought there was so much jungle in the whole world. Jungle, jungle, jungle everywhere. We come to a bend in the river expecting to see a green field, maybe, and...
Yeah, expecting, but no, ma'am. Just a flock more jungle, hour after hour, and day after day.
And you might as well say year after year while you're at it. For a person could travel here for years and never get out of the jungle.
Boy, oh boy, it just looks like when the world was new. Like stories I've read about what it must have looked like millions of years ago.
Well, Gene, a million years is a pretty long time. However, I doubt if this jungle has changed so very much in the last, say, 50,000 years or so.
Who knows? Maybe there are some great big animals. You know, prehistoric brutes left over. You think so, Mr. Noice?
You mean dinosaurs, eh? No, I doubt it. If there were any such things, I'm inclined to believe they'd have been seen long ago.
Well, I'm believing that they do still exist.
Jimmy, will you please shut up? Hector's pup. Isn't it scary enough without you getting nightmares in the middle of the day?
Oh, gosh. Can't a fella get thinking if he wants to?
Sure you can. But, gee, try to do it more quietly. You don't have to think so out loud. See?
See, Senor Jim. You know, I am see one of those things what you call the three-story animal. See, it was one big one, too. You know, Pedro, she was in the jungle one night. It was so dark as the stack of black pussycats.
You mean you actually saw one of these big prehistoric animals?
See,
Gene? What did I tell you? But go ahead, Pedro. Tell us.
Well, it was the very dark night when suddenly this big animal, she was come right into the camp.
Right
too.
into camp? In the jungle here?
See, senorita. It was come very, very slowly into the camp where Pedro she was. And it was have 3 heads.
Oh, now, Pedro, 3 heads. There ain't no such animal.
What do you mean there ain't? Pedro, she was see him with his own eyes. It was have 3 heads. And look, with one head, it bent way down and grabbed Pedro by the back of his neck. And with the other head, it was grabbed Pedro by one ear.
And I suppose with the other head, it laughed right in your face.
No, it did not laugh. With the other head, it was grabbed Pedro by the other ear. And it was shake me like the little puppy dog. And Pedro, she was here like everything. Is that not so, Senor Noice?
Say, were you there too, Mr. Noice? Did you actually see that monster?
No, I didn't actually see it, but I had to take Pedro's word for it.
But if you were there, you surely must have seen it, too.
No, I didn't see it at all. I did hear a lot of noise. Pedro was yelling like fury. And when I got my flashlight going, I found him all tangled up in his hammock. He was almost choked.
See, Senor Jim. Oh, that was the one terrible night, though. I will never forget to remember it. Caramba, I was so much glad when I was woke up.
Oh, heck. And it was only a dream then. Just a dream?
No, Senor Jim, no. It was not only a dream. It was one beautiful night horse. I mean nightmare. And it was happened 2-3 years ago. And look, I'm still shaken with the fright. Look, Pedro's hand, it is still tremble like everything.
Well, I still don't think this is the time nor the place to tell ghost stories. One more like that, Pedro, and I'll be having the heebie-jeebies.
Heebie-jeebies? What is those things, Senorita? I'm not here or those things.
The heebie-jeebies? Well, they're, I guess, you know.
She means like the willies, the jitters.
The heebie-jeebies, they are like the Williams and the jitters. Senor Noice, which kind of language is this? I am not here of the jitters. You know what those are?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to let Jimmy and Jean do all the explaining. Go ahead, Jimmy. You started it, didn't you?
Who, me? I should say not. It was Jean.
Says you. How come I started it?
Well, it was you that pulled that heebie-jeebies first.
Well, you can do the explaining. I just know that the heebie-jeebies, well, they're the heebie-jeebies. And that's all there is to it.
Look, Pedro, I'll try to explain it.
Oh, please.
For instance, now, when that big three-headed nightmare, Saurus, started chewing on your ears, how did you feel?
How did I feel? Pedro, she's feel like the very Sam Hill. And you know what Pedro do?
Yes, I'll tell you what he did, Jimmy. He nearly hung himself with a hammock rope and yelled as if the Indians were about to barbecue him.
See, I'm yelled so loud, the noise, she's wake me up.
Well, when you woke up, you were all a-twitter and woozy. Jumpy, weren't you?
Woozy? Oh, you bet my life I was, yes.
Then that was the heebie-jeebies and the jitters all in one dose, see?
Oh, now I guess I'm not understand so well. I'm all mixed up like the little pig's breakfast.
All right, Pedro. I guess you had this coming to you. You would start in on those wild and woolly nightmare stories of yours.
Yeah, and it sort of makes fun out of Jimmy's crazy ideas about big animals. Prehistoric animals in the jungles here.
Well, not quite, Miss Jean. At that, Jimmy isn't so very far wrong. For right here in this very jungle, there are still to be found living representatives of prehistoric animals.
There you go, Jean. And now I suppose you'll start in admitting there are big, strange animals in here.
Well, why not? Pedro just mentioned something about that.
Aw, phooey, Jean. I mean actually, though. Real stuff.
Yes, Jimmy, real stuff. But I wasn't thinking about animals then, not great big animals. I was thinking about a bird that hisses like a snake. It's called the hoatzin.
What? It hisses like a snake and is called the hoatzin? Say, that's a funny name. I never heard it before.
Well, few people have. It's only within recent years that anything very definite has been learned about this strange lizard-like bird.
Well, if it is related to the prehistoric stuff, I'll bet it's an ugly, vicious bird, all right. A killer, very likely.
It is ugly-looking, all right, and has a bad odor. The hoatzin is not a killer. It's a vegetarian. It builds in the muka trees that grow in the swamps and rivers. It feeds on the green buds and leaves of that particular tree.
But what makes this hoatzin, or whatever you call it, so different then?
Well, from the scientific point of view, a great many things. But in particular, the fact that when the young hoatzins are still fledglings with bare lizard-like skins, they climb trees and swim like reptiles.
Oh, gee whiz. Can't they fly?
No, not the fledglings. They're too young. They can hardly even walk, but they can climb trees. And strange to say, they do most of the climbing by their bare featherless wings.
Climb with their wings, Mr. Noice?
Yes. You see, on the tip of the bone on each wing, there's a little hook or spur. And when climbing, the young hoatzin uses its bill and the hooks on its wings to scramble up tree branches to safety if pursued.
And you say, the grown-up hoatzins build their nests away out over the water? Well, are they waterfowl, web feet? Do they really swim?
The strange part of it is that the baby hoatzins can swim better than the older birds. Yes, they can swim even before they can walk. But as they grow older and grow feathers, their ability to swim well seems to leave them.
But if they can't walk, they haven't got webbed feet, just how do they swim?
By using their feet and wings. You see, they use their wings just like you use your arms when swimming the breaststroke.
Oh.
We'll keep our eyes open as we go upriver, and we may run into a colony of them. It'll be a rare sight if we do, for they are almost extinct. Still, I have found them here in South America.
Gosh, that's a new one. Birds that can't walk yet, but are able to swim.
Well, I hope to be able to show you a young Hodgson in action. We look for a nest of fledglings. Then you'll be able to see with your own eyes what few white men have ever seen. A hideous snake-like bird deliberately climbing out of its nest by its hands and diving headfirst into the water.
And actually swimming away?
Yes, underwater just like a fish.
Gee.
It may swim 10 or 20 feet away. Then, if your eyes are sharp enough, you'll see the funny little head with its two big black eyes slowly emerging from the black water near to some protecting tree root or floating vegetation.
Well, me now, maybe I'd rather look around for something big and fierce. Something that can reach up and bite the top of one of those big trees over there. That's the kind of animals I'd like to see.
Okay, Jimmy. But when you do see one like that, I hope I'm someplace else.
See, Senor Jim. But what if the big animal, she has the 3 heads like the one I saw that time, huh? That was some animal, and I'm not meaning maybe, perhaps.
Well, Jimmy, you watch for big prehistoric animals, and Jean and I, we'll keep our eyes open for something that looks like a black flame.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. That's what interests me.
Well, Pedro, she is very much interested, too. Pedro, she has seen many times the red flame, the yellow flame, the blue flame, the pink flame, but even the green flame. But this black flame, well, maybe she is like the big animal with the 2-3 heads I see, huh? That time in the nightmare.
Say, but this black flame, this isn't any nightmare at all. Our dad is supposed to be near the black flame right now. If ever we reach Dad and rescue him, well, we'll know all about the black flame, all right.
Yes, I suppose so. But we won't worry too much about it until we get nearer our destination. That'll be soon enough. Or maybe Pedro will be getting more nightmares.
You know, senor, the best part of the horrible nightmare is when Pedro she's wake up and find it is not so. It is one beautiful, delightfulish feeling.
Oh, Mr. Noice, for the love of Mike, what's that right behind you?
What's what? Where?
Say, gosh, it's a big monster shark. See it? See the big dorsal fin? Got big spikes sticking up. Look.
Hector's pup. Maybe it was a sea serpent. It sure looked like it. Oh, or maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe I'm having a nightmare in the middle of the day.
There it is again, Mr. Noice. Hurry, get your gun. Boy, oh, boy.
Well, what kind of a jungle is this we're in? First, Pedro sees monster animals with 3 heads, and now both Jimmy and Jean see something that looks like a monster sea serpent or a gigantic shark. What happens now? Their canoes are out in the middle of the river, a dangerous place to be with that monster so near. Tune in next time, and we'll see what happens. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. And now to the jungle. You remember, we left off with Jimmy and Jean Brady in the dugouts with Mr. Noice and Pedro. Once again, the party is away from the danger of Indians and anthill torture. Grogan and his double-crossing partner, Limey Scroggins, well, what happened to them when the riot broke out in the Indian village isn't exactly known. They have been captured, maybe, but Mr. Noice has suspicions that Grogan and Scroggins aren't quite out of the picture yet. Anyway, Mr. Noice's dugout canoes, manned by a crew of sturdy Indian canoemen, are pushing up this mysterious tropical river, heading for the Black Flame country to rescue Mr. Brady and to look for the lost Inca temple and its fabled treasure of gold. All is peaceful on the river when suddenly Jimmy Brady, looking back, sees a monster fish, an enormous brute, following the canoes.
Say, if that isn't a shark, then I'm crazy with the heat.
Si, Senor Jim. Maybe you are seeing the many things which are not so.
Seeing things that are not so? Listen, I'm seeing things that are so. I saw it, I tell you.
That's right, Jimmy. I saw it, too. It's a big fish, all right. A lalapalooza, too. Big as a whale.
Oh, big as a whale, eh? Well, that's something new in this region.
Please don't laugh, Mr. Noice. I'm telling you, I saw it as plain as could be. Big and black. Was up on the surface there, sneaking up behind it. I bet if I hadn't looked back there, well, gosh, it might have done anything.
Jimmy, I'm afraid you're still thinking about the prehistoric animals that we were talking about.
Look, there it is. Am I seeing things now? That's a fish. See the big spike sticking out of its back above the water? It's a man-eating shark, maybe a tiger shark.
You're right, Jimmy. It's a big fish, all right. But don't get scared. That isn't a shark at all. It's a piraraku, just a piraraku.
Oh, just a paracuckoo or something, is it? Gosh, you talk as if it was just a little goldfish in a bowl or something. Say, look at the size of it. I bet it weighs at least a ton.
Well, goldfish or no goldfish, I don't like to have that brute hanging around. Whew, if it ever opens its mouth and takes one bite, well, we're going to know what Jonah felt like.
Si, senorita. You was mean those Senor Jonah of the good Bible book story, no?
So you know all about that, Pedro.
Oh,
well, then let's get out of here. I know enough about that story to feel that I want to make myself scarce around here.
You know, Pedro's mother, she tell Pedro all about the good Senor Jonah and how the good Senor Jonah, he spend the 2-3 days way down in the Bell's Valley. What's the matter? Oh, I mean the Bell's Valley. Now I'm all mixed again with the English language.
I know what you mean, all right. That Jonah spent the weekend down in the whale's belly.
That is so. See, I remember the words now. See.
Pedro, how about our piraraku gear?
Oh, she's here in the canoe right at the feet.
Yeah.
You wish we should catch this very big fish here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it will make the good food eating for the canoe men.
That's just what I have in mind. Our food situation isn't any too good right now, but a few 100 pounds of fish will carry us a long way.
You mean, then, that we eat that thing?
Well, you and Jimmy may not like it at first, but you'll learn to like it. The Indians certainly enjoy pirarucu, and so do Pedro and I.
And are we going to use fishing pole and angleworms to catch that thing? Look, it's coming closer. Say, I can even see its little pig eyes glittering.
Oh, gee whiz, folks. For the love of Pete, let's get out of here. Ooh, this gets me down. I don't mind wild, savage Indians half so much. Now you want to go fishing. Gosh.
Pedro, swing the canoes into the shore. That little sandbank over there will do.
Si, senor.
I guess we'll use your boat. It's lighter. We'll just pile the cargo on the beach and come back out here and get this big fellow.
Si, senor.
But, Mr. Noice, surely you don't fish for that stuff with an ordinary fish pole, do you?
No, indeed. We go after these pirarucu the Indian fashion, just like going after a whale. We use the harpoon and line.
You're really going to harpoon it?
We have to, Jimmy. It means food. Very necessary in order to keep the Indian canoemen satisfied. Whenever we travel in the jungle, we have to live off the country as much as we possibly can.
But, Mr. Noice, please, when the canoe is unloaded, can Jean and I come back out here to help you?
Say, wait a minute, Jimmy. You're speaking out of turn. Jean is not included in this little fishing party at all. You see, Jean will watch from the shore. Just leave me out, please.
Whatever you say, Miss Jean. Perhaps it is a good idea for little boys and girls to stay on shore. The pirarucu isn't at all dangerous until he gets peeved, and then he's liable to do anything.
I don't blame that big fish. Say, I don't know of anything that would get me peeveder than getting tickled in the ribs with a harpoon.
All right, Pedro. Let's beach the canoes right here, huh?
Si, senor, si. Mando, pira, pinixi.
Oh, Phoenix. Oh, Cheeto.
All right. Get your dugout unloaded. Everything out but the coil of rope and the 2 harpoons. All right, Jimmy. And Jean, here's where we get out now.
Yes, sir.
Now, you two pick out a grandstand seat right over there on the sandbank. I'm going to help unload Pedro's boat before that big pirarucu gets too far away.
Well, Jean and I, we aren't exactly helpless, Mr. Noice. We can help unload, too. And, gosh, even though Jean doesn't want to go along, I sure would. May I, Mr. Noice? Please.
Well, if you insist, Jimmy. But you must do exactly as you were told now. I guess it'll be all right.
I promise. Say, where will I put these rifles? Here, Jean, you take these 2.
Okay.
Hey, there. Keep those guns off the sand. You don't want any sand to get into the breeches. You better take them over to the other canoe, Jimmy.
But don't we need them when we go out to that big sardine there?
No, I guess not. The harpoon will do the trick all right.
But couldn't I take a gun along just in case? Maybe I can't handle a harpoon, but with a gun, well, that's different.
Okay. Take your own rifle, then. But don't go getting excited and start pulling triggers. We don't want any bullet holes in the bottom of the boat.
Senor Noice, the dugout is okay. She's all empty.
Very well. And now we'll try and see where that pirarucu went to.
Right over there. I saw it just before you spoke. It went under just a second ago. Look, there it is again. You see it?
Pedro, we'll just take 2 Indians.
Si.
Better get Maudu and Cobillo. They've been pretty good boys and deserve a little fun.
Si, senor. Mando, Cabello, pirarucu.
Pirarucu. Si,
All right, Jimmy. In you go now. Now get into the middle of the canoe and sit right down on the bottom. And be careful with the gun. Here, you better let me have it a second. I'll put the safety catch on.
Okay, Mr. Noice.
There you are, Jimmy. I just don't want to take any chances. Now be sure you keep down on the bottom, right in the middle of the dugout, right near the feet of that Indian there. All set now. Pedro,
Si.
your job is to take care of the stern.
Si, senor. And Pedro, she is to take 1 harpoon with him, too, eh?
Yes, surely. Now, here, you take one of mine. Now, we'll shove off. As soon as I get into the bow... Oh, wait a second. I want to make certain that my harpoon line is coiled properly.
Oh, si, senor. I'm check it all over very, very careful.
All right, then shove off. Head her upstream a ways.
Si, si.
Yeah, that's it. Now, when we get in the middle of the river, we'll just stop and let the canoe drift slowly downstream.
Si, senor.
And that pirarucu doesn't seem to be scared of anything. We shouldn't have much trouble sneaking down on him.
So long, Jean. Now be a good little girl till Brother Jim gets back, won't you now?
Ah, baloney. I hope that cuckoo thing scares the daylights out of you. And I'll sit here on this sandbank and just laugh my head off. Me? Well, I'd rather catch a can of salmon or something.
Look back at the sandbank, Mr. Noice. See our Indians where they are going? All sneaking off into the jungle. Are they deserting or something?
No, Jimmy. Every time a canoe Indian gets ashore, he heads inland. looking for jungle delicacies. Berries, certain roots, or maybe a monkey.
A monkey? What's the monkey for?
Why, to eat. Indians are very fond of roast monkey.
Well, the Indians are all gone now.
Uh-huh.
Jean's all alone on the sandbank. I hope she doesn't start away after the Indians. That part of the jungle there, it sure doesn't look very inviting.
Well, your sister, she will not leave the sandbank. Pedro, she's promised so. Senor Jim, you will not have to worry much.
Well, that's swell. And now I can enjoy this fishing trip, and so much the better then.
Oh, you'll enjoy it all right. I'll promise you that. It's a good thing you can swim. Of course, I made sure of that. Otherwise, you'd be on the sandbar with Miss Jean right now.
Well, what has swimming got to do with it, Mr. Noice? We don't dive after that big fish, do we?
No, not exactly. But sometimes the Pirarucu goes on the warpath, sort of runs amok when the harpoon strikes him. And he can overturn one of these dugouts like nobody's business.
You mean tip this thing over and we'll all land in the water? And then what?
That's something I can't answer. It all depends. Usually, if we harpoon him in the right place and we want this fish badly enough, then we hang onto the line with one hand and the canoe with the other and let the fish tow us, canoe and all, until he becomes exhausted.
Shh. Senor Noice.
Yes.
We are dropping down fast. There she goes.
Huh?
I will have the Indians backwater on the paddles. Are you ready, senor?
All set, Pedro. Take it easy.
See.
As soon as I throw my harpoon and make a strike, stand by. Anything may happen. Easy, Pedro.
See.
Gosh, I think it sees us. It's sort of drifting downstream, just keeping far enough away.
Oh, see. These Pirarucu, they are wise fishes. They do not like the harpoon so much. No.
Let us drift now, Pedro. That's it. A little more now. That's it. This one is a wise fish, all right. He keeps out of the way. Listen, Pedro.
See.
Keep the canoe headed downstream, just as she is now.
See. Senor, look. Get ready with the harpoon.
Good. Yeah. Now, here goes. There. Now, Jimmy, hold on tight. Look out for that line, Jimmy. Well, there he goes. He's heading for bottom. Oh, Pedro, get your harpoon ready. He'll be back on the surface in no time. Get all set to let him have it.
Si, senor. Pedro, she's all set.
Hey, look. Back on that sandbar. Jean, see? Something's crawling up behind her. Oh, gosh.
Great Scott, it's a jacare, a monster crocodile. Hand me that rifle, Jimmy. The rifle. Hurry, boy.
Boy, oh boy. Little Miss Jean all alone on a sandbar. The Indians all in the jungle, too far away to help. Mr. Noice, Pedro, and Jimmy out in mid-river with a big monster fish already harpooned. An angry fish now. And horrors of horrors. A big jacare, a monster South American alligator creeping along the sandbar to where little Miss Jean sits all unsuspecting. What happens now? Does Mr. Noice succeed in placing a bullet in the right place? A wounded crocodile is a bad crocodile.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You recall we left off just where Mr. Noice, standing in the bow of the Indian dugout, had succeeded in harpooning a giant piraracu, that enormous fish found in the Amazon River and tributaries. The struggle to land this big fellow was just about to begin when little Jimmy Brady, looking back to the shore, sees a large gray something creeping stealthily toward his little sister Jean, who is on the sandbar watching the struggle with the fish. The large gray thing is a jacare, a giant Amazon crocodile.
Hand me that rifle. Quickly, Jimmy. Quickly.
Here it is, Mr. Noice. Gosh, don't miss. Please don't miss.
Here, Jimmy. Take my harpoon line. Pass it along to Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Noice. Maybe I can hold the line.
Oh, Pedro. Steady back there now. Keep this canoe steady. Now, swing the bow in towards shore. That's it. Now, just let it drift. Everybody sit still. I'm trying a shot from here. Steady, everyone.
You got it, Mr. Noice. You got it.
Keep still, Jimmy. Keep still. Jean isn't out of danger yet.
Gosh, no. Look at her struggle, will you?
Yeah, threshing around on the sandbar. One touch with that big armored tail, and it'd be just too bad for Jean. Now, sit tight, everybody. Well, that's that. Jean got a scare, but nothing more. Good thing you were looking back at shore, Jimmy, or we might have been too late.
Oh, that big jacare. She's not creep up on any little senorita no more. That was the very good shot, Senor Noice. You know, it is not so very easy from this
Look
canoe.
out there. Look out. Yeah, give me that line, Jimmy. My harpoon line. Steady now, everybody. I can hardly hold him. This fish has power, all right.
Will you look at that thing jump out of the water? Say, it is as big as a whale. Where did it go now?
Yeah, well, he's going down again.
Say, what if it goes down too deep and yanks this canoe upside down?
Well, that isn't what we must guard against. The real danger lies in the fact that when that piraracu comes up again, he may come up directly under us.
Uh-oh, I hadn't thought of that. So that's why you said it was a good thing I knew how to swim.
Yes, and you can get ready any time. This fellow is good and mad at the whole world, and at my harpoon in particular. Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
You might keep an eye on the sandbar there. That croc is apparently dead, but you can never be sure. Keep an eye on the sandbar just in case.
Okay, Mr. Noice. But if that big fish comes out of the water again, like it just did that time, I don't see how I'm going to keep my mind on that sandbar.
Well, if that big piraracu come out of the water once again, just one little bit nearer this dugout, your mind will be in the river, Jimmy, and you will be with it.
Stand by, Pedro. Line is slacking again.
Si.
Coming to the surface. Stand by to move fast.
Si.
If he breaks water anywhere near you, throw your harpoon. We're going to need 2 lines to this brute.
Mr. Noice, maybe it might be a good idea to drop the harpoon lines and get out of here. Gosh, maybe we'll all go overboard.
Si, Senor Jim, we all go overboard. And the jungle water, she is so wet, too.
Okay, Pedro, but I've been wet before, lots of times.
Si, Senor Jim, but never so wet. This water here, she is so much more wetter. Oh, for goodness sake, yes.
Oh, yeah? I suppose the next thing you'll be saying that the fish wear raincoats, huh?
Oh, si, Senor Jim. Or else they get too wet, those fish, and they catch the most very bad cold, and they sneeze. Oh, si,
Jimmy, don't pay too much attention to Pedro. He's just trying to kid you.
And don't I know it? Gosh, a fish getting wet and catching a bad cold. Phooey.
Oh, me, Pedro, she is so sad. Nobody she's ever believed, Pedro, not anymore.
Too bad, Pedro. But if that big paracoup happens to come up and bump its snoot against our canoe bottom, you won't only be sad, you'll be all wet.
See, but you just watch, Pedro. When we all go overboard and take the big swim, you watch, Pedro. I just catch those big fish by the hind leg, and then
Wait a minute. Hind leg. What hind leg? Fish have no legs.
Ah, that is right. No hind leg. Ah, si. But Pedro, she mean, hold those big fish by the whiskers.
So it's whiskers now. Mr. Noice, what kind of fish are these in this river anyway?
All right, Jimmy. You're holding your own all right. Pedro, I think Jimmy doesn't fall so easy, does he? Doesn't kid well at all, eh?
That is so, Senor Noice. Well, maybe Pedro, she saved the kidding for the senorita, huh?
Yeah.
But, Mr. Noice, you think this big canoe will tip over?
It might happen, Jimmy. But listen, if it does, the first thing you've got
Look
to
out,
do...
senor.
Gee whiz!
Yeah, that was a close one. There it goes down again. We're in for a long, tough battle here.
You were saying, Mr. Noice, what do I do if the canoe overturns?
Just see that you're clear of the harpoon lines and start swimming. And keep swimming till you hit the sandbar. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Don't pay any attention to Pedro or I. You get back to shore.
Suits me, Mr. Noice.
Yeah.
I wish I was on shore now. But go ahead, Mr. Noice. Don't mind me. I got myself into this jamboree, and I'm all through squawking.
That's the stuff, Jimmy. And, Jimmy, you better grab that paddle. Get up on your knees and be ready. We may have to paddle like mad.
But if the paracoup comes up under the boat, we won't get much of a chance to paddle.
Well, that is so, Senor Jim. But sometimes these big fish, when they are so angry, they will see the canoe, maybe blame the canoe for the trouble, and then there is more trouble.
You mean that fish might head for the boat, go into high gear, and give us a wallop with his nose or something?
Well, nose or tail won't make much difference. If it hits us with either end, we'll know it. How's the sandbar back there, Jimmy?
Oh, gosh, I almost forgot. Oh, say, it's all hunky-dory now. 3 of the Indian canoe men have come back out of the jungle.
I guess they heard the shots from my rifle and took it as a signal to return. Well, that's all to the good. Now we can give our whole attention to the landing of this fish. There's a nice load of food for us here. We can get them ashore.
Senor, maybe I push the dugout downriver a little more. Then when the fish comes up once again, it will be at the back of me. Then my harpoon will go into action. Yes, no?
Okay, Pedro. Let's slip down a little farther, then. All right. That's about far enough. Now, Pedro.
Si.
Pass your harpoon and line up to me. Reach out and get it, Jimmy.
Okay.
It is, Jimmy. Watch the line. Hold the coil just so. Then it will not tangle. The one tangle, and it is very dangerous.
I got it, Pedro. Coming up, Mr. Noice. Here it is.
Okay, Jimmy. Pedro, just hold the canoe about where it is now. Yes, we'll wait right here. This fellow's crafty, all right. Seems to be taking his time. He's lying down there somewhere near the bottom.
And that's quite a ways down, isn't it? How deep is it here, Mr. Noice?
Oh, I should say by the length of line out now, about 30 feet.
And that's a lot of water in any man's country. But why don't we get a little more action? What's the fish waiting for? Why doesn't he do something?
He'll do something, all right. Rest assured of that. Just have patience. You'll see a lot of fun yet. Get ready now, Pedro. Get ready. I feel the line slackening. He's coming up slowly. You may be getting a little tired waiting.
Is he going to jump out of the river again, Mr. Noice?
You never can tell. He's liable to. Again, he may come up to the surface and lie perfectly still. That's what I'm hoping for, anyway.
If I could just be sure he didn't go haywire, land smack into my lap or something, say, I'd kind of enjoy this fishing trip.
Well, Senor Jimmy, if he do go haywire, and like you say, he lands smack on your lap, please, do me one favor. Do not try to hold him. You know, he does not like to be held by little boys. No.
Hold him? Hold him? What do you mean? That fish is 4 times bigger than I am. How could I hold a whale like that?
Oh, I'm not, no. But if you must hold him on your lap, please, do not hold him too tight.
Say, Pedro, you're trying to kid me now. That's what you're doing. But it's no go. I've been kidded by experts. Listen, Pedro, if I had my way, I'd catch that big parakou in good old-fashioned way, if you'd only help me.
You mean you will catch the percuckoo like they was back in the old country?
You bet. In the good old way, if you'll only help me.
Well, sure, I will help you. What is it you want Pedro she should do, huh?
Well, then when the big fish jumps out of the water, Pedro, you reach out, grab an armful, hang on to it, see?
Pedro, she's to grab the fish and hold on to it. But what is for? What will you do then, Senor Jim?
Me? Well, I'll just reach over and put a little salt on his tail, see?
You put salt on the tail of the big fish. I am not understand what it means.
Well, that's one on you, Pedro. Yes, it's Jimmy's turn to do a little kidding now. You know, you had it coming to you. That salt on the tail is an old gag back home, you see.
Oh.
You see, Pedro, that's what you get for trying to kid me.
Oh, easy, Jimmy. Easy. Pedro, watch your paddle. Here he comes. You see him? Lying up near the surface. You see the swells in the river there? Ease down a little now. Easy now.
Say, how about me getting in a shot with this rifle, Mr. Noice? Wouldn't that work?
No, shooting down into water is always more or less uncertain. Wait. Here he comes up to the top. I don't know just what to make of this, Pedro. This percuckoo is acting mighty strange.
You know, I'm thinking the very same thing, senor. These percuckoo I'm helped to catch long ago, they was very angry fish. They was rush here, they was rush there. You know, they was drag the canoe all over the river.
Yeah, all right, Pedro. Ease down on him. Steady now. I'll get up on my feet now. Here, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
Take the end of this line. Be careful now. You know that big fish is on the other end of it. Pass it along to Pedro.
Couldn't I hold it, Mr. Noice? I could hold it all right.
No, Jimmy. No. You're not strong enough to hold it. Pass it on along to Pedro, or you'll cut your hands to pieces. Yeah, that's it, Jimmy. Oh, Pedro.
Si.
Just a little more to port.
Si.
A little more.
Si.
Now, steady. Hold her right there. Easy now. Yeah, there he is. I'll try another harpoon. Steady now. Steady. There.
Well, that was very good. He's heading upriver now.
Yeah.
Hang on, senor.
Yeah, Jimmy, get down to the bottom of the boat and hang on. Quick now.
Gee whiz, how could I see from the bottom of the dugout? Oh, heck.
Look out, senor. The big fish, she's turned. She's come back this way.
Now, we're in for it. Look out. If that fellow hits us, keep clear of the lines. Keep clear of the lines.
Say, look at that, will you? Who said we can't stop it now? And Jimmy did it with his little gun. Whoopee!
Gosh, just in time, too. That big South American fish, the percuckoo, was heading for trouble. If ever it had hit that dugout, good night. But Jimmy with the rifle did things in a hurry. That gun spoke, and the fish gave up. That's what a real boy can do when he gets the chance. And there are plenty more things Jimmy and Jean will do, too. So don't miss a single episode. The Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. In the last episode, little Jimmy Brady prevented a calamity by shooting a big piraracu, an enormous South American river fish which was attacking the canoe. Well, the big fish was hauled ashore, and the Indians spent many, many hours cutting it up in strips and smoking and preserving it. This fish was considered a great delicacy to the Indian canoemen. Morning came, and the party again set their canoe course upriver. Always upriver, paddling ever nearer to the mysterious Black Flame country. It is now late afternoon. They are one more day's journey deeper into the almost impenetrable jungle. Little Jim and Jean Brady have been very busy for the last 3 hours as they sit in the big dugout. Let's join them.
Well, you two, what does it look like now? It really ought to be a masterpiece, considering you've been at this for better than 3 hours.
Well, I hope so, Mr. Noice. But I guess we're running out of supplies. That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, don't worry about that. We've got more paper, lots of it.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Noice, it isn't the paper nor the pencil either. It's a little rubber eraser on the end of the pencil that's worrying me.
It sure is. That eraser's worn down to almost nothing.
Oh, but why use the eraser? What would you do if there hadn't been any eraser on the end of that pencil?
Don't ask me, but blame Jimmy here. He's the one who's been doing all the changes. Gee whiz, I never knew it was so much work to make out a new map from memory.
Well, anyway, when we do get this map made, it's going to be a map what is a map. And I don't mean maybe. And we won't need any secret code for it either. You see, Mr. Noice?
Oh, so that's what's delaying the completion, is it? But are you sure you can set down directions and things accurately without using the original code?
Well, why not, Mr. Noice? It was Jimmy and me who made the map and the code in the first place. But we made it all sort of crazy, just in case someone ever stole it from us. When Daddy wrote home asking for the map, he told us it was risky, that there were others just itching to get their hands on it.
You bet, Mr. Noice. And Jean and me, well, we just didn't want to take any chances. So when we copied the map from the book in the public library back home, we drew lines in the wrong place.
And you felt sure that by doing so you could fool anyone, any stranger trying to read it?
Well, that's what we thought, Mr. Noice. And why not? It was a puzzle, all right. For instance, if a little river on the map in the library was shown as flowing, well, let's say southwest, we changed it to flow south. On our map, I mean.
Sure thing. And if the map showed where two rivers joined and were supposed to swing right, we made it read swing left. But all the errors were explained in a little separate sheet, written in secret code.
Well, now, as I understand it, you aren't using the code at all. In other words, the map you've been drawing from memory is as near true in every detail as you can remember.
Yes, Mr. Noice. And here it is. Take a look at it. We may have some little errors, maybe plenty of them, but not enough to do much harm. Here, take a look.
Uh-huh. It's rather smudged, isn't it? But quite readable.
Smudged is right. That was Jimmy with his eraser.
Say, Miss Brady, I may have done a lot of erasing, but why? I'm asking you why.
Because you wanted to change it, wasn't that it?
All right, I wanted to change it, but why? I'll tell you. because you insisted that rivers and landmarks and things that I drew in were in the wrong place.
Well, weren't they?
Well, how should I know? You said they were. And heck, if you say so, well, I guess I might as well agree as argue with my sister.
Well, taking everything into consideration, I think this map you've just made from memory, by Jove, it looks like a masterpiece.
Maybe it looks like a masterpiece to you, Mr. Noice. But with all the changes and rubbing out and redrawing that Jimmy did, it looks like something the cat dragged in after a rainstorm.
Oh, never mind, Jimmy. Jean's just teasing. The map's all right. Now let's get together and we'll see what we shall see. Now then, right now we are about here on the map.
Yes, Mr. Noice. I figured it was something like that.
Uh-huh. And this round mark here, we should be there sometime tomorrow. Oh, what does this round mark mean? Rapids in the river, or does it signify a whirlpool?
Neither, Mr. Noice.
Huh?
That's just a hole in the paper.
Oh.
Jimmy erased that spot so much, he rubbed clean through.
There you go. There you go again. I guess sisters were invented just to get into a fellow's hair.
Oh, never mind, Jimmy. The next map we need, we'll just have Miss Jean do all the map making, and then it'll be your turn to joke, eh?
And that'll be swell, believe me.
Well, now that that's settled, let's get busy again. But first, let me get my own map here. I want to compare something. Now then, you see here on my map where these two rivers join?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's for the Wapays and the Paparee.
Mm-hmm. Now, we already have taken the Paparee route, and we're just about here on it. You see those marks?
Yes, sir.
Now, those represent the rapids we just passed.
Oh, yes, that's it, all right.
Now then, I want you to point out to me on your map just where you think we are.
All right, Mr. Noice. Now you see this mark right here?
Uh-huh.
I'd say we were right here.
Uh-huh. So far, so good. Jimmy, you're a pretty good map maker at that. Now, let's see. Oh, Jimmy, see here. Look at this line here. It looks like a river, but if it is, it's an unknown one, for it's not represented on my standard map here.
Oh, but Mr. Noice, that's just it.
Hmm?
You see, this river is a secret river. It can't be entered from this river we're on. It goes underground in a cavern at this point right here.
Yeah, strange. Very strange. But how do you get to it?
Well, there's supposed to be a mountain peak as a landmark, and we have to leave this river we are on and then travel through the jungle toward that mountain peak.
Then is that where the black flame is supposed to be?
Oh, no, Mr. Noice. But this secret river runs into the Black Flame country.
I see. And now then, just where on your map is the place where your dad is being held a prisoner?
Well, we're not sure of the exact spot, but it must be somewhere around here in these mountains.
Uh-huh. About 500 miles westward up this unknown river. Yeah, but Jimmy, that is near the Lake Guadavita country.
Well, maybe. But anyway, we'll have to hit the trail into the jungle sometime soon.
Yes, but how did your dad ever penetrate so far into the jungle in the first place? I can't understand that.
Well, you see, he had a native Indian guide. Daddy called him Hipekto, or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the name was much longer, but Daddy cut it short to just Hipekto.
He was an educated Indian, Mr. Noice. It seems that he spent some years in the Catholic mission someplace. He could speak Spanish, and he even spoke some broken English.
Mm-hmm. Well, do I understand then that this Hipekto is an up-country Indian?
Well, he must have been, Mr. Noice, for he knew the rivers and the trails. He was the one who guided Dad. You see, Dad had saved his life once. I don't know how, but he did.
Then your dad made a lifelong friend. Yes, I can understand that, all right. In some tribes, gratitude is an outstanding thing. Save a life, and the owner of that life feels that the life saved belongs forever after to the one who saved it.
Yes, and one thing more. Daddy said this Hipekto was the son of a chief or something. Wasn't that it, Jimmy?
That's right, Mr. Noice. The son of some big chief, and someday expected to be chief himself.
Hereditary chief. Yes, that's the custom among many of the tribes, especially in the upriver country. It's just a remnant of a long-dead civilization which existed centuries ago.
Mr. Noice,
Yeah?
shouldn't we make some attempt to find this Hipekto Indian? If we could locate him, everything would be just hunky-dory.
Yes, we can do that. We'll make inquiries pretty soon. Look ahead of you. We're paddling toward a fork in the river. In just a few moments, you'll see what I mean. I've been keeping this as a sort of a surprise.
Mr. Noice, have you actually been up this river before? Gosh, there's so many rivers here.
Yes, I was up this same river not quite 3 years ago. This time, if I follow directions as given on your map here, well, we'll take the fork that branches left, whereas previously I went the other direction, toward the south.
There it is. Look, Jimmy, a real wooden house. Say, there's several houses. Is this a mission or something, Mr. Noice?
No, it's a trading station, a raw rubber station. An old acquaintance of mine runs it, an Englishman by the name of Morton, Bennett Morton. He's been here for years.
All these years among savage Indians? Well, how come, Mr. Noice?
Well, even savage Indians know which side of their bread the butter is on, if you get what I mean.
You mean even Indians know when they're well off?
Exactly. In that little trading station, you will find always a supply of things the Indians need. Cloth, salt, sugar, oil lanterns, knives, and almost every trade article.
This Mr. Morton, then, sells these things to the Indians up here.
No, he doesn't sell them, he trades them. The Indians bring in raw rubber and exchange it for necessities. Morton has always traded fairly, and he has had little or no trouble.
I suppose being English, he very likely has a lot of English soldiers to protect his property.
No soldiers, Miss Jean. Morton is alone. The only white man within at least 100 miles. But here, Jimmy, fold up the map and put it safely away somewhere. We're going ashore for a little stopover. Oh, where's Pedro's canoe?
Way down the river's a ways. He's just coming around the bend now.
Good. Yeah, he'll be just as pleased to have a night's sleep in a real shack for a change as I am.
Oh, say, Mr. Noice, there's an Indian over there. You see that clump of bushes? Just this side of the little wooden platform at the river.
That loading platform there, the bushes on this side?
Yes, sir. I saw an Indian glide in among the bushes.
Hey, look, there he goes. He's running like 60. See, Mr. Noice? And now he's heading back among the big trees.
Tucano, Ixibok, Doc, Tucano.
Omong Ikibok, so you're on the Tucano?
Tucano, Ixibok.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Noice? What's wrong? What did the man in the canoe say?
He says there's something wrong, that there's great trouble up there on shore. I did think it funny that we approached so near without a welcome. Usually our approach is known long before we reach here. Yeah, Morton should have been down at the little dock to welcome us in.
Look over at the biggest shack, Mr. Noice.
That's the storeroom, where all the trade goods are kept.
Well, doesn't that look like the place has been wrecked? You see that stuff all scattered at the doorway?
By Jove, you're right, Jimmy. All right, we wait out here on the river until Pedro catches up. There's something wrong here.
There they go again, Mr. Noice. Hear them? Drums always seem to mean trouble. Oh, dear.
Drums. Out of the hush of the jungle comes drums that throb and throb. What do they say this time? What terrible message are they speaking? What happens at that little trading station? Where is Bennett Martin? Has the trading station been ransacked by hostile natives? Or is this some more of Butch Grogan's work? Tune in next time for another chapter of The Black Flame of the Amazon. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. You recall the last episode where Mr. Noice, accompanied by Little Jean and Jim Brady, are going upstream in the big Indian dugout manned by a crew of Indian canoemen. Pedro, with his dugout and crew, are following a half-mile behind. At a fork in the Jungle River, they approach a settlement, an Indian trading post managed by an Englishman named Bennett Morton. The travelers make plans to go ashore and visit this white trader. But before reaching the Little River loading platform, it is noticed that their arrival has not been announced. In the distance, the jungle drums take up their mournful beat. A stealthy, savage Indian is seen skulking away into the bush. From the river, it appears that all is not well. The station seems deserted. The place is altogether too quiet to be safe. Mr. Noice is waiting on Pedro's canoe to arrive.
Let's shout at Pedro to get his men to lean on the paddles. He isn't hurrying at all.
Because he, as yet, doesn't suspect anything wrong. And we won't shout at all. No use giving the alarm. Any shouting we would do might start something that would be hard to stop.
But what do you think happened, Mr. Noice? After all, we aren't sure that anything's wrong yet.
That's true, Jean. But everything points to the fact that something is wrong. Very wrong. Mr. Morton isn't down at the dock here to meet us. And that isn't as it ought to be.
But that may be, well, maybe he doesn't know we're here yet.
Jimmy, in the jungle here, a white man's approach is known while he is still miles away. Bush telegraph, grapevine, anything you may term it. But our approach is known just the same.
Well, you mean that according to the way it ought to be, Mr. Morton ought to have known we were coming long ago?
Hours ago, yes. In fact, the last trip I made up here, he came downriver by canoe, met me about 10 miles from here, and convoyed me up. A visit from a white man happens at long intervals. A trading post on this river is a lonely place.
Well, but supposing Mr. Morton is maybe, out in the jungle someplace. Maybe looking after his rubber trees or something.
In that case, someone would have gone and advised him of our approach. He'd have dropped everything and hurried back. If not, at least he would have seen to it that someone, one of his help here, was on hand to ask us ashore.
Well, it seems that he didn't. But would Mr. Morton go out in the jungle and leave his trading post to take care of itself, you think?
Not at all, no. There has to be someone here always. Usually some responsible Indian servant. But you see for yourself.
Yes, the place is deserted, all right. But here's Pedro now.
Ah, senor. Tonight we have the very good sleep, in the little real wood houses. Ah, that is good. Oh, yes.
No, it isn't, Pedro. It isn't so good at all.
No?
I doubt if we sleep in any wooden house this night. Pedro, what do you make of that? Look at the doors and windows of the big shack there.
By Georges, something she has gone haywire. The door, she seems all broke down. And look, the much stuff she has scattered on the ground.
And Morton himself seems out of the picture. Not a soul in sight. There was one Indian. We saw him when we hove in sight of the landing. But he dashed away into the bush.
Mm-hmm. It is the Indian raid, maybe. Huh, senor? Look, away over there, near the little wood house.
Yeah?
Is it not that Pedro, she sees something on the ground? It looked like the Indian, maybe.
I think you're right, Pedro. Jean, Reach those field glasses over to me. Right there near your feet. Hurry, please.
Here, Jimmy. Hand these to Mr. Noice.
Here you are, Mr. Noice. Catch.
Yeah, thanks. And now we'll soon find out.
A swell welcome this turned out to be. Seems if there's any Indian trouble in the neighborhood, that's the neighborhood we're bound to be in. Always at the wrong time.
Yeah, I thought so. There has been a raid, all right. That place up there is a wreck. Just a mess.
And those trade goods. Maybe those Indians here stole plenty much stuff, huh?
Undoubtedly. And this all happened but a short time ago. That raid was staged not more than a few hours ago.
But, Mr. Noice, if it has been a raid, what happened to Mr. Morton?
That question will be answered when we get closer to the ruins.
Do we have to go ashore, Mr. Noice?
Yes, Jean. This is now a part of our business. We whites, no matter what part of the world we're in, must never forget that we are white.
You mean there's been a crime committed here?
Yes, Jimmy, against a white man.
And there's got to be punishment of some kind.
That's secondary, Jimmy. A white man made his residence here. We have to find out what happened. Find that white man. That's the white man's law in the jungle.
Swell, Mr. Noice. That's swell. And we're white. And I'm all set to go.
And that goes for me, too, Mr. Noice.
No, I'm afraid I'll have to leave Jimmy and you behind this time.
Si, senor. And Pedro, she'll go ashore now, eh?
Right, Pedro. And I'm going with you. Jim and Jean, you'll transfer to the other canoe and go back across the river.
Yes, sir.
Say, look at this, will you? An arrow sticking right in the side of the dugout.
Yes, and it was shot from the far side of the river. Well, that puts us in a fine mess. Apparently, the far side of the river is even more dangerous at the moment. Pedro, get your rifle handy. The same goes for you, Jean.
All right,
You
sir.
too, Jimmy. We're going to land at the little dock.
Senor, I will swing in on the far side, eh? The river, she is in low water now. We can put the two canoes under the dock. I think that maybe they will be safer there.
You know, Pedro, I'm half tempted to swing back downriver a little ways. I wonder if perhaps that isn't the reasonable thing to do.
But that Indian arrow, she's come from across river. The Indians, they are on both sides. Pedro, she thinks the safest place is in the one of the little wooden houses there, no?
Yeah, maybe you're right, Pedro. All right. Now, the guns. Each of you carry at least an extra box of ammunition. Start gathering it now. Jimmy, you get shells for the rifles.
Yes, sir.
Jean, you get the shells for the automatics.
All right, sir.
All right, now. There you are.
Look, Mr. Noice, will this be enough?
Gosh, we got enough gun stuff to start a little war.
Yes, it looks like it. I surely hope we won't have to resort to guns again. Pedro.
Si, senor.
We leave our crews right here. You better give Mando and Nicolau a rifle each and 50 rounds of ammunition.
Si.
We don't want the Indians on the far shore to sneak across and get our gear. So put Nicolau in charge.
Si, senor. I will attend to it now. Nicolau, Sita imani, Mokolaka, Itavia.
Imani, Molaka Ipani.
Papato. It is all set, senor. She just said that no Indians will ever get across here. Now, what do we do now, senor?
We're making for that smaller shack, the one to the left. We can keep close to the far edge of the clearing, and you and Jimmy and Jean keep both eyes in the jungle. Watch for ambush there. I'll cover the clearing.
See.
Gosh, it's quiet around here.
It's too quiet, Miss Jean. Altogether too quiet. There are Indians hiding nearby. Rest assured of that.
What makes you think so, Mr. Noice? You can't see any, can you?
No. So far, we've seen but one Indian. The one that dashed away into the jungle. He was on the far side of the clearing from here. But notice the usual bird and monkey sounds in the trees.
Notice them? But there aren't any to notice.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The birds and the monkeys are silent, even away back there beyond the trading post. That means we are not the only humans here.
Mr. Noice, maybe I'm just speaking out of turn, but why don't we go over to the middle of the big clearing here? Sort of walk up the middle of it. Wouldn't that be safer? At least the Indians couldn't jump out at us.
Walking up the middle, well, it would just better than double the danger. These Indians, with their bows and arrows and blowguns with poison darts, they'd get us in no time.
You mean then, by keeping closer to the jungle edge, we're safer?
Yes, much safer. If we were out in the middle, Indians on either side here could creep out to the edge and get us before we went far. And we'd never even see who was shooting.
But can't they shoot us right here from this side of the jungle? Gosh, we're creeping right along the very edge, and the place is just a big tangle. Anything could be hiding in there.
To shoot an arrow or puff a blowgun dart, open space is best. One can't shoot very straight through such a tangle of brush as this is.
I get it. I get it now. Gosh, we're learning more about jungle lore every day we're with you. Believe me, if it hadn't been left to Jean and me, we'd have been chosen to walk up the very middle of the clearing, the most dangerous place. Boy, we'll know better next time.
Senor, yes. Look, something she move. Up in the big clump of bush there.
Mm-hmm.
I see something move.
All right, Pedro. You know what to do to find out. Shoot higher, though. Don't shoot into the bush. The sound of the gun will be more than enough.
See, wait then. We will see.
Uh-huh.
I will shoot it up above the bush.
Uh-huh.
Here she goes.
You ready?
She was something, all right.
Yeah.
And she was damn straight.
Uh-huh.
And she was here like everything, too.
Yeah, only one Indian, though. Well, that's something. As long as they don't gang up on us, it isn't so bad. All right, now, look. We'll cut across from here, and just as soon as we reach that clump that the Indian vacated just now...
Senor,
Yes?
please. Pedro, she should go over there all by himself alone, with no one with him.
Mm-hmm.
If the coast is all clear, then Pedro, she will give the signal.
Okay, Pedro. Jimmy and Jane and me, we'll stay right here and keep watch. If it's safe over at the little hut, we'll make a run for it.
Then Pedro, she will go now.
Oh.
Watch for the signal.
All right.
Mr. Noice, is Pedro always wanting to run into danger like that?
If you mean trying to safeguard me, yes. A long time ago, I quit trying to stop him. Why, if I don't let him go on ahead, his feelings get hurt. He resents it. But watch now. He's inside the little shack now. If everything is okay, he'll... yeah, there he is. Yes, it's all clear. All set, you two now. A good tight grip on your guns now. And let's go. Come on.
Give me your hand, Jean. Gosh, Mr. Noice, the longer I practice running from Indians, the better I get.
Well, same here, Jimmy, but it's beginning to get my nanny.
Now, don't slow down. Head right in the doorway. Right inside now, quick. Yeah.
Boy, there we made it. But what's all the row out there? A hailstorm or something?
Yeah, we must get in here in time. That's hailstorm. That's arrows, you know.
Oh, gosh, we pretty nearly got it in the neck that time. Say, but it feels good to be in a real wooden house. Feels kind of safe at that.
Here's a little doorway. It must lead into the next room. Maybe a closet or a storeroom or something. Say, it's locked all right. Well, we can't... Wait. Oh, Mr. Noice, come here, quick. Over to this little door. Right here. Shh. Listen. I just heard something, a strange sound. Listen.
Hector's pup. Someone's in there. That was a human being moaning. Why, maybe that's... Oh, what'll we do, Mr. Noice? You hear that?
Say, what do you know about that? Behind the little locked doorway, somebody moaning. Somebody in pain. And outside, Indian arrows rattling off the wooden walls and the corrugated tin roof. What's behind that door? What does Mr. Noice, Jimmy, and Jean find when they get inside that room? Does Butch Grogan have anything to do with this? There's one way of finding out. Tune in next time.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. And now for another chapter in the thrilling Harold Noice Jungle Expedition. Most boys and girls have seen snakes, captured snakes too, perhaps. But wouldn't it be something to be in on the catching of an anaconda measuring about 20 feet long? Yes, indeed. And you recall Mr. Morton, the white trader, promised Jimmy and Jean that he would take them along on the snake-capturing trip. Well, we hope it turns out more successful than the monkey-catching escapade. Inside a net with the little monkey. Well, Jimmy said that was bad enough. But imagine being inside a net with an anaconda. Oh, well, just leave it to Jimmy. And right now, we find Jimmy, Jean, and Mr. Morton walking along the jungle trail headed away from the trading post.
But, Mr. Morton, you surely get more money when you ship anacondas than you do for just monkeys.
Well, yes, as a rule. Unless the monkey happens to be a rare specimen, then it is more valuable.
And you ship the big snakes in cages, too.
In boxes, Miss Jean. But specially made boxes, strong and almost indestructible.
But how do you ever get a big 20-foot snake in a box in the first place? Isn't that kind of tough, huh?
Oh, well, sometimes, but if you want to be on a most difficult proposition, just be around when we're caging a newly captured jaguar for shipment. That is a job, I assure you.
Say, I bet it is.
Well, anyway, you and me, we better learn on the easy things first, Jean. Monkeys and snakes.
But, Mr. Martin, after your men get the big anaconda stretched out, why, what do you do then? Just haul it home? Drag it?
Oh, my, no. That procedure, in all probability, might damage the specimen. And if they are to be shipped for thousands of miles by water and rail, they have to be in first-class shape, healthy, with no wounds of any kind.
But could Jean and me ever capture a big anaconda? If we were animal catchers like you are?
Oh, you could learn. Of course you could. You'll have your first lesson tomorrow. You'll see how we do it, and you may even help.
But golly, Mr. Martin, isn't it awfully dangerous? When you try to catch one of the big anaconda snakes, say a 25-foot one.
Oh, not always. There's the usual excitement of the Indian men. They make most of the noise, though. And once in a while, one of the boys may get entangled in the writhing coils, and we have to set him free.
And he yells like all get out, I bet.
Well, I don't blame him. Boy, could I set up a swell mess of plain and fancy howling if I ever got mixed up like that.
Yes, I imagine I would do likewise. Oh, but don't worry. It seldom ever happens. We're too careful for that. Animal catching has got to be a science now. There's nothing cruel about it anymore. We have at last got to where we really know more than the animal. Oh, if you get what I mean.
Oh, yes. But anyway, Excuse me from being too anxious to help to carry the anacondas.
Oh, you'll like it. You see, we have him on a long pole.
Hanging? You mean dangling like a fish on the end of a line?
Well, not exactly. You see, the men bring up a long pole, about 30 feet long, and the snake is tied along the underside of the pole, parallel, head at one end and the tail at the other, and the rope is wound round and round the full length.
Say, that is an idea. I must remember that. Gene, that's another thing we gotta get. Ropes and long poles.
Not me. I'll take coconuts and monkeys. You can be the high, exalted, big cheese anaconda picker-upper. Oh, but little Jean, she sticks to monkeys, you bet.
A very nice idea, Miss Jean. Divide the responsibilities. You each should specialize in one thing at a time.
You know, sir, you want to know something? If I was to specialize in anything, you know what it would be?
Oh, I haven't the faintest idea, upon my word.
Magic.
Magic?
Yes, sir, Mr. Morton. Bad magic. The stuff Quito told us about.
Oh, so Quito has been telling you about bad magic. Oh, but Jimmy, lad, there is no such thing. We whites must never countenance that stuff.
But, Mr. Morton, he told us he knows about some place away up country. He called it the place that burns always.
Oh, yes, I've heard of it under many different names. The burning land, the land that burns forever, the place of the great smoke and blackness, and many other terms, almost too numerous to mention.
But, Mr. Morton, isn't that the same as the Black Flame country?
Well, it might be. Why, oh, yes, you mean about your father, Mr. Brady?
Oh, yes, sir. He's a prisoner up near the Black Flame, or maybe in the Black Flame country.
Yes, Mr. Noice mentioned that, Miss Jean. He may be a prisoner up there.
Oh, he is a prisoner up there. But, Mr. Morton, did you ever meet any of the Black Flame country Indians? What do they look like?
Oh, that I can't say, Jimmy, never having met any of that tribe that I recall of. At least, if I did, I never knew it.
But why does Quito speak of bad magic? Why should Quito tell us that the elders around the campfire in his village speak about the land that burns, but they always speak in whispers?
Oh, that's superstition, Jimmy. And we three, we don't deal in that kind of drivel, do we? No, I should say not.
But Quito says that the Indian warriors are afraid of nothing. But they won't dare go near that land that burns.
Oh, now, Miss Jean, don't pay too much attention to Quito. He's an Indian, a fine little fellow, and brave as a lion, too. But what little education he did get at the missions, well, it didn't dispel the thought of magic. No, like all Indians, he's superstitious. Oh, very much so.
But, Mr. Morton, did you ever hear any of the Indians that came downriver tell anything about that place?
Well, if I did, I doubt if I paid much attention. You see, Jimmy, the Indian warrior loves to tell long tales. I mean, they'll talk for hours about the most unbelievable things.
But are they all unbelievable, Mr. Morton?
Well, now, I'd say yes, at least most of them. Oh, I remember when I was first assigned to this post, I did interest myself in many things, tried to get to the bottom of many of the wild tales told around the campfires. But my investigations always ended in the same way. Nothing, no foundation at all.
You never discovered any truth in the wild tales?
Never. Oh, I recall rumors of pygmies, a pygmy tribe of Indians back in the hinterland somewhere. I investigated, but could get no proof at all. Never have been any pygmies down at my station.
But there could be pygmies, Mr. Morton, couldn't there?
Oh, surely, there might be. They do have pygmy tribes in Africa, little people. And not much was known of them until about a few years ago.
Well, that's what I mean, Mr. Morton. Well, for instance, the pygmy tribes must have been in Africa for hundreds of years, well, maybe thousands, but nobody knew about them until not many years ago.
Oh, that's true, Jimmy. And this Amazon country, it's a big one, I tell you, perhaps containing more unexplored land than any other spot on the face of this earth.
And maybe somewhere, where no white man has ever been, there might be plenty of pygmy tribes.
Oh, I admit your reasoning is sound. There might. But I, for one, won't believe so until I see them or hear definite proof from such reliable authorities as Mr. Noice, or your father, for instance.
Well, yes, sir. And then maybe there is such a thing as the land that burns forever. Maybe that's the Black Flame country, and maybe there is magic there.
Oh, now, Jimmy, don't tell me you believe in magic.
Oh, no, sir, I don't. But maybe there are funny things going on. Not maybe magic to whites like us, but could be plenty magic to the Indians.
Yes, Jimmy, you're right, to the Indians. For whatever they don't fully understand is always magic. The witch doctors say it's magic, taboo, and no one, I mean no Indian, ever doubts the word of that witch doctor. Oh, those fellows are bad medicine themselves.
And supposing this Black Flame country was made taboo by the witch doctors, would that mean that no Indians would dare go near it?
Yes, it amounts to about that, but taboos won't bother us. Oh, no, a taboo, that's usually the signal for the white man to find out all about it.
And do the white men always find out about them?
Oh, most of them, and like I said before, it all turns out to be so much tommy rot and foolishness and superstition.
Gosh, I wish I could sit around a fire and hear the warriors telling these tales. I mean, I would have to know the language better, though, wouldn't I?
Well, now, Jimmy, we can fix that, I think. If you'll promise to try and not to have nightmares, promise to believe nothing you hear, I can fix it.
Boy, that would be swell, Mr. Morton. Huh, Jean?
No, thank you, Jimmy. Wouldn't be swell at all. Not for Jean. You can campfire all you want, but no bad magic stories for me.
Well spoken, Miss Jean. You refuse to waste your valuable time, eh?
Okay, but I'd like to investigate, Mr. Morton. But how can I understand what the warriors say?
Oh, that's easy. As a rule, wherever there's a campfire palaver of the Indians, you'll find sitting very near the front row Quito, in person.
Oh, but he's just a kid. How does he get into the council fires of the regular warriors?
Oh, but Miss Jean, Quito is already a warrior.
Oh.
You know, he's already killed a jaguar without assistance, and that is one thing a warrior of his tribe must do before he's accepted in the warriors' council. But wait, that's not all. What is far more important, Quito was literally a warrior the day he was born.
He was? But how come, Mr. Morton?
Quito is the eldest son of a chief. In his tribe, the chieftainship is hereditary, goes from father to son.
Oh, but Quito told us that his father's been lost for about 4 years.
Oh, that's true, he has. And meantime, Quito is chief in his place.
And he rules his tribe now?
Well, no, not yet. The elders and the witch doctors are rulers right now till Quito comes of age.
Say, we got an Indian chief for a pal, huh? Kind of swell at that.
Yes, and whenever you find a campfire, Quito will be there. He'll interpret for you, tell you all the details, and you'll hear about the Crocodile Queen very likely.
The Crocodile Queen?
Yes, a legend somewhere in the hinterland. A tribe ruled by a queen with golden hair. She lives in a temple or a castle on an island in a lake, guarded by crocodiles and all that sort of foolishness.
Gosh, a queen with golden hair, huh?
Yes, and that isn't all. You'll hear all about the headless men.
Hector's pup, the headless man?
Oh, surely. That story has been going the rounds for a long time. Oh, yes, indeed.
You mean there's a tribe of Indians without heads?
The campfire Indians say so.
But gosh, how can they be? If the warriors have no heads, why, how can they see?
According to the story, they have one eye, just one, and it's in the middle of the chest.
Well, I'll be a kippered herring. That is bad magic.
Hector's pup, Jimmy. Wild warriors without heads.
Yeah, and only one eye in the middle of the chest.
He is right. Like Jimmy always says, what kind of a jungle is this anyway? Pygmy tribes, black flames, crocodile queens, bad magic, and witch doctors that do strange things. But just you wait and see. Jimmy and Jean are going to learn the truth about all this, or know the reason why, and they don't intend to waste any time either. So tune in next time. A big surprise is coming up. on, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. When Harold Noice, the famous explorer, started up that jungle river with little Jean and Jimmy Brady, the two youngsters had plenty to thrill them. Adventure, danger, and the quest for the Black Flame. But now, since they arrived up at Mr. Morton's trading post, they have been hearing about other mysterious things. About the Queen of the Crocodiles, for instance, and other tales the Indians tell around their council fires. But when Mr. Morton told them that the Indians have arrived from time to time from upriver, whispering something about a tribe of headless warriors, that is almost too much. Even though Mr. Morton explains that it's just an Indian tale, well, anyway, Mr. Morton has just left the children and headed for the sheds. Jimmy and Jean are much perplexed.
Come on, Jimmy. Let's go find Quito again. Let's find out what he knows about these headless warriors.
Oh, but Jean, you and me, we know that's impossible. There just couldn't be human being people without heads. It couldn't be.
Oh, that's what I think, too. But gosh, Jimmy, this is the jungle. Believe me, there could be almost anything hidden in this country.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll believe about headless men when I see a flock of them. Yeah, and even though I did see them, maybe I wouldn't even believe it then.
Okay, but me, I don't want to even see any of them. Can you imagine it? Headless men. Ooh, it's terrible, Jimmy.
Yeah, and they got only one eye, and it's in the middle of their chest.
Yeah, and if that isn't something, then you name it.
You know, Jean, Mr. Morton just laughs at all the stories, though. He doesn't believe them.
Well, neither do I, Jimmy. But then, how come the Indians do? Gosh, the Indians here ought to know best. They live here.
Well, sure they do, but look, though. What if there might be a tribe of Indians without heads?
Well, but what difference would it make to us whether there were or not?
What do you mean, what difference?
Well, I mean, we aren't going anywhere near where they might be, even if there were such a thing.
You know, Jean, if there were such a thing as headless men, you know something? We could make a pile of money.
But we're going to make a pile of money with the animals we capture.
Yeah, but how about if we could capture about a dozen headless men? Well, gee whiz, anybody could see monkeys at any time. Every zoo and circus has monkeys. But boy, oh boy, would people flock to see a headless man, though.
And you mean we should maybe quit the animal business and go after headless men?
Well, it's an idea, isn't it?
It sure is. But it's a dizzy idea if you ask me.
But it's an idea just the same. But come on now. We gotta find Quito. He must be around here someplace.
Well, let's give him a shout.
Well, there's no use, Jean. He doesn't answer anyway. He likes to be standing silently behind a tree watching us. He never says a word. He just steps out.
I know, and it gives me the willies.
But maybe that's how a jungle Indian is brought up, to keep silent and be ready to surprise the enemy.
But we aren't enemies, are we? We're supposed to be friends.
I know, but what difference does that make? Well, anyway, maybe the jungle Indians don't know what a friend is, see?
There he is, someplace.
Yeah, but where?
Well, it sounded like he was up ahead there, at the far end of the clearing.
It sounded from there, but you know, he said he can make his voice come from someplace where he isn't.
Then if that call came from up ahead, most likely he is somewhere back of us.
Well, that's what I think, too. Very likely we passed him.
And that's what makes me feel so creepy. Maybe we passed so close he could have reached out and touched us, huh?
Well, he's in behind one of the trees, I bet. Maybe right here someplace.
Yeah.
All right, Quito. Come on out. What do you think you're doing? Playing I Spy or something?
Oh, there he is. Fooled us again. He was ahead of us this time.
Hey, Quito, hurry, will you? We want to know something.
Si, Senor Jim. What is it you wish to know? Some more thing about the capture of monkeys with the coconut shell?
Well, no, sir. But how's about headless men, huh? You ever capture any headless men?
That is not nice to speak.
See, Jimmy? Some more whisper stuff.
Si, Senorita. But it is only the older men that may talk of the headless men.
But haven't you talked about them?
Oh, no, Senor. Never no time. I first have to grow big and be strong. Be one of the council fire talkers. But that is long time yet.
But doesn't the people around your village council fires talk about the headless men? Ever hear them?
Si, Senor, sometimes, but not many. It is not nice to hear. They speak in a very afraid voice.
But who is it that speaks, Quito? Has any of your people seen any of the headless men?
No, I do not think so. The land where these people are is far, far from here, beyond the high hills.
But how do you know? I mean, if none of your people have ever seen a headless man, how do you know where they live?
We have heard strange things. One time, there ain't Indians. 3 men. They stopped my village. They very tired. Come too far. They talk around fire. One time I hear 'em.
And they saw those headless men?
One man, a very old warrior, father of stranger who come my village, he see those headless men.
But what did they look like, Quito? Did the visitor say?
Si, senor. This visitor, he say those people, they are big ones. They have much feather. They have blowgun and bow and arrow. Much bigger than the warriors in my village. They very big.
Well, you mean they're kind of like giants, stronger than ordinary men?
Si, senorita. No one can go where they live. No one ever get into valley of the mountains where that people live.
But don't these men ever come out? I mean, do they live in their own valley and never leave it?
Si, senor. It is taboo for anyone to leave that valley, and taboo for anyone to go there. That is why no one know much about that people.
You see, Jimmy? Right back where we started, just as Mr. Martin says. Stories, just stories. Quito, you don't believe it, do you?
Si, senorita. Quito, he believed that the elders of the village, they say, the elders, they speak words of truth.
But don't you think it's a lot of hooey, Quito?
Hooey? Hooey? What is it, hooey? I not know that word.
Well, Jimmy means, he means it's like a fairy story, see? Just a story. Some Indian invented it long ago, maybe, and it keeps being told over and over again.
But it is not only the Indian that tells that story. The very great white man, he has tell that story one time. Maybe he tell that story before the Indian tell it.
What very great white man? You mean a fairy storybook writer? Yeah, that could be. You see, Jimmy, that's it, I bet. A storybook writer made it up.
Yeah, I get it.
But this great white senor, he's not the storyteller. No, he is the very great one. The friend of the great white queen who rules the great white ray beyond the big waters.
Friend of a queen? Across the sea?
Si, senorita. He's the great one who would not let the white queen step on the wet ground.
Wouldn't let the queen step on the wet ground? What does he mean, Jeannie?
You got me there. Step on the wet ground? Say, wait. Maybe he means about the time... Yeah, the man took off his coat and laid it down so the queen could step on it.
You mean Sir Walter Raleigh?
Yeah.
That is the name, si, Senor Jim. The great white one who is called Sir Walter Raleigh, he is the great white senor who tell one time, long, long ago, that in the jungle here is the people with no heads.
Oh, no, Quito. Sir Walter Raleigh wasn't a fairy storybook writer.
Well, no, sir, he wasn't. Say, Walter Raleigh was an explorer, Jean.
You can't prove it by me, but say, he must have been if he was over here in this country.
But he tell of things in this country. He come here long, long ago. The Senior Morton had post, he was the very good book. It say those things.
Well, for Pete's sake. Sir Walter Raleigh says so, huh? Well, gosh, that makes it different, Jean.
Are you sure, Quito? Sure that Mr. Morton has a book telling about that?
See, Senorita. He read it to me one time. He say it is not so, but my people, they know about the people of No Head. Long before the Senor Morton, he ever come up river here.
You know something, Jimmy? It might be at that, huh?
Yeah, gosh, if a headless man popped right out behind that tree there behind you.
Which tree? Hey, Jimmy, will you lay off, please?
But I was just saying I wouldn't be surprised
you
if...
wouldn't, huh? Well, I would. If anything like that popped out behind me, well, it just wouldn't, that's all.
What do you mean it just wouldn't?
Well, I mean, if it popped out from behind a tree, I wouldn't be here. I'd be a mile away before it ever popped. Anyway, I'd move so fast, it'd look like I never had been there.
Yeah, you and me both. Boy, when you did get there where you were going, you'd get another surprise. You sure would.
What surprise?
You'd find me there. I'd be there before you.
Gosh. Ooh, I can't imagine anything worse than running into a headless man on a dark night.
Well, I can. A whole lot worse.
Said you. What, for instance?
A headless man without a body.
Oh, but that couldn't be.
Well, why couldn't it? Just as possible to have a headless man without a body as to have a headless man with a body.
But if there was no head and no body, it'd be a ghost.
Well, sure it would be a ghost.
Yeah, but anyway, I'd rather spend my vacation in an old haunted house than I would in these jungles.
Okay, but wait. Before we go back to the trading post, let's see what Quito thinks about it, huh?
About ghosts, Senor Jim? Oh, I believe that too much also, all right.
Well, no, not about ghosts. I mean, well, look now. Jean and me, we're going away upriver, see? We're going to the land that burns forever. You know what I mean?
Ah, see. A most very bad place, Senor.
Well, bad or not bad. Well, Jean and me, we gotta get there. How's about you? Would you come with us, Quito?
Quito go with you? To the land that burns?
Yes, Quito. Jimmy and me, we gotta shove off tomorrow. Please go with us. We need you so badly, Quito.
Si, Senorita. Maybe I come. But wait. I will be back soon. I will be back very quickly.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To ask the Senor Morton if I go with you. I'll be back soon.
Oh, heck, Jean. That ruined it, huh? Come on. Let's get him before he tells Mr. Morton. Come on, or it's all off.
Well, what happens to this trip to the Black Flame now? Does Quito tell Mr. Morton? What does the white trader say to that? Or does Jean and Jimmy make a new plan to tag along on the trail of Mr. Noice and Pedro when they push off upriver in the morning? The next time you tune in, you'll see just what did happen. of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person.
Well, Jimmy and Jean have their minds made up, and that means their minds are made up. As you recall, it is the intention of Mr. Noice and Pedro to leave the two youngsters here at the trading post in care of Mr. Morton, while the explorer and his assistant head on upriver in an effort to overtake the two white renegades, Butch Grogan and his partner, Limey Scroggins, who are headed for the Black Flame country in an attempt to reach the Inca temple and the buried Incan treasure. They now have the treasure map, and if they can arrive in the Black Flame country first, the treasure will be lost to the Brady family forever. But Jimmy and Jean have in mind following by canoe, keeping at a safe distance to the rear where they will not be seen. Right now, they are in conference with their newfound friend Quito, the Indian boy who is chief of his tribe.
But wait, Quito. You just can't ask Mr. Morton to let you go with us.
Well, no, Quito. Don't you see? Mr. Noice is leaving us in the care of Mr. Morton here. And if Mr. Morton ever learns that we're going to sneak out and go upriver, well, you see what I mean?
Si, Senor Jim. The Senor Morton, he will do everything to keep you here. But, Senor Jim, I am work for the good Senor Morton. He teach me so many things. I cannot go until I tell him what I do, see?
Oh, Jimmy, I was afraid of that. And I guess it's all off. Quito, listen. Please don't say a word to Mr. Morton. Promise?
But, Quito, he cannot go away from here. I mean, I'm better always tell the Senor Morton where I go. He would like it so.
But if you don't go with us, well, you can stay here and Jean and me will go alone.
Oh, but you cannot. You do not know the river. You do not know the jungle. It would be very bad if you go alone. Quito, he will not let you.
Oh, you won't let us, huh? Well, I like that. How can you stop us, Quito?
Senorita, I am sad. Quito, he is just Indian boy, but he is the very good friend of this good senorita, the Senor Jim.
Okay, that's what we mean. If you're our friend, then why not help us?
See, but that is what I'm do now. I will be the good friend and not let you go alone upriver. I would not be the good friend if I did not do so.
I don't get it. Look, Quito, you don't understand. Our daddy, he's somewhere away up the river here, maybe hundreds of miles.
See, senorita, you have tell me he is in the land that burns always.
Well, sure, Quito, the land of the Black Flame, and he's a prisoner there. And Jean and me, we came here to find Dad, don't you see?
And don't forget, Quito, Butch Grogan and Limey Scroggins are up there ahead of Mr. Noice. And if anything happened to him, we'd be to blame for that, too.
But why you be to blame?
Because if Mr. Noice hadn't happened along that time, way downriver when our airplane broke down, he'd never got himself mixed up in this mess, see?
But maybe if I speak with the Senor Morton, maybe he say yes.
Oh, but he wouldn't, Quito. He thinks we're just a couple of kids. Thinks we should be kept here, where it's safe.
Then if I do not tell him, I cannot go with you. And if I cannot go with you, then I cannot let you go. I am so sorry.
All right, have it your own way then. But just try and stop us. I'd like to see you. I'm about as big as you are, see?
Now, Jimmy, none of that. You don't have to get sore. Quito thinks he's doing the right thing.
Much thanks, Senorita. That is what I think I do.
Well, okay, Quito. You may be an Indian, and maybe you do know the jungles. Yeah, but you're only one person. You can't be everywhere at one time. And Jean and me, we'll find some way to get out of here.
No, if Quito say you cannot go, then you cannot go.
And now, how do you like that, Jean?
Oh, gosh, I don't know what to say, Jimmy.
Well, I do, but I won't say it. Look, Quito, may I ask you how you figure you're going to stop us?
Si, senor, and I will be pleased to tell you. Quito, he is chief of his people. Quito, his people live in this country. All this country here. Many, many miles of river. All Quito's country.
Say, I bet I know what he means. He means he's the chief. All he needs to do is say the word to his people, and all up the river they'd be waiting, watching for us, and stop us. You get it, Jimmy?
Yeah, I didn't look at it that way. But, Quito, tell me, would your people stop us and turn us back, huh?
Senor Jim, they would maybe have to do that. Please, Senorita, no peoples, I mean the white peoples, can go upriver unless they have the canoe men on the very long journey. It is a big battle long. A big canoe must go.
Oh, you mean so that we can take lots of food and hammocks and things?
Si, Senorita. Big battle long. Have 4, 6, maybe more Indian men for paddle.
And you mean the only place we could get Indian canoe men would be from your people?
And you would say they couldn't go, and they couldn't, maybe?
If Quito, he say no go, my people, they no go.
Well, Jimmy, that seems to be that, huh? And Quito's right. How could two of us go alone anyway?
Well, we couldn't. But gosh, Jean, what we need is some friends that would see things like we do. Quito, what would you do?
I would speak with the Senor Morton. He's the one very good person.
Oh, but look, Quito, you told us that your father went away upriver almost 4 years ago.
Si, Senorita. And he never come back.
Well, that's what I mean, Quito. Just like our daddy. But look, Quito, supposing somebody came and told you that your father wasn't lost, that he was a prisoner in some Indian tribe far away from here, what would you do then?
Quito would go there. Go there very much hurry. Si, Senorita.
And you wouldn't stop and never come back till you found him, would you?
No, Quito never come back. Unless his father come too.
All right. That's how Jean and me feel about it. After all, it's our father, isn't it?
Si, Senor Jim. That is so.
Quito, how about this idea? Mr. Noice and Pedro are leaving at sunrise tomorrow. They won't take us along. We know that. But maybe if we did say please to Mr. Morton, maybe the next day he might do something about it.
The Senor Morton, he help all persons in trouble. Indian men, same as white men.
Jean, it's an idea.
Listen then, Quito. Will you do us one favor?
I do for my friends the many favors, always.
All right. Like you say, we need canoe men.
Wait, Jean. First, we need a big battle line.
I know. That's what I mean. And if Quito, well, maybe he might manage to borrow one from his people and have it all ready, just in case Mr. Morton decided to let us go.
Si, Senorita. I can get the big canoe. Oh, yes. The very good new one.
Swell. And could maybe arrange to get us paddlers for it?
I can say to the 6 best men of my people, you 6 men are the good men of the river. You will go on a long journey, and they will go, because Quito, he says so.
Oh, now we're getting places, Jimmy. But how about the stuff we need?
You mean food?
Uh-huh.
Well, we have plenty of our own. One of Mr. Noice's canoes is loaded down with stuff that came from our airplane.
Yeah, but is that all we need?
No, Senorita. You will need much more. You will need the things of trade, the things which to give the strange Indian peoples far up the river. That is the way they let you pass along the river.
You mean sort of buy the rights to paddle through their country?
Si, senor. Oh, it is not to buy the right to paddle the river, but it is to keep the good friend always with the strange peoples and get the fresh food. That is much of a need always.
But how are we going to get trade goods? If we ask for trade goods, Mr. Morton will suspicion, won't he?
Wait. How's this for an idea, Jean? Quito, your people, I mean in the village you stay in, what is it they bring to Mr. Morton when they do trade?
The rubber, the balata, oh, many things they gather in the jungle.
And Mr. Morton buys it? I mean, trades for it? What do your people get in exchange?
The iron hook for to catch the fish, the cloth of the woman, salt for to eat, machete for to cut the way in the jungle. Oh, many things what are need.
Okay, now look, Jean and me, we got knives, swell ones. Now you see this one?
Oh, that is so beautiful one, senor.
You like it, huh? Well, it's yours.
But I have nothing for trade.
Oh, but that isn't fair, Jimmy. That's trying to bribe Quito.
No, Jean, it isn't. I wouldn't give him that knife at all if I thought he thought that way.
But I cannot take this knife, Senor Jim.
All right. If you don't want it, maybe the witch doctor or one of the tribe elders might want it. You see what I mean?
See, Senor Jim, all Indian men, he want knife like this. It is much more good, this knife, than I have ever seen.
Then look, Quito, we don't want Indian paddlers to work for nothing. Now, Jean has a knife just like this, and we have a couple cameras and some flashlights, and I got a wristwatch, and so has Jean. All right, that's our trade goods right now.
Oh, but I don't get this, Jimmy. What are you driving at?
Look, Jean, the Indians bring rubber to Mr. Morton and get things in exchange.
Yeah?
They get trade goods if they want them, don't they?
Oh, sure. But Mr. Morton has scads of stuff in his store.
Okay, and if we get all our stuff I just mentioned and give it all to Quito here, he can take it to the village and trade our knives and watches and things for rubber, can't he?
Well, sure he can.
Yeah, but you know something, Jean? What if we do have to run into a lot of this taboo stuff upriver? I mean...
Yeah, I know. So what?
Oh, nothing. Only I was just thinking, why couldn't you stay here at the post and Quito and me could go upriver? Now, you see what I mean?
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, listen to me, Mr. Brady. I'm going.
But, Jean, listen.
I'm going where you go.
But, Jean, listen.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
But, Jean.
Say, now, I'm...
pipe down, will you?
I'm going along, see?
But, Jean, like I said...
Shh, hold it. Here comes Mr. Noice.
And the argument was on. If Jimmy Brady thinks he can go on up that river and leave Jean behind, well, looks like he has another think coming. But did Mr. Noice overhear what was going on? Just what is he going to do about those well-laid plans? Maybe if Jean and Jim knew that, they might not be so sure of things. But tune in to the next broadcast and see what happens.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. In the last chapter, when Mr. Noice gave orders to beach the dugouts at Morton's trading post near the junction of the Wapes and the Poppery rivers, he had but one idea in mind: to put Jean and Jimmy Brady ashore while he hurried on upriver intent upon capturing the two white renegades, Butch Grogan and Limey Scroggins. But Jimmy and Jean just don't like to be left behind, so they made plans to follow Mr. Noice in a canoe of their own. Mr. Noice and Morton suspicion what is happening and plan to prevent the youngsters from making this trip. The plan is in the form of a joke, but Jimmy and Jean learn from their newfound friend Quito, the Indian boy, just what is what. And now it's their turn. The three of them intend to play a trick on the explorer. Right now we find Jimmy, Jean, and Quito bringing their big dugout back across the river and hiding it in the overhanging bushes.
Easy, Quito. That should be far enough. We're away in the bushes now.
A little more, Senor Jim. The sand, it is very much out of the bushes. A little more. Just a little more. Hold him. Now it is good.
You see any dry land up at your end, Jimmy?
Sure. A whole flock of it. The dugout is just touching the shore.
Okay, Senor Jim. You get on the land and hold this canoe till the senorita get on the shore.
Well, that's what I'm already doing. Gosh, the bushes are thick. I can't see you back there, Quito.
Shh. We better not so loud speak. We better be very, very quiet now.
You said it, Quito. If we want to pull a joke on Mr. Noice, we'll have to be quiet, and I don't mean maybe.
But look, Jean, what happens if Mr. Noice, he might not like to have jokes played on him.
Oh, sure he does. Just because he's an explorer, well, that doesn't mean he can't laugh.
Si, senorita, the senores laugh very good. I hear him when he speak with Senor Morton.
You mean when they were talking about pulling a fast one on us, huh?
The fast one? I am not know what was fast one.
Oh, well, that's just another way of saying play a joke or something.
See, the pull the fast one, that means she's played a good joke.
Yeah.
Same thing, Quito.
Oh, look like Quito, he do not speak all the good English language yet, maybe, eh?
Oh, but you do, Quito. You speak it swell. I mean it.
But there is so many words. You say them sometimes, and I not understand so good.
But what words? Gosh, Jean and me, that's all about we do speak is just English.
But I mean the very most new words. You say scray, and pull the fast one, and you say it is swell.
Oh, sure. We say swell when something is well, you know what I mean.
Si, senorita, when you mean it is very scrumptious.
Quito, you're learning all right. Don't worry.
Yes.
But please, at the mission school, I have the sore teeth one time. My cheek, it is grow very big, very round. And the mission father, he say,
It is very much swell.
Well, sure. If you had a bad toothache, it must have been.
But, Senor Jim, a teeth which is hurt, that the cheek is grow big and fat, that is not swell. No, it is very much bad.
Oh, but that's a different kind of swell, Quito. When your cheek grows big with a toothache, that means it's swollen.
Ah, Senorita, but you say I speak the English language very swollen?
No, not swollen, Quito. Just swell. Say, Jimmy, will you explain? Go ahead.
Who, me? Why, no, Gene. You started this argument. Don't let me interfere at all. I'll just listen.
But, Jimmy, don't you see?
Oh,
Why...
sure, I see all right. Quito's got you stumped right now.
Stumped, Senor Jim? That is the feet of the tree, the stump.
Gene, you see what you did?
Quito, look now. Supposing we make the bargain all over again.
Well, supposing we quit fooling and get busy. We got work to do.
Well, thanks, Jimmy. That's an idea.
I'll say. I'll bet you anything Mr. Noice and Pedro aren't wasting the time arguing right now.
No, Senor Jim. They are what you call cook up the good plan to play the fast one, eh?
Yeah, and we better get going. Gene, you said you knew where there's a lot of empty tin cans.
I sure do. Pork and bean cans and tomato cans. Ooh, all kinds of them.
Well, swell. Then why don't you go get them, and we'll start packing them in one of the canoes.
Well, might as well. Mr. Noice and Pedro, we know that they're expecting us to pack stuff in a canoe on the other river.
And Senor Morton, he is have one of the old Indians watch everything we do. And when we are have the canoe packed, he will tell the senor, and the joke it is to be.
Okay, then let's get started, Gene. You go get the empty tin cans. It's your idea.
Say, but why should I be the one to go?
Because I got another idea. Look, Gene, Quito told us that Pedro is going to fasten something to the bottom of the canoe we packed.
Yeah?
So the canoe won't hardly move against the current of the river.
See, they are maybe put the empty pair on the rope beneath the canoe. Then the river water, it pull canoe downstream.
Well, that's what I mean. All right. Now, Pedro is the one who is going to fix the gadget on the canoe. We know that.
Si, senor. That is so. I heard much talk of that.
All right. And why can't we pull a good gag on Pedro?
You think we could, Jimmy?
Well, I almost know we can.
And Quito, he would like to think maybe the one thing to play the joke on the old Indian man who is set to watch us.
And that would be swell, too. But what will you do, Quito?
I have not think yet. The old Indian, he is very good friend to Quito. He is very good one. I would not ever hurt him.
Oh, that's fine, Quito. And look now, the poor old gentleman, why, he isn't to blame for this. He's going to watch us just because Mr. Morton told him to.
Sure. And how's about letting the old warrior alone? No tricks, Quito. And any jokes we play, they're going to be on the ones that are trying to fool us.
And that is good. For the Indian people, they do not know the many jokes. My people, they do not laugh much.
Oh, gosh, why should they? There isn't much to laugh at in this jungle country anyway.
Okay, then, Quito. Now, all you got to do is stick around and help Gene and me. Only I wish we had some kind of joke to play on Mr. Morton, too. He's a swell fellow to know, Jeannie.
But say, before we start playing jokes, what are the jokes to be?
Gee whiz, I don't exactly know. But we can think of something, can't we?
Sure, we can think. But when we do think, we got to think about something good, or else it won't work.
What do you mean, good?
I mean good and good. Look, Jimmy, maybe it won't be so easy to fool Mr. Noice and Pedro.
But I don't mean Mr. Noice. Well, that is, I'd rather have some fun with Pedro.
Okay. Then look, if it's Pedro who goes down to the canoe to fix the gadget on it, that's when we ought to go to work.
Sure, but with what?
Well, how's about fixing a rope or something down by the canoe so that he'll trip over it and fall in the water? Oh, that'll be lots of fun.
Oh, but not for Senor Pedro.
No, and anyway, you couldn't fool Pedro as easy as that. That person just never trips over anything.
Well, Quito, you think of something. What, for instance, is it that is the scariest thing in the jungle here?
Senorita, the creeping jaguar.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that's out. We just can't have a creeping jaguar creep up here when we want it to.
Then, senor, the big anaconda. That is very bad one.
Anaconda? Ooh, that's a big snake thing, isn't it?
Si, senorita. And I know where there is one big one.
You know where there's a big snake we could use?
Who could use? Not me. Snakes are out. Jaguars, maybe, but nothing to do with snakes.
All right, Gene. But wait, Quito, how big is this anaconda?
Oh, it is maybe as big as me 5 times.
What? Say that again. As big as you 5 times? You mean 5 times as big as you, Quito?
Si, senorita. 5 times me.
Gee whiz. Say, that means it must be about, well, gosh, maybe 25 feet.
Si, senor Jim. Maybe so.
Hector's pup. That's a snake, huh?
Yeah, I'd say that was about a snake and a half.
Yeah.
It is the very most big one.
That's what I must have been thinking, too, Quito. And you know where it is?
Ah, si, senorita. I'm see it this morning. It would be the good one to play the good joke, I think.
Yeah, maybe it would. But how about it if maybe the big baby doesn't want to play, huh?
Jimmy, I still think jaguars would be easier. Don't you know these anacondas? Why, they twist themselves around you and squeeze the dickens out of you.
Yeah, Quito, come to think of it, you don't happen to have a smaller one handy. Well, it doesn't have to be 25 feet long. A yard would be plenty big enough.
Oh, but, senor, this will do no harm. It is dead long time ago. It is stuffed with grass.
Oh, I see.
It is hang on the hut of Senor Morton.
A stuffed snake, huh? 25 feet long? Hot dog. Does that give me an idea, or does that give me an idea?
It does, huh? Well, I'm listening, Jimmy. I don't mind stuffed snakes so much.
Then listen, Gene. Suppose we got that big stuffed snake and put some little rocks in its tummy so it would stay down below the water.
You mean near the canoe that Pedro is going to fix on us?
Sure. And we have a long string on its head. We hide in the brush back a ways. And when Pedro is bending over the side of the dugout, we go to work.
Oh, I get it. We pull the string, and up comes the big head and about 1.5 miles of snake following it.
Sure, and right by Pedro's nose.
Oh, Jimmy, I think you've got something
there. Yes, looks like Jimmy really has got something there. Well, what will poor Pedro think when that monster pops up out of the river right by his head? Well, that is something else. Gene thinks he'll sit down in the bottom of the dugout, but Jimmy thinks Pedro will dive overboard and keep going till he reaches bottom. But to make sure just what does happen, be in on the fun. For when you tune in next time, there's going to be lots of laughter in the jungle.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person.
You recall the big disappointment that came to Gene and Jimmy Brady when they learned that Mr. Noice, the explorer, and Pedro intended to push on upriver on the heels of Butch Grogan and Lammy Scroggins, intent upon capturing them before they reached anywhere near the Black Flame country. The disappointment was that Jimmy and Gene were to be left behind at the trading post, and the Brady youngsters just can't see why this should be. Their father is a prisoner somewhere up country, and Jimmy and Gene are here to rescue him. Anyway, they take Quito, the Indian boy, into their confidence, and plans are being made that the three of them will follow Mr. Noice soon after he pushes off. And right now, we find Mr. Noice and the white trader Morton in the living room at the post station. They are talking things over.
You know, Morton, youngsters of the present day continue to be more or less of a puzzle to me.
Oh, and to me also, Noice, and especially the Bradys. Two exceptionally alert youngsters.
Yes, exceptional is the word. By George, just think. They've come all the way up here into the heart of the jungle. Never a thought of danger to themselves. Just one thing in mind, the rescue of their father.
And so I'm to be guardian of little Gene and Jimmy till you come back, or else the aeroplane arrives, is that it?
Exactly. And before I go, I'll draw a map, leave all the instructions I can.
Mm-hmm.
You hand them to Donovan and have him hurry upriver and pick me up.
And you'll leave sufficient sign so that your trail will be easily read? I mean at the river forks?
Yes, plenty of sign. And I only hope you can keep those two young daredevils contented here. Somehow or other, I'm just a little suspicious.
Suspicious of what?
I don't exactly know. But things are altogether too quiet to suit me. I mean, Jimmy and Gene are.
Too quiet? I don't understand.
No, I suppose not. And if you had lived with these two for the last few weeks as I have, and listened to their plans, oh, yes, and they can do lots of planning.
I think I begin to see what you mean. That they are taking this decision of yours too quietly.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I had rather expected that they'd both kick up quite a fuss. After all, it's their party. I'm only a sort of a volunteer, as it were. It's their father, you know.
But you aren't having suspicions that they intend trying something on their own?
No, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. No, Morton, not a bit surprised.
Oh, but, well, there have been so many things to capture their attention since coming ashore here. And, of course, their new pal, Quito.
Yes, that's just it. Quito is my biggest worry right now. Before this, I had but two to contend with. Now Quito makes three. 3 youngsters, Morton. That's much worse than just 2.
And you think the Bradys perhaps have taken Quito into their confidence, seeking his advice or assistance?
Yes, I'm almost sure of it. I've had my eye on them for quite some time. 3 of them have had their heads together in a huddle, so to speak. And when youngsters of their age get in huddles, well, you know what to expect.
Oh, yes. By Jove, I'd give almost anything to know what they're up to. I really would, you know.
Yes, so would I. It would relieve me greatly just to know what's what.
Well, but leave it to me. You know, I've already invited them to go with me across to the South Bank tomorrow, We're going to pick up an anaconda. I've an order for some big snakes.
Mm-hmm. And Quito is going along, too?
Oh, certainly. I couldn't get along without that young fellow. Now, there's a real big game hunter, Noice. One of the best in the business. Just a boy, but all boy.
Yeah, listen, Morton. Suppose we have a talk with Quito. We might learn plenty to our advantage, huh?
By Jove, come to think of it, I haven't seen Quito around for several hours.
Yeah, neither have I. But I do know that both Jimmy and Jean have been down at the landing for the same several hours.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be waiting for someone coming down the river.
Oh, Quito, eh?
I imagine so, yes.
Then you actually think that the youngsters will pull out of here shortly after you do? Or follow you, as it were?
I think so, yes. That's what I mean by being altogether too quiet. They haven't argued with me nor coaxed either. They're good at both, you understand.
Yes. Wait. Just a second. I think I heard... Yes, it must be. Just a moment, Noice. Will you bring him in here? Quito! Quito!
Si, Senor Morton.
Will you come in here?
Si, Senor. You wish I do something for you?
Yes, Quito, but come in. Mr. Noice, this is Quito, the one and only hereditary chief of his tribe, and only 16 years old. This is Mr. Noice, Quito.
Hello, Quito. How are you?
I am well, sir. Thank you. I am also very much pleased to meet the white senor that explore in this place.
Thanks, Quito. And I'm happy to meet you. But tell me now, how do you like your two new playmates, eh?
Senor Noice, I am so happy. I have never no time before speak with the senors and senoritas of my own age. It is nice, see, senor.
You like them, eh?
See, very much. And they are not so much afraid of anything. The senorita, she tried to catch one monkey with a net. It was so funny.
I forgot to mention, Quito has appointed himself chief wild animal catching instructor to Jimmy and Jean.
So you've been out catching monkeys already. Any luck, Quito?
Oh, Senor Noice, the senorita, she have the luck, but it was not good luck. It was the not good luck.
Well, I suppose you thought she could throw that net just as well as you could, eh?
Oh, senor, she throw those nets good, but she not catch the little monkey. Oh, no, she catch the senor Jim instead.
Oh, nice. It must have been good. I didn't actually see it, but I did hear the howling and the yelling. Miss Jean threw the net at a monkey, and it landed nicely, I understand. But unfortunately, Mr. Jimmy got in the way. And both Jimmy and the monkey were under the net at the same time.
By George, that must have been funny. But what happened, Quito?
Both the Senor Jim and the little monkey, they get mixed up in the net. But the Senor Jim, he gets the more mixed up. The monkey escaped. Easy, your Noice.
Miss Jean, of course, had all the best of it, eh?
Easy, your Noice. The Senor Jim, he say his sister, she is to blame for throwing the net in the not right place.
And Jimmy thinks otherwise.
Easy, your Noice. The senorita, she say the Senor Jim had no good business falling the net. And oh, we laughed so very much.
Oh, very good, Quito. But now, Mr. Noice and I would like to know something.
Si, Senor Morton.
Look now, Quito. Just what are the plans you three have made today? You've done a lot of whispering, I noticed that.
Si, Senor Morton. We whisper also very much. For we speak of those things which must be whispered.
Must be a whisper, eh? So that I don't hear? Huh?
No, senor. The Indian of my people, they must not hear. We speak of bad magic of the jungle, the white queen of the crocodile, who has the hair of bright gold. We speak of the man of the no heads.
Oh, I see. That old story is back again, eh? The headless men.
Si, senor. With the one big eye. Here, in the middle of the chest.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, Morton, you've been reading the travels of Sir Walter Raleigh to him, eh?
Oh, indeed I have. But merely trying to dispel from his mind that story about headless men is a myth. Just a story.
But he still speaks in whispers.
Oh, I know, but don't blame me. These Indians up here seem to have had that story handed down to them for hundreds of years. They appear to know more about headless men in the upper jungles, much more than we do. Oh, it's funny, isn't it?
Ah, but, senor, it is not funny. I will not laugh. I must speak in the whisper.
Well, the sooner we drop this headless men stuff, the better, I guess. Yeah, but come now, Quito. Haven't Jimmy, Miss Jean, and Jew been up to some other tricks? Just what plans have you three made to follow me upriver,
Quito, don't tell me that you've lost your tongue now.
Oh, no, Senor Morton. I'm not losing my tongue. See? I have him here with me.
All right, Quito. But come now. Just what about you three? You're intending to follow Mr. Noice and Pedro when they push off in the morning, aren't you?
Senor Morton, I am very sorry, but my tongue, it doesn't want to speak.
Oh, yes. Your tongue won't speak, eh?
No, Senor Morton. It does not wish to speak.
Well, Morton, that seems to be that, eh?
All right, Quito. And thanks for coming in. Now, you run along and tell Jimmy and Jean they may drop in here for a minute or so. Mr. Noice would like to have a little talk with them, will you?
Si, senor. I go for see them now.
You see how quickly he got away from here, Morton? That's real loyalty.
Oh, I doubt if it makes much difference, white or red. There is always the loyalty of youth. He wouldn't have told on his little white friends if you had threatened to cut out his tongue.
Yes, I know it. And I know something else. I could think of no finer friend for the Bradys. Quito suits me nicely.
He could talk a blue streak until he was asked a question that implicated his newfound friends, and then...
Yes, and then his tongue refused to speak, he said.
Oh, that's the kind of tongue to have, Noice. One that refuses to speak when speaking would hurt a friend. It's delightful, isn't it?
Priceless, Morton. But anyway, it looks like our fears were well grounded. You know something? I'll bet they are going to borrow one of your post dugouts, dock it for the river, and the three of them will be following in my wake by this time tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't put it past them. You just can't hold youngsters down nowadays. They each and every one of them have minds of their own.
Yeah, but don't think for a second they're disobedient. No, it's just the opposite. And notice something else.
What?
Neither Jimmy nor Jean ever promised they would stay behind at the post. No promise. If they had, they wouldn't break it, you see.
Well, what's to be done now? Have you any thought in mind?
Yes, I have. We'll let them stalk the battle along, but we'll fix it so the big dugout just won't pull out, you see.
Oh, good idea. We better start arranging things now, then.
Yes, and I'd like to see their faces when they step aboard and try pushing off. It ought to be rather funny.
So Mr. Noice thinks it is going to be rather funny when the youngsters push off tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Noice isn't just too sure. It might be that the laugh will be on Mr. Noice. Maybe he shouldn't have asked Quito so many questions. But we'll be there when they do push off, and we'll see just exactly what happens.
Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person.
And so today we find Mr. Noice and Pedro busily making last-minute preparations to shove off upriver on the heels of Butch Grogan and Limey Scroggins. Mr. Noice is convinced that before Mr. Brady, the father of Jimmy and Jean, can be rescued, it is necessary to have Grogan and Scroggins put into the hands of the Brazilian authorities. Quick pursuit is necessary, so instead of a big river canoe manned with Indians, Mr. Noice and Pedro have selected a two-man canoe, this for speed. They will do their own paddling. Right now, we find the two men talking about something that has them puzzled at the moment.
I just wish I knew what was in the minds of those two youngsters right now. It's just as I mentioned to Morton. They're altogether too quiet.
Si, senor. They are the most quiet she has ever been. You know, I'm watch them and I see them whisper.
Yeah?
Si, senor. And they laugh softly.
Laughing softly, huh?
Si, senor. And they was wink with the one eye.
Oh.
Si, senor. They are laugh softly and wink.
Wink? Wink at whom?
Well, they was wink at one from the other. The Senor Jean, he wink one time and whisper. Then the Senorita, she laugh. Then she say something, and they both laugh, and also they both wink.
Yes, Pedro, and you know what that means, don't you?
Si, senor, most certainly. It means just one thing. What you call them, the monkey business, yes.
Exactly. Yeah, they are undoubtedly cooking up a nice lot of plans and schemes. I'm convinced they intend to follow us upriver.
Oh, but, senor, they could not do it. This is the one most dangerous river, and the more up we go, the less better it is.
Yes, I know it. And that is my only reason for leaving them behind. Grogan and Scroggins are ahead of us. Just what they are going to do, well, your guess is as good as mine.
Si, senor. And Grogan, with perhaps many Indians to help him, we will be captured again, eh? Oh, well, we have been captured many times before, senor.
Yes, but if you'll recall, the last time we almost landed in a specially prepared anthill.
Si, senor. And they would have put us in those anthills, too, if the Senor Jim and the Senorita hadn't do plenty much thing to scare the daylightnings out of those Indians, eh?
Yes, and I won't ever forget that either, Pedro.
The Senor Morton. He has come now. See?
Oh, looks like he's in a hurry, too. Maybe he has discovered something, huh?
Well, Noice, it looks as if your suspicions are well-founded.
And the two little rapscallions actually mean to travel along behind us?
Oh, nothing surer. And they've succeeded in drafting into their services a most valuable ally, Quito.
You've talked to Quito, then?
Oh, no, not at all. Quito is purposely keeping out of my way. When Quito wants to keep out of anybody's way, he can do it better than anyone I ever knew.
Then how did you learn of the plans?
Oh, I haven't learned any plans. I'm just putting two and two together. By George, Noice, they make four. Look now. There's been some very unusual trading going on at my post within the last hour.
Unusual trading?
Oh, yes, indeed. For some unknown reason, the people in Cato's village have suddenly acquired a decided taste for canned pork and beans, and canned peaches, and even canned salmon.
Well, pretty slick, eh? Yeah, you know, Martin, you have to admire those two. When they go after something, there's no halfway measures at all.
Extraordinarily clever the way they're handling this affair, Noice. And Quito is the middleman, as it were.
Yes, so I see. Quito gets some of his people to come down to the post and trade for canned beans and peaches and salmon. And then Jimmy and Jean will trade flashlights, maybe some firecrackers and things like that, and in return get the canned stuff.
Yes. Well, I tried to get hold of Quito and just wanted to find out just what it all meant. Wanted to ask him how come his people were suddenly taking to white man's food.
But you didn't find Quito.
Oh, most certainly not. Who knows? The rascal may be somewhere in the brush right now listening to everything we've said.
Well, Morton, it's up to you. Quito must be persuaded to stay here, and he must stop lending any assistance to Jimmy and Jean.
Oh, I agree with you, Noice, but may I ask just how you would handle this situation?
Well...
After all, you know, Quito is his own boss. He stays around here, he assists me, but only because he so desires. If Quito takes it into his head to go elsewhere, I couldn't stop him.
Yes, I see your point, Morton. But why should Quito be so anxious? Why should he turn his loyalty to strangers after being with you all these years?
Well, for this one reason, Noice. Quito and the Brady youngsters have something very much in common. These three have combined forces against a common evil, Butch Grogan.
Then Quito has some grievance against Butch Grogan also. Huh?
Oh, surely. Didn't you know?
Know what, Morton?
That Quito and Grogan are the deadliest enemies?
Well, no, that's news.
Well, it's this way, Noice. When the Brady expedition came up here about 4 years ago, they stopped off here at my post and spent 2 days with me. Mr. Brady changed canoemen here, you know. The downriver Indians didn't relish heading any further up country. Too much bad magic, you know.
Yes, I've experienced that same thing in days gone by.
Well, then, as perhaps you know, Butch Grogan was acting as guide for the Brady expedition. And right here at the post, he hired an entire new crew, all from Quito's village.
And some of Quito's relatives then went away with Grogan.
Oh, surely. But most important, Quito's father. He was chief of the tribe. He went along as interpreter.
Oh, now I understand. And I suppose Grogan mutinied up country and stole Mr. Brady's map, and there was trouble.
Enough of it to prevent Quito's father from ever returning home to his village.
That's so. And you think then...
Oh, nothing for certain, Noice. One lone survivor returned about a year later. He was in a bad way, but whatever he told at the village did just 2 things. It automatically made young Quito a chief, and it also made him an avowed enemy of Grogan.
And I suppose, as usual, he took the solemn obligation to see that Butch Grogan will be brought to the tribal judgment seat.
Exactly. And now you also see just why Quito enlisted with Jimmy and Jean.
Yes. And now I know exactly how difficult it's going to be to keep those 3 here while I'm gone.
All right. But listen, Noice. Have you forbidden them to follow you?
No. Why should I? I have no authority to do so. They came into the jungles here without my help. I merely ran across them.
Yes, but supposing you did issue strict orders that they were to stay here until you returned?
Yes, I thought of that. But supposing I ask you a question, Morton. Supposing your father was known to be a prisoner further upriver from here. Supposing you were ordered to stay behind, by a stranger, remember. Just what would you do?
By George, Noice, I just wouldn't stay. I'd want to go to where my father was, just as quickly as canoes and paddles would take me.
Well, then, that's the answer to why I haven't ordered Jimmy and Jane to stay here while we proceed up country. No, Morton, it has to be done a little more, diplomatically, if you see what I mean.
Yes. Well, I wish you all kinds of good luck. If you succeed, you're a better diplomat than I give you credit for being. I'm afraid it'll take more than ordinary diplomacy.
Yes, I know it will.
Then what have you to suggest?
Well, only one thing, Morton, and it may work. Look now. You already know that they are in cahoots with Quito, that they're quietly collecting canned goods, food, and supplies for an upriver journey.
Oh, without a doubt, Noice. I'm convinced of that.
Well, then, what we have to do is make their departure an impossibility.
Well, we could stage a fake Indian uprising. Might have the 2 of them captured by the Indians and held prisoners. No, but it's no go, Noice. This is Quito's country.
Yes, I know what you mean. There could be no uprising, even a fake one, unless Quito said so.
And the next nearest tribe is, well, let's see, about 100 miles upriver, and there could be no fake about that. Any uprising with them would have to be the real thing, you understand?
All right, then suppose we try something else, less menacing. I have this in mind. They'll need canoes, at least one battlong. You have plenty of them here.
Oh, surely. Better than a dozen all told.
Well, then, very likely one of your canoes will go astray. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
when Jimmy and Jean and Cato push off. Oh, they won't steal it. Most likely you'll find the purchase price left for you in some easily found place.
Oh, you suggest then that perhaps I should have the canoes, all of them spirited away? Without a canoe, they couldn't leave, you know.
Well, that could be done. But could you spirit your canoes away to some place where Quito couldn't locate them?
Oh, by George, I couldn't, Noice. Quito would locate them in no time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No, Morton, we'll leave all of the canoes right where they are, as if we didn't suspicion a thing, you understand?
Oh, yes, I'll do anything in my power to help. My word on that, Noice.
Good. Now, suppose you keep an eye open. One of the canoes will be selected. Then we'll follow the stowing away of the necessary gear, the food, and so forth. Now, are all your dugouts down there at the landing?
Oh, no, I have several pulled up close to the bank among the overhanging growth, hidden, so to speak, out of plain sight from any wandering Indian party that might drop down here.
Oh, good. Well, then, that's where to watch closest. Cato knows where the hidden dugouts are, and very likely the three of them have started packing already.
Oh, very likely. I'll soon find out. Old Nick Clow used to be one of the best warriors that ever followed trail. I'll give him the job as lookout. As soon as he discovers just which canoe is being prepared for a journey, I'll let you know.
Very good. But please don't interfere with the packing at all. And don't question any further trading.
Oh, no.
Let them have all the stuff they need.
Yeah?
Plenty and to spare.
But may I ask just how you propose to prevent their dugout from leaving?
Well, I'll leave that up to Pedro here. Pedro.
Si, senor.
Will you just take a little quiet stroll down to my battlong and get that little toolbox?
Si, senor.
Don't let the youngsters see you, understand?
Oh, they will not see me, senor. But what will I do when I get those little toolbox?
Yes, that's what I would like to know also.
Oh, it's just a little trick. It has to be a trick, Morton, so that they will laugh at it. But it has to be efficient enough to detain them.
Mm-hmm.
We have to make their departure, sort of troublesome.
And you mean if you can make their departure...
Wait, no, not departure, but intended departure, eh?
But, Noice, I'm very much in the dark.
Well, Morton, as you know, packing a big, heavy battlong is a long, hard job. Now, supposing you had one all packed and ready to push off, and you discovered that no matter how expertly you handled the paddles, the canoe just didn't seem to make very much headway.
Oh, you mean to anchor it to the bank or something?
Well, no, but have you heard of a sea anchor?
Oh, surely.
Yes. Well, we'll put a new kind of sea anchor where it won't be seen, unless someone tips the battlong upside down. And it takes a crew of big men to do that. Yes, Morton, I think we can make their departure quite annoying.
So that's what Mr. Noice means to do. Fasten a sea anchor to the underside of that big native dugout. And when Jimmy, Jean, and Quito push off into the river, that big boat will want to go backwards instead of upriver. But wait, wouldn't it be funny if while Mr. Noice is planning this stunt, that something else is being planned? Mr. Noice doesn't know it yet, but it looks as if the big laugh might be on him.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person.
You recall last time we left Little Jean and Jimmy Brady and the Indian boy Quito making hurried plans to play a joke on Mr. Noice and Pedro. You remember? It was the explorer's plan to leave the youngsters at the trading post while he and Pedro hurried on upriver after Butch Grogan. Mr. Noice learns that Jean and Jimmy intend to follow him in a canoe of their own. And to prevent this, Pedro is going to fix a sea anchor on their canoe. It won't be seen, but it will make it almost impossible to paddle in the swift-flowing river. That's the plan, yes. But Jimmy and Jean know about this plan, and they have another one. A dandy, too, this time. Pedro is going to get the surprise of his life. If he only knew what was what, maybe he wouldn't go near that canoe. Anyway, we find Jean and Jimmy down by the riverbank out of sight. Quito is approaching, dragging something through the brush.
Did you get it, Kiko?
Si, señorita. I get it very okay. Look, it is following me behind the long rope like one little dog.
Hot dog, will you look at that one? Boy, is that a snake.
But you have only seen half yet. There is much more still to come out of the bushes.
Oh, boy, isn't that a lollapalooza? Gee, that must have been the headman snake of all the snakes in the jungle.
Yes, it is very quite big one. Oh, very big.
You know, Quito, I thought it was some kind of a fish story when you told us it was 25 feet long.
But it is 25 feet long. See?
Well, the main thing is, it's a dead snake.
See, señorita, it is very, very dead. Been very dead long time. See, with the foot, step on it. See the it is all stuffed with grass.
Ooh, but look at that big head, will you? And the teeth, too. Gosh, it almost looks alive.
But say, Quito, did anyone see you getting this snake from the hut?
No, Senor Jim. No one see. I'm go quiet.
Ooh, but suppose Mr. Morton misses it.
No, señorita. This little snake here, he's been stay on one hut where no one goes very much, except Quito.
But won't Mr. Morton maybe be sore at us taking it?
Oh, no. The Senor Morton, he say one time, Quito, take those anaconda away from here. He not want this stuffed steak no more.
And you put it in one of the store huts.
See, I'm keep it maybe. Why, I don't know.
Well, anyway, when we get through with this snake, it won't be of much use.
I'll say it won't. Anyway, it'll be all soaking wet after we sink it in the river.
Yeah.
No, Senor Jim. But now, because it is full of the dry grass, it will not sink in the water. It will float.
Well, sure, but we'll fix that. Look, all kinds of little rocks and pebbles. Now, let's get to work.
You mean we're going to stuff some rocks into it?
Well, sure. To make it heavy so it'll sink under the water, see?
Well, excuse me all to pieces, but I'm not touching that thing, even though it is a stuffed snake. Phew, I don't like snakes.
Well, okay, Jean. But Quito and me, we'll take care of that. But listen, you better get back up on the bank and keep watch. We don't want Mr. Noice or Pedro or Mr. Morton to walk in on us till we get this all fixed.
Okay, I'll go now. And listen, I'll whistle like this. If I see anyone coming.
Swell, Jean. I'll be listening.
Senor Jim, with the knife, cut it underneath where he sawed. Here, I have the stones.
Well, okay. I'll make the first little slot here. How's that?
Quito think very much good. Make more of the same at the same place. I will put in the stones.
Well, this isn't so hard to take, Quito.
That is one good joke, I think. Maybe I try the white man joke on one of my people one time, just for to see the fun.
Well, it might be a good idea, Quito. But how's this snake coming along?
I have all the stones inside almost. Just have 2 more. Here, I put them in by the tail. So.
Will we have to sew these places up again?
No, the whole she is not big. The stones, they will not fall out. I think we will not need to do any sew.
Oh, that's swell. Then we're all set. Now, wait. Let's see how Jean's getting along. Hey, Jean, how is it up there?
Oh, quite on the western front, Jimmy.
Okay, Jean, but watch out for Pedro. Quito saw him go down to the river to the big dugout.
No, he isn't, Jimmy. Not anymore. He came back. He got the tool thing with him, too.
Where is he now, Jean?
He went into the trading post. Okay, I'll watch. Go ahead.
All right, Quito. We gotta work fast now. This is going to be heavier now with all the rocks in its tummy. Well, let's go. Gee, that's a swell piece of rope you got around his neck. A long one, too.
I find the long one so we can hide and have the end with us.
Now, let's haul it over to the water's edge. Come on. Gosh, this takes plenty of horsepower, huh?
And you want me to swim in the water and take the snake with me?
No, we won't need to do that. Wait. Oh, that's far enough. It's stretched out. Okay, now, you grab an armful, and I'll do the same. And we'll throw this stone-stuffed critter right into the big drink. All right, let's go.
All right, Senor Jim. I'm ready.
All set. 1, 2, 3, go! Swell. It sank like a log. Give me the end of the rope, Quito. Thanks. I'm going into the dugout and pull the snake's head up close to the side, so it'll pop right up out of the river when we pull on the rope.
This is one most very good joke, Senor Jim.
All right now, Quito. Now, when I get into the dugout, well, here. Now, you take the end of the rope and sort of thread it through the bushes there, right by the canoe.
Si, Senor Jim. I'm do that now.
Now, I'll sort of lay the rope across the grass roof of the cabin here. Whoop. How's that? How's it look now, Quito?
Those rope, she's look like the thatch roof. I'm almost very nearly not saved at all.
Boy, that's great stuff. Now, if it can almost very nearly fool you, it almost very nearly ought to fool Pedro for sure.
Can I pull some more rope, Senor?
Well, sure. Now, go ahead. Well, I think you can have about 10 yards more. Plenty slack. Go ahead. I'm coming out to help you.
Ah, look. It is the most very good place to hide.
You said it. The 3 of us can be in here under this big bush, and nobody can see us.
And we can see good what is happening at the dugout.
Well, sure. And here's what we do now. Now, when Pedro comes down here with his water bucket and stuff, we let him go to work. And wait till he's just going to hang the bucket in place under the water.
And then we give him the workings, eh?
You mean the works, Quito. And how? He'll be leaning away over the side, and his arm will be down under the water. And then we pull this rope like everything, and up out of the river, right by his head, pops something.
Si, Senor Jim. One big snake, which is very much Lollapalooza, eh?
Boy, oh boy, is this going to be good, though. They will play joke on us. Oh, yeah?
Shh. That was the senorita.
That was the signal. Somebody's coming, I guess.
Hey, Jimmy. Quito, where are you?
Oh, over this way, Jean. In here. We got a swell place.
I'm coming in. Say, where's the entrance? Oh, here it is. You got everything fixed?
Everything, Jean.
Well, then you better get all set. Mr. Noice and Pedro, they just came out of the trading post. Now. And now they're coming down the clearing slowly, laughing, too.
Oh, they are, huh? Well, okay. We'll laugh, too, but later.
I hope the good joke it will work.
Say, Quito, it can't miss. It just can't. Look, Jean, here's the rope. Now, look. It goes out along this bush and along the side of the dugout. And then, now you see over there, it goes over the thatched roof of the cabin and down under the water.
Yeah, I see it. Slick, Jimmy. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't pointed.
And, Senorita, the big snake, its head is just in the water below the rope. Then we pull from here
the big head come pop up like so.
And about that time, Pedro will about jump out of his boots, huh?
And Gene, when he jumps, his boots will be so scared they'll go with him.
Ooh, shh. I feel someone come.
Okay, let's pipe down. Yeah, here they come.
Yeah, you know, it's been a long time since I entered into any pranks like this, Pedro.
Si, senor, you and me both also. But I'm like very much those what you call pranks. Si, senor. Once more again, I'm feel very, very young. Oh, yes.
Yes, you know, there's an old saying back home. A little nonsense now and then is relished by the best of men, eh?
And what will the senorita and the senor Jim say when they find those dugouts? It is go where it is not want to go.
It will be much fun to see, senor. Oh, see?
Yes, it should be. Only we'll not be here to see it. We leave here at daybreak tomorrow, and they won't push off to follow for at least an hour or so, perhaps after breakfast.
Ah, but the Senor Morton, he will watch. He will see everything, and he will tell us when we return here. Then we can laugh plenty, eh?
Mm-hmm. All right, Pedro. Now the coast seems clear. Oh, look, they actually have got some stuff packed aboard.
Ah.
Now, remember, touch nothing.
Oh, no, senor, no. Nothing I will touch. They never know I have do this. No, no. Pedro is the most very good at play these pranks. Ah, si, senor. I love to play pranks. Oh.
Yeah, well, you better get going then. You've got the eye-bolt.
Si, senor. Right here in my hand. And here is the most lovely water bucket. Look, nice, eh? I will go on the dugout, lean very much over with the one hand under the water. And look, you see this hook?
Yeah.
I put this hook very most firm in the bottom.
Yeah.
Then I'm hook this bucket on the nice hook, and that will be those, eh?
Yeah, good. And just so you won't be disturbed or caught in the act, I'll get back up the clearing and see if I can locate the three youngsters.
Si.
Hurry back to the post now, Pedro.
Si, senor. I do this very quickly.
There he goes, folks. Just hang on to your seats now.
But do not do it yet, Senor Jim. Not yet.
Well, I won't. But wait till he's all set to put the bucket in place.
Say, look. Hector's pup. You see that? He's almost right alongside the rope, too.
Yeah, and when that snake comes up, it's going to tickle his ear in two different places.
Senor Jim, I think I want to laugh now.
Oh, hold it, Tito. Hold it. Don't laugh now. Don't dare laugh yet.
Oh, watch out, Jim. There he goes. He's fixing the hook now.
Better get ready, Senor Jim.
I am ready. One side, gang. Now give me room. This has got to be good. Get set, folks.
And how would you like to be Pedro right now? Leaning away over the side of a canoe, and there's a big something lying under the water with a rope around its stuffed neck, ready to pop right up. Well, Pedro plays pranks, and so do some others we know. And what Pedro is going to do in the next few moments, well, that's hard to tell. But it's going to be something, so don't miss it. Tune in next time. If there's going to be some laughing, you might as well be in on it, too. So I'll be seeing you.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Well, it looks like Mr. Noice has at last convinced Jimmy and Jean that they should stay within the safety of the trading post while he and Pedro pushes on upriver on the trail of Grogan and Scroggins, who, as you remember, stole the treasure map belonging to the Brady family. Right now, we find it early morning at the jungle trading post. In a little while, the explorer and his assistant will start their long paddle upriver. Jimmy, Jean, Mr. Noice, and Mr. Morton, the trader, are at breakfast. Quito is absent. Already he has gone to try and locate a family of monkeys. For today, after Mr. Noice leaves, Jimmy and Jean intend to go into the wild animal catching business in a big way. Let's step into the trading post and listen.
You know, it isn't bad at all to be sitting down at a real breakfast table once in a while.
You said it, Jimmy. And real food, too. Bacon and eggs.
Oh, we could supply you with almost anything, Miss Jean. We could have a tapir steak and monkey meat.
Oh, no, thanks, Mr. Morton. No monkey meat for me.
Oh, Morton, while I'm gone, you might get Jean sort of used to real jungle food, the Indian style, eh?
By George, that's an idea. I can have Quito take both Jimmy and Jean over to his village for lunch someday.
Lunch? Do the Indians have lunch, too?
Oh, surely. Well, that is, they don't exactly call it lunch, you understand. But it's about the same.
Oh, yes, sir. Just little tasty snacks between meals, as it were.
Right. Say, that would be fun, Jimmy.
Well, I don't know whether it would or not. Did you see what I just saw? Mr. Noice and Mr. Morton were winking at each other.
Oh, winking, huh? Oh, so there's a catch to it.
Well, that's what I think. But look, Mr. Morton, what's the joke?
Oh, it's no joke. The Indians take their eating quite seriously, I assure you, Jimmy.
Oh, then you mean it's some kind of new food? Is that it?
Well, yes and no. It isn't exactly new. In fact, it's very old, and there's plenty of it.
Well, there's some kind of strange fruit, maybe, that grows on trees.
No, it doesn't exactly grow on trees, but it runs up and down trees.
A lunch that runs up and down trees? Say, what kind of a lunch is it we're having anyway?
Ants, Miss Jean.
Ants? Ants? You mean the little crawly things that... Oh, no, Mr. Morton.
But yes. Ants are a great delicacy up in this district, Miss Jean.
You mean they cook ants and eat them?
Well, yes, indeed. And then for a change, they don't cook them at all.
Eat live ants?
Eat live ants.
Why, that's positively terrible, eating live things.
Oh, but you two have eaten live things, haven't you?
Oh, never. No, sir, Mr. Noice.
Nor me either. I don't like to chew on anything that's still standing on the hook.
Well, now, let's see. You've eaten oysters, haven't you? Oysters in the half shell?
Oh, sure, many times.
Well, they were alive then.
Oh, yeah, but that's different, I guess. Different from ants.
Well, yes, I think you're partly correct. At least a live oyster doesn't snap at you.
Well, do the ants snap at you then?
Well, now, Jimmy, suppose somebody was going to eat you. You'd snap, wouldn't you?
Well, I'll say I would. Gosh, I'd even bark, maybe.
But, Mr. Noice, have you ever actually eaten ants?
On several occasions, Miss Jean.
Live ants? Real honest to goodness live ants?
The livest ants you ever saw.
Oh. And did they snap at you?
Well, at first they did, till I got the hang of it. And then I found out that to eat ants at an Indian village feast, I had to learn to snap first.
But why did you ever eat them at all, Mr. Noice? Did you have to? Were you as hungry as all that?
No, Jimmy, but, well, whichever country you're in, you really have to sort of abide by the customs of that country. If your host sets down a special, delicate meal of his own fixing...
Oh, you mean you got to have good manners and eat it?
And never complain.
Oh, you know, Jimmy, the more I see of this jungle, the better I like it back home.
Oh, but come now. You're just getting used to it here. And the longer you live here, the better you'll like it.
Oh, maybe, Mr. Morton. But I should live that long.
Well, long or not long, I refuse to eat ants. I wouldn't maybe mind monkey meat or tapir steak. I'd even eat elephant knuckles if I had to.
Oh, but you won't need to, Jimmy. Fortunately, we have about everything else in this region, but no elephants.
But you lived in India, didn't you, Mr. Morton? There's elephants there?
Oh, yes, indeed. About as common as horses back home.
Did you ever capture any elephants, Mr. Morton?
Yes, on occasion I've attended the government roundup.
Well, you know something? I think I'd like to be an elephant catcher. Boy, when you do catch even one elephant, you got lots of quantity.
Oh, well, after you graduate from capturing monkeys and things like that, elephants will be easy.
Say, Mr. Morton, you ought to know this. How about elephants? Is it true that there's a great elephant cemetery someplace?
You mean, Jimmy, where wild elephants all go to die?
Well, sure. I read about that one time. A funny thing, isn't it?
Yes, it sounds funny, Jimmy. It is funny, in fact. But it's more or less of a story, fiction. Oh, but don't ask me. Here's Mr. Noice. He knows more about that subject than I do.
No, Morton. You carry on. I'll listen. I'm liable to learn something.
Please, Mr. Noice.
Oh, but Miss Jean, wild elephants are found only in Africa and India and near surroundings. This jungle is my happy hunting ground.
Oh, but Noice, I recall you once mentioned a theory you had about this subject we're now on.
Please, Mr. Noice, what was the theory?
Well, now, understand it isn't my theory at all, but rather that of a very famous naturalist, an acquaintance I made in the Explorers Club. His hobby was elephants, wild elephants.
But did he ever find an elephant cemetery?
No, and for that matter, no one ever has.
Oh, but you admit, Noice, don't you, that no one thus far has ever discovered the remains of an elephant that died of natural causes?
So it is said.
Then where do the elephants go? I mean, well, they must die sometime, and they must go someplace.
That is the theory, yes. But if they do, why hasn't such a place been discovered?
But haven't some men, ivory hunters, haven't they been searching and searching?
Sure. And I saw a movie one time back home, and it showed a big sort of valley, and it had a big cave in it. And the cave was just crammed full of elephant tusks.
Yeah, I remember that one, Gene. And it was supposed to be an elephant burying ground.
Yeah.
Well, that was a movie, Jimmy. Fiction, not an educational picture or a scientifically correct fact.
Then what do you think, Mr. Noice?
I think exactly as my friend the naturalist thinks. He has a most sound theory that there is no such thing as an elephant burying ground.
Well, how do you account for the fact that no one thus far has ever discovered a wild elephant that died of natural causes?
Well, listening to an expert explain it, it sounded all very reasonable to me. Just this. Any animal about to die becomes sick. It slows up, cannot keep up with the herd.
Yes, and usually in nature, a sick or ailing animal is not welcomed, even among its own kind.
Exactly. In fact, such an animal is usually forcibly ejected from the herd.
And you mean as soon as an elephant knows it's seriously ill, it goes away somewhere?
Yes, for quietness and peace. But more than that, animals just don't die without trying their best to get well. Take a bear, for instance. Stealing honey from a wild beehive, it usually gets its nose stung quite badly. And when that happens, what is the first thing it does?
Well, if it was me, I'd beat it for the doctor's office.
Well, so does the bear. Yeah, that is, his own doctor's office. The nearest mud puddle he can find. He digs his swollen nose deep in the cool mud, and that's his medicine, you see.
Oh, but still that doesn't explain about sick elephants.
Well, it practically does. An elephant, I believe, is much like a pig back home. It likes a mud wallow. A bull elephant, after a fight with an opponent, sticks around a mud wallow till its wounds are healed.
Well, then why doesn't the ivory hunters look for mud wallows then? Wouldn't that be the place to find ivory? All hurt elephants can't cure themselves with mud.
That's true, Miss Jane. But to be brief, when you or I get sick, we have a decided rise in temperature. When we have a fever, we want to get cool. So do elephants. That's the theory of my friend. But ordinary mud wallows are not deep enough, not to cover the fevered body of an animal as big as an elephant.
Then where does it go to find such a place, a river with deep water?
Well, water isn't as cooling or curative as mud, Jimmy. So where else than quicksand?
Are there deep quicksands in the jungle, then?
In the jungle, right in this jungle country here, are to be found quicksands that are practically bottomless.
Ooh.
Then you believe elephants make use of the quicksands?
I believe, as my friend does, yes. When an elephant grows too sick to stay with the herd, he sets out on a long, lonesome journey. In his memory, he recalls the nearest quicksand, coolness, quietness. He wades slowly in, and in the coolness and the quietness, he slowly disappears, never to be seen again.
Say, that is an idea, isn't it? That would account for just why nobody has ever found an elephant that died a natural death.
Remember, Jimmy, it's just a theory, as told to me by a man who should know. But it's good enough for me until I can hear a better theory explained.
Hester's pup. Oh, that sure was interesting. Wait till I get a chance to tell that one to the kids back home.
Gene, I think you are going to like our jungle life after all. And why not? It's a most interesting place.
Well, it's about time to push off now. And, Morton, remember, I'm leaving these two roughnecks in your care.
Oh, thanks, Noice. It will be good care, I assure you.
Yes, I know it will. And now suppose we leave things like this. I'll keep up on river for 10 days, not to exceed 2 weeks at best. If I haven't overtaken Grogan and Scroggins by that time, I'm afraid it will be useless to continue, traveling as light as I am.
Oh, you're returning then, back here to the post?
No, I have an idea that perhaps Jimmy and Jean could come on upriver, and I'll wait for them. But remember, that is to be permitted only if Quito is placed in charge.
He'll do that and enjoy it.
Well, that's agreed then. I'll keep in touch several times each day.
You mean by dropping balsa wood messages into the river and letting them float down in the current?
Exactly. And as soon as I decide that I need big canoes, I'll tell you, and then Quito will start up after me with his own big bat-along with a crew from his village. You pick the men, Morton.
I will.
And send my own 2 big dugouts and supplies with my crews along, Quito in charge. Jimmy and Jean each in charge of one of my boats, but Quito in charge of all. Understood?
Yes, sir, Mr. Noice.
That goes for me, too, Mr. Noice.
All right, then. Goodbye, Morton, and take good care of them.
Oh, good hunting, old man.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Jean. Don't eat any fancy lunches up at the Indian village there now.
Goodbye, Mr. Noice, and good luck.
Yeah, so long, Jimmy. Watch the river for my instructions now.
I will, sir. Leave it to me.
Okay, Pedro. Shove off.
Cheerio, old man.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
And away they go for the next 2 weeks, continually on the heels of Mr. Butch Grogan and the Inca treasure map. And Jimmy and Jean are left behind to watch the river for floating messages that are supposed to arrive from time to time. Does Mr. Noice meet up with Grogan? Do the looked-for messages come floating down to the youngsters? Or is Butch Grogan up to his old tricks again? Where is he right now? What's he doing? If Mr. Noice knew that, he might not have started out so cheerfully this morning. But tune in with us the next time for more surprises in the jungle. Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noice, world-famous explorer in person. Last time, we left off just where Mr. Noice and Pedro, with a light two-man canoe, left the trading post and headed away upriver, fast on the heels of the hurrying white renegades, Butch Grogan and Limey Scroggins. It is the explorers' intention to capture these two and regain possession of the Inca treasure map, which they stole from the Brady expedition. You remember some time ago how Butch Grogan hid the map in a skull hanging in the witch doctor's hut? And it was Limey Scroggins who found it, and not having any faith in his partner, decided to keep it. Today, about 7 days paddling up from the trading post, we find Grogan and Scroggins. Their canoe is all packed, ready to continue onward. Another day of back-breaking work against the swift-flowing river. Limey Scroggins is grumbling.
All right, Butch. But look here now. What's the blooming use of all this hurry? We don't have to hurry no more.
Oh, we don't, eh? Maybe that's what you think.
Oh, but listen, Mighty. We're a week ahead of Noice, even if he is following us.
Even if he is following us, don't be no sap, Limey. You know that guy, Noice. When he starts something, he hangs on till he ends it, see?
Well, I say it's no go. This day after day, killing ourselves with that there canoe. Yeah. We're white men. We just can't stand the hot sun like Indians can.
And what we gonna do about it, if anything?
I tell you what I'm going to do about it.
Yeah?
I ain't going to do it no more.
Oh?
I ain't getting me a dose of sunstroke just because Butch Grogan likes to be in a hurry. Yes, that's it, in a hurry. But I ain't. The gold, it'll keep.
Sure it'll keep. Keep till I get there. But Noice won't keep, see? No, he won't. That gold ain't ours till we get it. And we gotta get into the Black Flame country ahead of Noice. Or have Noice with us.
Here, what do you mean have Noice with us? He won't go with us. You knows that, don't you?
Yes, he will. If we take him.
But he doesn't know where the bloomin' treasure is. Only one person knows that, old man Brady, the father of the two kids.
Yeah, I know it. And Mr. Brady is going to be the one who's going to be tickled to death to tell us all he knows.
Oh, yes, he will, really.
Yeah, he will.
But I knows better, Bush. I'm the one that knows best. Here, who captured old man Brady? Me, wasn't it?
Sure it was you. After I told you how to do it.
Yes, and I'm the one, the only one, that knows where he is right now, see?
Okay, you're the only one what knows all about it. So what?
So this. If I takes it into me head to stay right here where I am now, it ain't no use you going at it alone. Wouldn't do you no good. Here. What's so funny, Bush? What you laughing at anyway?
Nothing. But listen, Limey. Any time you feel like pulling stakes and beating it back down river, just go right ahead. Maybe the sooner the better.
Here, why'd you say that, eh?
Because you've been getting in my hair for the past week. Whining and crying all the time. The heat, the mosquitoes, the drums. I'm sick of you, Limey. I'm fed up, see?
Well, blimey, I likes that to do.
Yeah.
So I can quit any time, can I?
Yeah.
Oh, sure I can. And without me, old Butch, you doesn't get nowhere. Go on, that's it. Go ahead and off your blinking head off your blighter.
None of that, Limey. Yeah, but 2 pins I'd heave you in the river and let the crocodiles poison themselves.
I don't like you, Limey. I never did and I never will.
Okay, it suits me. We'll divide up the grub. Yeah. Share and share alike. You goes your way, I goes mine.
All right,
and me, I'm getting for the Inca Temple, I am.
Yeah, that's a laugh.
Yeah, sure it's a laugh. And it's me what's doing it. Remember, Boots, it's me what's got the treasure map.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Here, say, what's this? Wait, I have the map right here. Wait.
Yeah, you mean you used to have it. Huh? Sure, it ought to be right in your shirt pocket, sewed in, too.
Yeah, sewed in, so that you couldn't swipe it, Butch.
Yeah.
You see, I didn't trust you. Not much I didn't. Here, listen. Hear that? Sounds good, it does.
Yeah, but wait. I'll let you listen to something just as musical. Huh? Not only listen, but look.
Here, where did you get that? Here, wait, what's this in my pocket? Oh, slow down. Here, wait.
Nah.
Blimey,
don't bother to look that way, Limey. Take a peek at the inside of your shirt. Huh? Yeah. There's a little slit on the inside, huh?
Oh, so you swiped it, huh? You swiped it of your partner.
Yeah, I'll say I did. 3 days ago when you was asleep. But I was smart, I was, yeah. Fooled you for 3 days, I did. All because I slipped another piece of paper into where I took the map.
Well, Boots, that's the last time you'll pull a stunt like...
Hold it, Limey. No rough stuff. Get your hand away from that holster. You hear me?
All right.
Yeah, that's better. Right now, just hand over your rod to me. Yeah. Hand it over like a real pal. Yeah, that's the only nerve you got. A gun. Hand it over, you hear me?
Okay, Boots. But do you have to get nasty about it, do you?
Yeah.
I've always treated you fair and square, haven't I?
Yeah, sure you have. Because I've had my eye on you. No, Limey. I'm not going to be double-crossed again. No, not by you.
Here, what are you going to do with me now? Here, you don't intend to...
I don't know what I intend. I'm too soft-hearted. Yeah, that's what's the matter with me. Too soft-hearted. I ought to throw you in the river.
Oh, but you wouldn't do that, Butch. Not to me. I'm your pal. We've been pals for a long time.
Yeah, or I might set you loose in the bush here and let you ramble back down country. Only trouble is a rat like you is liable to make it, and I don't want you running loose, see?
Here. Now listen to reason, partner. You can't get along without me. You understand that. I'm the one that knows exactly where Mr. Bridie's been ill.
Yeah.
I took him to the Indian village myself. No one knows but me, see?
Yeah, I know that. Kind of lucky for you, too. If I knew that, I wouldn't have nothing to worry me. Neither would you, Limey, if you get what I mean.
Okay. Boots, have it your own way.
Sure. Don't I usually always have it my own way?
Yes, but you just wait, Boots Grogan. There's a die coming.
Shut up. Shut up. You give me a pain in the neck. And listen. Sit down on the far side of the fire. We're going to have a little heart-to-heart talk, see? Go on. Sit down.
All right, but I don't feel much like talking no more, Butch. No man does when his best pal goes back on him.
Listen, Limey. I'm the big shot again. I ain't forgotten back at the village when Noice gave you a gun and told you to stand guard over me. Yeah, when I was tied up like a package.
Well, but I treated you square, I did. I set you free.
Yeah, sure. You set me free after you got your hands on the treasure map.
Oh, but I was only keeping it safe. I was honest, Boots.
Yeah, well, it's safer now. Yeah, safer with me. I got the only gun now. Yeah, a big shot ain't ever a big shot until he's got a gun. I'm the biggest shot in the neighborhood now, ain't I, Limey? Yeah, you heard me, Scroggins. Ain't I? Answer me. I'm boss now, huh?
Sure, Butch, sure.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You had me whining back at that village. Yeah, made me call you... You little squint. You made me call you Mr. Scroggins. You remember that? Made me feel cheap, you did. Well, it's my turn now.
Oh, so Butch ain't good enough now, huh?
No.
You thinks I'll call you Mr. Grogan?
I don't have to think. I know you will. Yeah, sure you will. You better start practicing, Limey. Go on.
Okay, Butch. I mean, Mr. Grogan.
That's swell. Say it again. Go on, say it. I like it. Go on.
Mr. Grogan.
Yeah, that's the stuff. And another thing. When I ask you anything, any questions, see, you're going to say to me, you're going to say, sir. You get that?
Yes, Mr. Grogan.
Yeah, say, yes, sir, Mr. Grogan. Go on, snap into it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grogan.
That's good. I like that. I want to get good and used to it, too. I'll need to get used to it. Because after I get the Inca treasure, everybody's going to say so to me. Yeah. It's going to be, yes, sir, this, and Mr. Grogan that. It's going to be swell.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grogan.
All the gold I want. I'll live in swell places. The bellhops in the hotels tipping their caps to me. I'll be famous, like other millionaires. Oh, limey, it's a swell feeling, I tell you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grogan.
Yeah. But now... come over here. No funny business now. Here, Limey. Take a look at this.
Yes?
Here's where we are now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You point out on the map whereabouts this Black Flame country is.
Well, I think it's about here, Mr. Grogan.
Huh?
Somewhere about here where my fingers point.
Yeah, but that don't help much. That means anywhere in about 500 square miles. We might... I might search for 1,000 years and not ever find the old temple.
Yes, and that's where I come in, Andy Boots. Sir,
Yeah.
I know where I can pick up Mr. Bridie.
Yeah, and get this. And I know how to make old man Brady talk. Yeah, tell all he knows when we get him.
No, but he won't. He said he'd die first.
Oh, yeah? Well, supposing we told him that we had his little daughter and son with us. Yeah, that we had him hidden. Show him proof that we had. Yeah, you think he'd talk then?
Say, I think you're the nail on the head, Boots. Sir, yes, sir. Here, but how do we do that? Noice is standing guard over them two precious kids.
Yeah, but he won't always be standing guard over him. I think I got that all fixed.
Yeah, what you got all fixed?
Listen, useless. Why do you think I almost broke my heart paddling up this river? Why?
To get near the Black Flame country, wasn't it?
Now, you sap. I had another reason. Listen, every time we stopped to eat or make camp for the night, what did I do? You notice anything peculiar?
Oh, well, I don't know. You always wanted to scatter tin cans and things and leave a trail behind you. I told you at the time you was crazy for doing that.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I had a reason, lots of reasons. Now, look, Noice is on our heels.
Yeah?
He'll follow the trail from every stopping place we made. Sure he will. He knows about how far we are ahead. Sure he does.
I couldn't help but know with all that junk you left in plain sight.
Yeah, but we'll be much nearer than he expects. Now, look, Liney.
Yeah?
We're going to go back downriver now. Yeah, we got him fooled this time. Yes, sir.
We're going back downriver?
Yeah.
Here, are you quite out of your head, I say?
Nah, I'm just smart. Noice will examine every camp spot we had and keep coming, yeah. Thinking we're away upriver. But we drop back down, and one night, see, we'll pass him, get in behind him, see, then we'll trail a little and nab him whenever we feel like it.
You mean grab Noice?
Yeah, but what's more important, we grab the little girl and her brother. It's a cinch, Limey, a cinch.
So Butch Grogan has it all figured out, hasn't he? The greedy, heartless rascal intends to use little Jean and Jimmy. And Limey Scroggins hasn't a gun anymore. Just what would Mr. Noice give to know of Grogan's plan right now? Or does he suspect something like this? And what about Jimmy and Jean? If Mr. Noice and Pedro get captured? You'll know more when you tune in next time.
The Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring the jungle adventures of Harold Noice.
Many days have come and gone since Mr. Noice first met Gene and Jimmy Brady. And what a fortunate meeting that was for the son and daughter of the famous archaeologist. You recall that Noice, the explorer, on an expedition up the mighty Amazon River, had beached his dugouts on a sandbar one evening, discovered strange footprints on the shore, and decided to investigate. Accompanied by Pedro, his Portuguese assistant, they were following the trail.
I don't like this, Pedro. Footprints made by boots, small boots, in a place where footprints just should not be.
Si, senor. Not the man-sized boots, no. Maybe perhaps she is the pygmy white man, yes, no? For the goodness my sake, senor, what was those?
Oh, don't ask me, Pedro. That's a new sound in this jungle.
You see? There was not the jungle animal. No, that was something not good to hear.
And so cautiously they headed toward that weird sound. Then, coming to a little clearing well in from the river, suddenly Pedro saw it. An aeroplane, almost hidden in the dense jungle growth. So, crawling through the brush...
Yeah, no sounds of life around that plane at all, Pedro.
No, senor. But look. You see?
Yeah?
The campfire, she is burned good.
Well, come on, let's get a little nearer. Easy now. No saying what we may find here.
Yes. For the love of the little blue apple, senor, somebody she's shooting the shoots at us.
Stand right where you are. No, don't turn around.
And drop those guns, too.
That's an order. Drop them.
And here it was that Mr. Noice and Pedro listened to a strange story. The two youngsters explained about why they were in the jungle country and why their father was a prisoner in an old temple up in the Black Flame country. Explained about the secret map and the treasure of buried Incan gold. And it was while these things were being explained that Butch Grogan, the notorious jungle renegade, leading a band of savage Indians, arrived to attack the disabled airplane. However, he didn't know that Mr. Noice, the explorer, had arrived on the scene. And so...
But what do we do, Mr. Noice?
Listen. Here they come. You hear that?
All right, now here's what to do. I'll get in behind the cabin door. Hide there. Gene and you, Jimmy, stand in the open doorway.
Oh, yes, sir.
Offer no resistance. Invite Grogan in here. Now go ahead. Hurry. Leave the rest to me.
And that bluff worked. Butch Grogan took the bait and walked right into the trap, thanks to the coolness of little Miss Jean. It was she who...
Please, Mr. Grogan, come right in. We don't want any fighting, please. Come right in.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. You two punks are showing good sense.
I suppose it's our treasure map you want, Grogan.
Yeah, how'd you guess it? Sure, it's a map I want, and I want it now, see? Come on. Quit stalling. Hand it over.
Don't move, Grogan.
What?
Don't, I say.
What is this? Oh, it's you, Noice. Look, Noice, you keep out of this, see? You're butting into my affairs just once too often. It's going to be your neck this time.
But Noice, with the help of Pedro, Jimmy, and Jean, made prisoners of Butch Grogan and his villainous partner, Limey Scroggins. And now, with the way clear, the explorers decided to go with the Brady youngsters to the Black Flame country, and tomorrow they push off on that dangerous journey. It is evening. All around is the hush of the vast jungle. From away in the darkness, drums and the faint calls of night birds, and occasionally the weird cries of animals that prowl. Mr. Noice, Pedro, and the Indian boy Quito are sitting by the campfire.
Cato, throw some more wood on the fire. We'll keep it blazing good tonight. And then you go down to where Grogan and Scroggins are being guarded and see that their fire is kept going, too.
Si, senor. Senor, you know something? I'm no like that Grogan and Scroggins go with us. No, senor. We are have plenty more thing happen to us if they go with us, I'm thinking.
Yes, but not half so much as what might happen if we turn them loose. Well, it took us a long time to capture them, Pedro.
And we maybe not never capture them if the Senor Jim and the Senorita, they do not do it for us, eh?
Yes, indeed. For two, shall we say, greenhorns, newcomers into the jungle, they certainly learned quickly. I say, they feel right at home here, Pedro. Look over there. Jimmy in his hammock, sound asleep.
Si, senor. The Senorita, look. In the little tent. No light no more. She has retired, too. It was the one most very hard day for them, Senor Noice.
Yes, for all of us, Pedro. But while they sleep, I think it best that we keep watch tonight. We're in strange country.
Also, you know, I think so, too. I am what you say, full of the jitteries. I cannot tell why, but it is the jitters what I have much of this night.
Someone coming. That you, Cato?
Si, Senor Noice. It is me, Quito.
Well, how is everything at the other fire? The prisoners being well cared for?
Si, senor. They are very good tied up by the hands and the feet. And one of my people is found near to watch they do not get untied and run away.
Well, okay, Cato. Now, supposing you and Pedro get a few hours' sleep, I'll take first watch.
But please, senor, the bad ones, Grogan and Scroggins, they'll talk much one with the other. And they maybe signal somebody.
Say, I wonder what's going on here. Pedro, perhaps we've been overlooking something. Grogan and Scroggins may have native accomplices who have followed them here.
It may be so, senor. And that means trouble she is with us some more. And when we take those two bad ones with us up the river, those troubles she come too.
Yes, I begin to think you're right, Pedro. I just wish I knew what to do. But you see, we can't kill them. That isn't the white man's justice at all.
Well, why not ship them down the river?
Well, all right. Then look, Pedro. First thing at sunup, Grogan and Scroggins are going back downriver. I've been trying to make that decision for quite some time, and now I've made it.
Si, senor. That is very much good to hear that. And Pedro, she is the one maybe perhaps what takes them down the river, eh?
No, Pedro. No, I have other plans for you. Cato.
Si, senor.
That will be your job. Now, it's up to you to see that Grogan and Scroggins are sent back down to Morton's trading post.
Si.
Now, I'll send word to Morton just what to do with them. But now, Pedro, while I'm giving Quito his instructions, here's what you might do.
Si, senor, and I'm do it too.
All right. Now, you just slip down quietly to the other fire. Keep well hidden, and keep your ears open, and see if you can find out what Grogan is up to.
Si.
See if you can discover just who or what he was signaling to.
And I am go now, senor.
Now, careful now, Pedro. It may be dangerous. If Grogan does have accomplices, watch out for them. You understand?
Si, senor. I am the one most very good watcher out there. Yes, senor.
All right. Now, Quito.
Si?
Listen carefully. We don't want to alarm Jean or Jimmy unnecessarily, but I think we're due for some more trouble.
Si,
I know we
senor.
are.
Big much trouble.
Well, now, here is the job for you. At daybreak tomorrow, take 2 dugouts.
Si?
3 of your people in each dugout. We'll load Grogan into one canoe and Scroggins into the other.
Oh, they will be prisoners? They will be tied up by the hands and the feet?
Yes, they will, and you'll see that they keep tied. You understand?
Oh, si, senor. I'm like that. Thank you. Oh, I'm like that job very much.
Yes, I kind of thought you would.
Senor, if those 2 bad ones, if they make too much trouble for me, please, senor, may Quito push them in deep water of the river, please?
Now, Quito, Just in case you have in mind some such nonsense, I'm sending Jimmy along with you. You keep your eye on Grogan and Scroggins, and Jimmy will keep his eye on you, you see. That should keep things as they should be.
The Senor Jim, he's go with me back to the place of the Senor Morton down the river?
No, you won't go all the way. Just to below the lower rapids. After that, it is smooth water. No portage at all. Now, as soon as you have the canoes beyond the rapids, give instructions to your paddlers to make the rest of the trip alone. You understand?
And the Senor Jim and Quito, we come back here, eh?
Yes. Now, you will find a dugout hidden just above the rapids, one I left behind just in case of trouble. Now, Jimmy and you will take that canoe and hurry back here. You will find us further upstream, but we'll go slowly.
Senor. And I go and tell the Senor Jim what we are doing in the morning, eh?
No, let Jimmy sleep. Time enough when dawn breaks. You better go get some sleep, too.
Hear that, Senor? That is most bad.
Yeah, it's a drum of some sort, way to the west of us. On this side of the river, though.
That was the voice of the singing drum, Senor. My father, he hear that sometime. He tell Quito about that drum that sings. It is the most bad one, Senor.
You say your father knows all about that drum? What is the singing drum? Your father ever see it?
No, Senor. He did not see it, but he hear it. And he know it is the thing what speak only in soft whisper. It is the great magic, Senor.
All right, Cato. What great magic?
My father, he said to me, the drum that sings, it is the drum of strange people of the deep jungle. The people of the no heads.
No heads? Oh, that's nonsense, Cato.
But it is so, Senor. Oh, here, Pedro, he's come. Maybe he heard the singing drum, eh?
Senor Noice,
Yeah?
we have to get away from here most quick, I think. Someone was here watch, like I say.
So they did have an accomplice, eh? A native, Pedro? Did you see him?
You see, senor, I see him 2 times. But I'm not like what I see. I maybe have maybe the fever, huh? Maybe I'm not going to be so well.
What do you mean, Pedro? Are you really ill? You look white as a ghost.
Oh, see, senor, because maybe perhaps I'm see one ghost. Senor, I'm just see something which I'm not believe. See, senor, I'm see it with those 2 eyes, but I'm not believe what I see.
Hey, what is this? First, Quito, here's a strange drum. Tells me it's the singing drum. The drum of the headless men, and all that sort of tommy rot. And now
See, senor, I'm hear that drum. But that is not all, senor. I'm see something else also, senor.
What?
You know what I see?
No.
I'm see, listen, I'm see one warrior, and he have no head.
Say, this is bad magic. And you can't make Pedro believe it's Tommy rot. When Pedro sees something like he just saw, he forms his own opinions. Moreover, Quito recognized that singing drum. You heard what he had to say. What is to be the outcome of this fateful night? What were the words of that singing drum song? Why was it singing? What new tale has the jungle night to tell? Next time you tune in on the Black Flame of the Amazon, you'll find surprises awaiting you.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.